2. The girl I was. Without you, I wouldn't be me. Sometimes I wish life was written in pencil so we could erase it and write it all over again. Tiseri Vanyarachi. 1. Alexis. Tapping my fingertips against the desk, I watch the clock in the lower right-hand corner of my computer screen. They don't make the cute nail-clicking sound, though, because I'm prone to chewing them off. I've tried to stop biting them many times throughout my 30-some-odd years, but it's no use. They always find their way back to my teeth, ready for slaughter. My workday ends in 2 minutes, but right now it feels like an eternity because I'm eager to get home and get ready for a special date my boyfriend Andrew has planned. I don't know what we're doing, but he told me to dress nice, so I need time to try on at least 10 different outfits, although I'll likely settle on my first choice. The sound of drawers opening and closing in nearby cubicles pulls me out of my daze. Feet shuffle and laughter ensues, signaling the end of the work week. My hand flies to my computer mouse, and just as I'm about to log out, an email with the subject line, "Please come to HR," appears at the top of my inbox. I nearly groan at the interruption to the start of my weekend, but my eyes flick to the calendar pinned to the wall of my cubicle, catching the words written and highlighted on Monday's date, 1-year work anniversary. I can't help but smile at the sight of it, especially paired with the email from Human Resources. Most people don't want to hear from HR, unless, of course, they're a contract employee who was told their position would become permanent after a year of employment. That would be me. Alexis Spencer, contract social media manager, but soon to be permanent social media manager. HR must want to give me the good news going into the weekend. How thoughtful of them. After nearly a year of responding to social media comments from consumers complaining about the ply of their toilet paper or the absorbency of their menstrual products, I've certainly earned this. I look fondly at the small succulent sitting on my desk. It was a gift from Andrew when I first landed this job. He said it was supposed to bring me success because it's a succulent. I'm not sure if that's a real superstition or he made it up, but I love it either way. Today's the day, sucky. I rub one of the thick, fleshy leaves between my fingers for luck. And yes, the name I gave it should tell you all you will ever need to know about me. Andrew is going to be so proud, especially considering I haven't given him much to be proud of over the years. Since graduating college nearly a decade ago, I've gone from temp job to no job to temp job to no job to temp job, and so forth. But that all changes today. Smiling, I stand from my chair and make my way to the Human Resources Department. I walk with purpose, now that I have one. If any of my coworkers were still here, they'd see a whole new woman, head held high and shoulders pinned back. Outside of the HR director's office, I knock twice. "Come in," Janet calls out, her voice muffled by the solid wood door that's intentionally there to keep conversations within the walls of her office confidential. I enter and find Janet sitting behind her desk. She's plump, with dark eyes and a permanent scowl, which I assume comes with the job. "Hi, I got an email requesting that I come to HR," I say, trying to hide my excitement with a casual smile. She clears her throat and shuffles a few file folders. "Yes, Alexis Spencer." Janet gestures for me to sit. "The one and only," I say, taking a seat. Pushing a piece of hair behind my ear, I force a casual smile, not wanting to come across as too eager, like I've been counting down the days, which I have. "You've been a contractor here about a year." I nod. Looks like Janet has been counting too. "And you've done a wonderful job managing social media engagement and consumer complaints." "Thank you." My tight smile eases into a genuine grin. This is it. I'm finally getting hired on. Good things rarely happen to me, but I could get used to this giddy feeling, like a swarm of butterflies fluttering around my belly. It makes me sit up a little taller. I don't even care what the pay bump is. I just want those glorious bennies. Paid time off, dental, that 401k thing Andrew's always talking about. Not to mention the coveted health insurance. Last year, when I broke my arm falling down a flight of stairs at a bar, I just had to hope the bone would fuse together properly over time, or however broken bones mend. When I got into a car accident, 2 car accidents, I refused an ambulance both times and called an Uber to take me home. Sure, I had to pay a cleaning fee for the blood that got on the upholstery, but I saved boku bucks, and I didn't die. Win-win. And I'll finally get one of those yearly checkups. It's been 6 years since my last one, thanks to the government kicking me off my dad's healthcare plan the day I turned 26. Not a very nice birthday gift. But now I'll march right into the hospital with my own insurance and say, "Doc, I'll have the works. Check every nook and cranny." But Janet hesitates, looking down at a file folder and then finally back at me. She pulls her lips in before she speaks. "I'm sorry to say this, Alexis, but we're letting you go." "Letting me go where?" I ask. She stares at me blankly. "From the company." What?" I stammer and lean forward in my seat. "Why? I was told I'd be hired on full-time after a year as a temp employee." Janet shakes her head. "I'm afraid that's not going to be the case. The company has decided to outsource our contractor work." My eyes widen in disbelief. "But it's already outsourced. To me." "And they're going to outsource it further, as in not on this continent anymore. I'm sorry, but budgets were slashed again and cuts had to be made somewhere." Janet keeps looking over my shoulder, her eyes like a pendulum, thanks to that damn clock I can hear ticking behind me. She wants to put this formality behind her and start her weekend. "Okay," I say. "Do I get some sort of severance package?" I'm actually not even sure what that is, but I heard it on an episode of The Office. "No," Janet says slowly, as if speaking to a child. "You're a contract employee, so you aren't entitled to any benefits." She clears her throat and starts to stand. "I'll need you to clean out your desk and hand over your employee badge." I look down at the badge clipped to my shirt. It has a red border around it, not green like the permanent employees' badges. Alexis Spencer is in bold black letters beneath a photo of me, dressed in my best and grinning ear to ear. It was taken my first day on the job. "Can't I keep it?" I ask, rubbing the hard plastic. "As a keepsake." Janet extends her hand, palm face up. "No, for security reasons, you can't keep it." I sigh, slowly unclipping the badge from my shirt to relinquish it. My fingers clamp down, holding it for an extra second or two before she rips it away. Janet retrieves a cardboard box from behind her desk and places it in front of me. "I'll walk you to your cubicle now so you can collect your things." Begrudgingly, I get to my feet and pick up the box. "I don't need to be walked to my desk," I say, but my voice cracks, betraying my bravado. She gives me a stern look. "It's company policy, Alexis." Rules that don't make any sense are always called policies. Defeated, I follow her out of her office and down the hallway. She glances back at me as we walk, like I'm some sort of criminal she needs to keep an eye on. "I'll be right here if you need anything," Janet says, stopping just outside my tiny, dark cubicle. Minutes ago, these 3 small walls seemed like my haven, a sanctuary that would lead to greater things. Now, it's just an open casket for my hopes and dreams. I scan my desk and realize everything, except for Sucky the Succulent, belongs to the company. "Well, I guess I didn't really need the box," I say, reaching for the plant. I accidentally knock it over instead, sending dirt flying all over my former desk. I stand corrected. Moments later, Janet closes the building door behind me, quickly locking it like I'm going to barge back in, and waves me off from behind the glass. I walk the busy streets of Chicago, holding the cardboard box that's far too large for such a tiny plant. People pour out of high-rise buildings in the Loop, hurrying to beat traffic and get home to start their weekends. Without a job? What is a weekend? Just an end? Because I'm not going to have anything to do during the week now. I take a deep breath of that crisp city air, a combination of bus diesel, meaty hot dogs, and halal carts. Car horns and sirens blare in the distance, a staple of any major metropolis. It's mid-October and rather chilly here as the wind turns colder and colder coming off of Lake Michigan. I set the box down and slip on my jacket, affording myself a layer of protection that Sucky must go without. The plant rolls around as I pick it back up. It's surely not going to survive this, and I'm not sure I am either. My phone vibrates, and I dig it out of my purse. It's Andrew. "Hello," I answer in my cheeriest voice. Alexis, what's wrong? He asks. We've known each other for 14 years, so he's well aware that I'm not a cheery person, especially after a long day of work. He and I were friends before we were partners. We dated for 6 months when we were younger, but the timing wasn't right, and we went back to being friends, the best of friends, the kind of friends who secretly love one another, but are too scared to admit it out of fear of losing the other person. But eventually, Andrew and I got over our fears. We found our way back to one another, and we've been together ever since. I think we'd be married with kids by now, but I'm what you'd call not the easiest person to love. My words, not his. Nothing. I just finished up with work, so I'm walking home now, I say, leaving out the part about my work being finished forever. A jogger bumps into my shoulder, nearly knocking the box out of my hand. I stop myself from yelling at him because I know if I do, I might just break down completely. Oh, okay, great. Are you excited for our special date tonight? Andrew asks. I throw my head back and look up, silently groaning at the sky. That's the last thing I want to do right now. I am, I lie, trying to sound excited. Perfect. I'm leaving the office early, so I should be home soon. Love you, he says. I can practically hear him smiling through the phone, and I wish I could match his enthusiasm, but that's just not who I am. It never has been, minus those fleeting moments of happiness today before everything came crashing down on me. I should have known not to get my hopes up, because it never ends well. I've tried to be an optimistic person. I really have, but it's impossible. Actually, it's biology. I looked it up once. It's an old defense mechanism. Humans were wired to see the worst in things in order to protect them from potential danger, like a tiger hiding behind a suspicious-looking bush. Sure, there's been evolution and whatnot since then, but I didn't seem to evolve like Andrew did. I still tap into a more primal version of myself, and even reading 20 self-help books on positivity couldn't do the trick. If anything, they made me more of a pessimist. Love you too. I end the call and stand on the curb watching cars pass by in both directions. I already know our special date isn't going to happen tonight, and I know this because I know me. 2. Dressed in a pair of plaid pajamas, I'm lying in bed, munching on a bag of Skinny Pop. I'm not even sure why I buy this brand. Yes, it's low in calories, but I end up eating the whole bag anyway, which is significantly larger than a regular bag of popcorn. So, really, I'm just missing out on a bunch of delicious butter. I toss another handful in my mouth, joining the half bottle of a Paso Robles cab sloshing around in my belly. The other half is waiting for me in the kitchen, chilling in the fridge, just the way I like it. The front door of our apartment opens and closes. I swallow hard and keep my eyes on the television set on the long dresser, bracing myself for the interaction to come. The Bachelor is playing out before me, but its drama is about to be dwarfed momentarily. Alexis, I'm home. Are you almost ready? Andrew calls out. I just need to change quick, and then I'm good to go, he adds as his footsteps echo down the hall. A moment later, our bedroom door swings open. Andrew stands there dressed in a suit and tie with a pair of tortoiseshell glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. What are you doing? He furrows his brow, checking the time on his watch. We have to leave in less than 30 minutes. I'm not feeling well, I say, sipping my wine. Andrew's eyes widen as he drags a hand through his hair. It's mocha brown and stands at attention, thanks to the overpriced clay he rubs into it every morning. Only a few strands are out of place from a long day of work and his commute home. If you're not feeling well, why are you drinking wine? He gives a disapproving look at the glass, clutched in my hand. It calms me, I say, returning my attention to the television screen. Andrew crosses the room and sits next to me on the bed. What's going on, Alexis? He pushes a strand of hair out of my face and tucks it behind my ear. I refuse to meet his gaze, because I know if I do, I might fall apart, my mask slipping right off. He plucks the remote from the bedside table and points it at the television, muting it. I know something's up. Why don't you just tell me so we can talk about it? There's nothing to tell, I say, scooching out of bed right around him and setting off toward the kitchen with my now empty wineglass in hand. The Chicago skyline is lit up through the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, a million bright lights set against the black night. When Andrew and I first moved in, I was in awe of the site, and I told myself I'd never take it for granted. But you can get used to anything, I've learned, even the most spectacular things. Andrew trails behind me, still pressing. You're not fooling me with this blasé routine. I've known you too long. He's not going to let this go, but my obstinance and resolve are almost perfectly unshakable. I just don't feel like going out, that's all. I pull open the refrigerator, grab the bottle of wine, and dump the rest of it into my glass. It's nearly to the rim, the perfect pour. Come on, Alexis. I made these plans months ago. So, I made up my mind an hour ago. I gulp the wine, downing a third of it in an instant. Immediately, my core is warm, and I feel more relaxed. You're being unreasonable, so something clearly happened. What is it? His voice is calm, but now edged with frustration. He's not like me in that sense. I am, without fail, emotional and impulsive in almost all situations. We're actually different in every way. Where my hair is blonde, his is dark. Where my eyes are light green, his are a deep chocolate brown. Where my stature is petite, his is towering. Where my outlook on life is pessimistic, his is optimistic. Opposites attract, or so they say. Nothing happened. I'm just not in the mood to go out, I shrug. I have a very peculiar conflict style, the only thing for which I credit my communications degree. Avoidance meets quick-to-anger rashness. I also learned it's not healthy, but that was where the education stopped. I've defined it and identified it, and I've learned to live with it. Alexis, I got us reservations to Alania, he says, a smile growing across his face. We've been wanting to go there for forever. That's the special date I planned. He's expecting me to do a 180 and jump for joy, but I'm still not in the mood. Besides, a several hours-long tasting menu with pretentious tiny portions is his thing, not mine. I mean, I do enjoy seeing how happy he is trying each dish and describing all the flavors I'm unable to pick out, but I can't do that tonight because I'm not happy. Well, we can go another time. You know how long it takes to get a reservation there. Please, for me, can you just pull yourself together? His eyes plead with mine. Self-destruction. Begin activation. A tiny voice inside my head says. I gulp my wine again, fuel for the little whisper. Why don't you just go by yourself if it means that much to you? Or better yet, take another girl. I narrow my eyes. What? Andrew gives me a wild look, which pairs well with my outrageous statement. Where the hell did that come from? I don't respond, because I don't have an answer for him. It was just the most ridiculous thing I could think of in the moment. He closes his eyes and rubs at his forehead. Fine, I'll cancel the reservation, if that's what you want, Andrew says, undoing the cuffs of his white button-down and rolling up his sleeves. That's exactly what I want. I raise my chin, ignoring his dismay. Okay, he says with a heavy exhale as he tugs his tie loose. So what would you like to do instead? His eyes flick to the cardboard box set on the kitchen table, the one Janet gifted to me earlier today. Shit, I forgot to toss that. That is the last thing I want to talk about. I'm not a person who works through things. I work around them. Andrew crosses the room and picks up my decrepit succulent. My mind suddenly flashes back to the exact memory of him gifting me the little plant. Andrew beamed as he handed it to me. He had come home early from work when he heard I'd finally landed a job after almost a year of searching. I mean, it was a temporary position just like the previous one, but this one came with the opportunity to become a full-time permanent position. When I held it in my hands, I looked at that fleshy little plant and remember thinking quite a few things. 1, it was the sweetest thing anyone had ever gotten for me. 2, I couldn't believe he entrusted a living thing to me. 3, that succulent connected me to success, a job, and Andrew, and as long as I could keep it alive, I would have all 3. The memory fades away quickly as I recall that Sucky didn't survive the trip home, which is fitting since success and a job both perished as well today. Hey, this is the plant I got you. What happened to it? Andrew looks to me, slightly frowning. Did you lose your job? My cheeks redden to the shade of the Cabernet I'm drinking. It's none of your business. I narrow my eyes again, meeting his incredulous gaze. We're partners, Alexis, so I would say it is my business, and you don't have to be so combative. Just tell me what happened. What happened is what always happens. The universe shits all over me. You know how my life is. It's shit. Always has been, always will be. Not this again, he groans. Self-destruction activated, the tiny voice says. Oh, screw you, I yell, as I stomp off toward the bedroom and flip my wispy hair. Yup, I'm always one for the dramatics. The bigger the reaction, the better. Had there been a small end table or standing fan in my path, I would have certainly knocked it to the ground to further punctuate my anger. You know what, Alexis? What, Andrew? I spin around, facing him. The wineglass is already at my lips, right where it belongs. His ship-brown eyes widen. You need to grow up, he says. Typically, when I wasn't mad at him, I'd say his eyes were like milk chocolate or some other brown-colored pleasant thing. But not now. Right now, his eyes are shit. I lower the glass. The crimson-colored wine leaves its mark on my sharp tongue, ready to draw blood. I'm in my 30s. I'm as grown as I've ever been, thank you very much. Alexis, look at yourself. He points at me, as if I don't know who I am. You just lost your job. You have the worst attitude of anyone I've ever met about absolutely everything in life, and you're so stuck in the past you can barely exist in the present. Your life isn't what it is because the universe is out to get you, or you're unlucky. It's what it is because you never took responsibility for it, for any of it. He draws in a long, deep breath. I've never seen him this angry before. Our fights are usually like the flame of a candle, small and easily extinguished. But this one is epic by comparison, and it feels like it's still building. His turd eyes burn with dejection, staring so deep into mine that I have to look away for a second. It's as if he's preparing for a showdown. Bull, meet matador. I lock eyes with him and tip the wineglass back, pouring copious amounts of liquid courage down my throat that I'm sure will ferment and digest into regret. It provides me with a small amount of time to think of something clever or mean to say in response. I haven't decided which route I'll take. A few drops slither out from my lips, dribbling onto my pajama top. I wipe the drops away with my other hand and silently curse the stained fabric that makes me look like more of a mess than I already am. Okay. Yes, I do always blame my shortcomings on a lack of luck or on my shitty past. Andrew knows me better than I know myself, although I would never tell him that. Since he's been in my life for so long, he had the pleasure of knowing my college party girl self, who did what she wanted, when she wanted, and didn't give a damn about anyone else. I blame her for my current life. See, 18-year-old me lived by a number of inspirational quotes, except she used them to rationalize her failures, her laziness, her shortcomings, and essentially everything that went wrong in her life, instead of trying to actually, be better. Some of those words she lived by included, everything happens for a reason. It will all work out in the end. If it's meant to be, it will be. Things go wrong so you can appreciate them when they're right. Everything is okay in the end. If it's not okay, then it's not the end. Whatever will be, will be. And when she was feeling festive, que sera, sera. As it turns out, inspirational quotes can be quite discouraging and uninspiring when taken out of context and placed in the wrong hands. Those words to live by were my words to hold responsible. It was just so much easier to blame the universe rather than myself for my problems, and I still tend to do that, but not to the degree my former self did. I'm like a jigsaw puzzle that someone got bored with and decided not to finish putting together. Shit. Andrew's still staring at me, and I'm now sucking at an empty wineglass. How long have I been standing here drinking air? Well, are you going to say something? His patience with me has clearly worn thin as he folds his arms across his chest and stares me down. I set the glass on the bedside table and retake my position in front of him, poker-faced. Yeah, I'm going to say something. Silence fills the room. I don't know what to say because, well, wine. But I'm not going to lose this battle. Think. I probably should apologize and drop the whole thing. Tell him I was just feeling down, but doing something together is exactly what I need, and that I love him very much. But that's not really my style. I enjoy getting the last word in, even if the last word is completely wrong, entirely moronic, and wholly untruthful. Then say it. He tightens his jaw. I try to stand a bit taller, faking self-assurance. If that's what you think of me, then I don't think we should be together. Really? He uncrosses his arms and takes a half step toward me, his eyes searching mine. Is that what you really think? Yes, it is. You want to stand here and judge me like I'm some awful person who's holding you back. Well, you're the one dating me, so what does that say about you? Or maybe I am the way I am because you make me so damn miserable. That's a complete lie. The truth is, Andrew doesn't make me miserable. He's actually the best thing in my life. He's the reason I'm slightly less intolerable now than I used to be. Without him, I'd be worse off, if that's even possible. I definitely wouldn't have a place to live without him. I'm unemployed, broke, and generally a downer to be around. But in heated moments or getting the upper hand is at stake, you have to say awful things you don't really mean. You know, go for the emotional kill shot. That's just how relationships work. Thank you. He relaxes his shoulders and deeply exhales through his nose as he closes his eyes. When they reopen, I notice there's a sheen to them. Andrew turns from me and leaves the bedroom without another word. For what? I ask, confused, as I've never gotten a response like that before. I follow him, calling his name, hoping he was thanking me for pointing out something insightful and that his gratefulness isn't sarcasm. He pauses at the front door, grabs his coat from the hook and slips it on. Thank you for stopping me from making the biggest mistake of my life. He hangs his head and then slides a small blue box from his coat pocket. Not just any blue, the most beautiful blue in the whole world. Tiffany blue. Andrew flips it open, revealing a sparkly diamond ring that puts the Christmas lights hanging from our balcony, which I have yet to take down, to shame. It's close to Christmas now anyway, so it really doesn't make sense to put them away. Before I can say yes, he snaps the box closed. It makes that noise, that beautiful clap with an echo, like in Pretty Woman, but unlike Richard Gere, he's not kidding. I look up at him, tears brimming my eyes. You are going to propose? My lip quivers. I try to stop it, but I've hit that level of overwhelming sadness. First, you lose control of your facial muscles. Then, your breaths come fast and deep, almost like strained, raspy hiccups. So embarrassing. Next, your face crumples up like a piece of cheap aluminum foil, regardless of the amount of Botox you've had injected, because that sadness is deeper than paralysis. His eyes fill with tears as he tries to hold back his disappointment. I was. That's why dinner was so important. It had nothing to do with the restaurant or the pretentious meal. It was about you. It's always about you. I reach my hand out, but he doesn't grab for it, and without any support, it falls back to my side. Oh my God, what did I do? I always mess everything up. I could be taking selfies, hand photos of my gorgeous ring right now and uploading them to every social media platform available, showing the world I'm not a loser, that someone out there likes it enough to put a ring on it, and that I'm worthy of love and commitment. But no. Instead, I'm standing here watching my whole relationship disappear faster than the wine bottle I just put away. I love you, Alexis, Andrew says with complete and utter sincerity. I love you too, I reply quickly before he can get in a but or some other dumbass conjunction that will clash with his affection for me. But, he says, damn it, there it is. Loving you isn't enough anymore. It's just not. I love you with all my heart, all my being, and all of my existence. But it's not enough. How can I plan a future with you when you're so stuck in the past that you can't even see one for yourself? He pulls his lips in. I'm not sure if the question is rhetorical, but I need to answer it. The tears are escaping from my eyes faster than I can wipe them away. Andrew, I try to get the words out, but they're lodged in my throat. I know. He slips the box back into his breast pocket. I love you, Alexis, but I'm leaving you. What did I do? Andrew is my everything. This can't be it. We can't be done. I thought this was just another silly battle, but it was the war. I grab his arm as he turns to reach for the door handle and drop to my knees, pleading and begging for the first time in my life. Please, don't do this, Andrew. I love you so much it hurts. I sob, holding on to him. But he pulls away and leaves without another word. I sink to my knees, weeping uncontrollably. There it is. Rock bottom. I've officially hit it. 3. Somehow, after what seems like a lifetime of ugly crying, I pick myself up off the floor and stumble into the kitchen, grabbing another bottle of wine. I pop the cork and drink straight from the bottle, because that's what you do in these situations. Cut out the middleman. If I had any ice cream, I'd surely be packing my face with that right now, too. Wandering aimlessly around the apartment, it feels foreign now, since just like my office cubicle, it's no longer mine. Me and my bottle of wine end up in the walk-in closet off the second bedroom, hand in hand as we explore the ruins of our former love nest. The closet is a mess of papers and jumbled boxes ready to topple off every shelf. All of them mine. It's the physical representation of my life. With the door closed, it appears put together, but step inside and you learn the truth. Everything happens for a reason, I repeat to myself through gasping sobs. In the end, everything will be all right. If it's not, then it's not the end. The box on the top shelf, labeled College Memories, catches my eye, and I reach for it, because that's where it all went wrong for me. It crashes to the ground, the contents spilling out on the floor like vomit. Photo albums, shot glasses, CDs, T-shirts, and journals. Hugging the wine bottle to my chest, I plop down in the middle of the mess and pluck a random album from the pile. Flipping through the pages of photos nestled in their plastic sleeves, I try to recall a memory from each one. But I can't. Because they were all taken when I was drunk, or at least well on my way. I barely recognize the girl in the photos, the girl I was. An 18-year-old, size 4, dressed in skin-tight, barely-there party girl outfits, sporting heavy eye makeup and long blonde extensions that stretched past the small breasts she prayed every day would grow. Eyes bloodshot and faded, staring out to where she thinks the camera is. Just a young, naive, reckless girl without a clue. Now, in my 30s, I dress somewhat appropriately, at least most of the time. I'm now a size 10-ish, but I'm prone to lie about that, claiming to be an 8, or sometimes even a 6 if I'm dehydrated. I've traded the extensions for a more sensible lob. My makeup is subtle and works to highlight the features of my face, rather than create new ones. My clothes are modest, with room for my organs to expand and move around. My breasts have grown several cup sizes, thanks to Dr. Curson. Apparently God doesn't listen to prayers for larger breasts, but plastic surgeons do. They just need the correct offering. I take another swig of wine, continuing to scan over the album. In one picture, I'm on my knees, my head tilted to the ceiling, a thick, clear tube perched between my lips. A red funnel at the other end is being filled to the brim with some disgusting swill of Milwaukee's Best Light, or Hams, or whatever the cheapest beer was at the time. In another, a couple of blotto frat guys hold my legs up in the air, while my hands grip the sides of a beer keg. I'm wearing a denim miniskirt that thankfully a random girl is holding in place, denying the crowd a free show. Classy. In yet another photo, I'm clutching a shot glass and posing with a group of fellow college kids I no longer recognize. They were probably my best friends that evening, as all people you meet during a drunken escapade are. Solving the world's problems one pull of tequila at a time. I always wished that my college memories would outlast my student loan payments, but with $22,000 in debt remaining, I don't think that's going to happen. A few photos later, I recognize the group of 3 girls I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with, huddled in front of a beer pong table. I'm in the middle, wearing a crop top I cut up myself and tight low-rise jeans that are 2 sizes too small. I'm not actually drunk in this picture. Buzzed, yes. Soon to be drunk, undoubtedly, but not drunk yet. I'm smiling. My long blonde hair has perfect ringlets, my makeup looks freshly applied, and my eyes aren't glazed over. This one is a rarity, the Mona Lisa among my photo collection. Katie stands beside me, several inches taller. Her shoulder-length, no-nonsense haircut fits her, as she was the mom of our group. She was always there to hold my hair back and make sure I didn't asphyxiate on my own vomit or die of alcohol poisoning. Without Katie, I wouldn't have made it past 20 years old. She got me through a lot of dark and difficult times, times that are partly to blame for why I am the way I am. After college, she and I grew apart, as most people do. According to Facebook, she's married and working as an emergency room doctor at a hospital in Chicago. I never even got a job that requires the college degree I went so deeply into debt for. And now, I'll probably never get married, as earlier events this evening have shown. Like Katie, I also moved to Chicago, but not for some fancy career. I came here for Andrew. He had gotten accepted to the Kellogg School of Management at Northwestern University, and after graduating with an MBA, he was recruited by Bain's Chicago office for something to do with consulting. I'm not really sure what his job entails, but he makes a lot of pretty PowerPoint decks and says EBITDA and private equity a lot. I know what you're thinking. He's quite the catch. How did someone like me keep someone like him around for so long? Maybe the 70% travel and minimum of 60-hour work weeks made the heart grow fonder. But my guess is he thought I was a diamond in the rough that needed time to develop. As it turns out, I was actually just a dirty rock he was endlessly polishing. I set the half-empty bottle of wine aside and peer at the face of my former self. Damn you, I say, as I flip off the girl in the photo. Sliding it from its sleeve, I bring it closer to my line of sight. My eyes scan to the right of the photograph, and I smile, seeing Nikki standing beside me in a fit of laughter, her mouth wide open. Nikki and I were best friends, roommates, and partners in crime, meaning we always partied together. We're still friends to this day, and by that, I mean Facebook friends that occasionally like each other's posts and never miss out on writing happy birthday on each other's social media pages. She's married with kids now. Having a family of her own was what she had always wanted, and she got it. I examined the last person in the photo, Claire. Perfectly poised, her deep brown hair is full of thin caramel highlights, stopping just below her large, natural breasts. Claire was supremely average in every single department, except for her looks. I mean, she had it all: big lips, high cheekbones, an hourglass shape, and large emerald eyes. She even made most girls drool. She was in college for one thing, her MRS degree. But not just any MRS degree. She planned to major in trophy wife. I received a save the date from her several weeks ago. Written in black flowing cursive letters on a piece of thick and expensive-looking paper were the words, "Save the date for the wedding of Dr. John Ashford and Claire Denton." Only Claire would include the title of doctor in her save the date. I actually bumped into her a few months ago, which is probably the only reason I received a save the date, because we hadn't kept in touch. But she gushed while filling me in on her whirlwind romance. She had met Dr. John Ashford while waitressing at a high-end restaurant, and in a stroke of serendipity, a week later, Claire was rushed to the hospital after being struck by a car. Guess who ended up being her doctor? None other than Dr. John Ashford. What are the odds? Well, for any normal person, 1 in a billion. But for Claire, 1 in 1.5. I have a hunch that she intentionally got hit by a car right in front of the hospital he works at. It sounds like an irrational thing to do, but the Claire I knew would. 1 broken leg, a minor head injury, and a few fractured ribs for the chance to marry a doctor? She'd make that trade any day. As I look at the faces of my friends, frozen in time, I realize they each got essentially everything they wanted in life: a husband, a family, a successful career, and the status of a trophy wife. It all just worked out for them. And then there's me. Well, her. I glare at that 18-year-old girl I don't even recognize anymore and flick the photo away to stop myself from ripping it apart. That selfish bitch took everything from me. Andrew, my future, my career, everything. 18-year-old me only cared about the present. She had no regard for me. Well, the me I am now. I wish she would have taken things seriously, tried harder, partied less, and given my future a fighting chance. Things would have been different if she would have just taken responsibility for her own life, because now it's mine, and let me tell you, it sucks. She was so selfish, short-sighted, and ignorant, and yet she thought she knew it all. She honestly thought that one day things would be exactly how she had always pictured they'd be. She thought this perfect ending she dreamed of would require little to no effort on her part, because life is supposed to work out, right? Can't good and amazing things happen to people just because? No. She was so wrong, and now I have to deal with the consequences. She had all the fun, and I have all the burdens. I don't realize I'm crying again until a teardrop splashes onto the photo album resting in my lap. I reach for an old rolled-up college t-shirt and pull it toward me. It unravels, a full bottle of cheap vodka rolling out of it. I remember where it came from immediately. My friends had bought it at a flea market from a Ukrainian woman after my mom... No, I'm not going to think about that now. Today's been hard enough, and I don't need yet another reminder of how shitty my life has become. The vodka label is mostly peeled off, minus a graphic of a circle with 4 black dots equally spaced around the perimeter. Each dot has a line connecting to a 5th black dot in the middle of the circle. A post-it note taped just below the label reads, "Dear Lexi, we're so sorry, and we love you so much. The woman we bought this from told us this was specially distilled and blessed by her. She said, drink to forget, drink to repeat," whatever that means. It was hard to understand her, but we hope this helps take the edge off. Love, Katie, Nikki, and Claire. Unscrewing the rusty cap, I raise the bottle of vodka to the album of photos. Here's to you, you dumb bitch. I wish that I could make you better, that I could go back in time and fix every mistake you ever made, because you ruined us. I tip the bottle back and swig, the room temp vodka burning as it rakes its way down my throat. I pull it from my lips and gasp for air. Once composed, I swig again, and again, and again. 4. I lift my head from a lumpy pillow, immediately realizing that it's not mine. Yellow-tinted sheets that reek of sweat and beer are cocooned around my achy body. My head is throbbing, and my eyes are covered in a thick coat of mascara and gunk. I groan and pull myself into a seated position, quickly yanking the sheets off. Oh, thank God. I sigh with relief, seeing that I'm fully dressed in straight-leg Abercrombie jeans and a white long-sleeved top. I don't remember putting them on, but at least I'm wearing clothes. That's one good thing. But where the hell am I? And whose bed is this? Also, where's my purse? Or my phone? Or my shoes, for that matter? Searching under the bed for my belongings, I find a pair of women's underwear that isn't mine, an open box of condoms, dirty socks, and balled-up boxers. I groan and get to my feet, surveying my surroundings. The walls are splattered with posters of half-naked women, Tara Reid in a bikini, Christina Aguilera in a still shot from her Dirty Music video, and Britney Spears dripping with sweat from her I'm a Slave for You video. Pretty outdated if you ask me, but whoever lives here clearly has a type. I pace the room, my bare feet slapping against the scuffed-up hardwood floor. Andrew is going to be so pissed at me. Wait, does he even have a right to be mad? He's the one who ended things, so it's really none of his business what I do anymore. And since we're broken up, it wouldn't be considered cheating, right? Ugh, I sound like Ross from Friends. I'm the we were on a break person. But wait, did I even cheat? I'm fully dressed. I woke up alone, granted in someone else's room, definitely a guy's room for that matter. I'd say I'm youngish, wild, and free. If I had a clue as to where I am, what I did last night, and where all my stuff is. This is not like me at all, at least not anymore. 10 years ago? Sure. But nowadays, I much prefer a night in with a bottle of wine. That way I know exactly where I'll wake up. Loud yells and grunts coming from downstairs shoot right up through the floorboards, startling me back to reality. Okay, so I'm not alone. I slink over to the mirror hung on the back of the door, careful not to step on anything, and do my best to smear last night's makeup into place. Finger combing my hair, I transform the rat's nest into a somewhat sleek lob and push my breasts up into their store-bought position. Giving myself a once-over, I frown at the sight of yellow and red stains on my white t-shirt. My God. I hope that's ketchup and mustard, or beer and wine. I find a striped button-down lying on top of an overstuffed clothes hamper and slip it on. It drapes over me, clearly intended for a large man, but it does the job of hiding some of my filth. First things first, I need to get home and find Andrew so I can make things right before he really leaves me for good. The longevity of our relationship can be chalked up to a near feline level of second chances. 9 lives, baby. I haven't really kept count, though, so I might not have any left. Let's just hope I do, because Andrew and I are meant to be, no matter how much I mess it up. Gliding my hand against the stucco wall to steady my hungover self, I tiptoe down an old wooden staircase to the first floor. The stairs creak slightly with each step, the old bones of a house that looks as though it was built before the Vietnam War. A putrid smell of skunkweed, light beer, and vomit invades my nose, practically making me gag. I didn't think anything could smell worse than the bedroom I just woke up in. As I descend the stairs, the living room starts to come into view with empty beer cans and red Solo cups littering the floor. I pause on the last step when I spot them. 4 shirtless guys huddled around an old tube television set in the corner of the room. 2 are seated on a plaid couch playing a video game, their fingers mashing against the buttons on the controller. One guy is leaned all the way back in a recliner, and another sits on an old milk crate, his elbows propped up on his knees. I can't help but notice how young they all look. Maybe 18, 19, 20. This is not what I was expecting. Oh, God. Am I a cougar? And what's with the frosted tips and shell necklaces? They look like members of NSYNC or Sugar Ray, especially the one with a cutout on top of his hat. Who wears their hair like that these days? I mean, aside from Guy Fieri, but that's one of his privileges for being the mayor of Flavortown. I lose my footing and stumble off the last step, falling to the floor with a dull thud. The guys turn and look to me. A couple of them even stand. "Alexis!" the guy with the frostiest, spikiest tips yells out. I get to my feet, brush myself off, and put my hand up, quietly saying, "Greetings, boys. Men." "Damn, girl, you went hella hard last night," says a guy who's so unbelievably attractive, it looks as though he's wearing an Instagram filter. "Word, I couldn't even keep up with you," says the one with a large tribal tattoo wrapped around his thick bicep. I stammer. Jesus, did I sleep with all of them? No, that's not like me. I wouldn't do that. But then again, Ryan Gosling's lookalike said I went hella hard, and the tattooed man with the bulging biceps said he couldn't keep up with me. Andrew's never going to marry me now, let alone take me back. I'm quadruple used goods. "Get over here, girl." The first guy waves me into the living room. As soon as I cross the threshold, Mr. Biceps wraps his arms around me and lifts me nearly a foot off the ground. His hard, warm muscles make my worries instantly melt away. I force a half smile, not knowing what to say or even who any of these boys are, including the guy currently suspending me in the air. He sets me back down, and the rest of them crowd around me, each holding up a hand. "Don't leave us hanging," says Ryan Gosling's twin. Oh, duh, I know this. I high-five each of them, and then they high-five each other and exchange words like sweet and awesome. There's no way I slept with these guys. They're like children with abs and muscles and newly developed facial hair. And did I mention muscles? They retake their positions in front of the TV. Frosty Tips pats the cushion next to him, offering me a seat. "Oh, no, I have to get going." I take a small step toward the group. "But have any of you seen my purse?" Without looking back, the one with the tribal tattoos replies, "You didn't bring one." "Okay, what about my shoes?" "You weren't wearing any." "What? What about my phone?" I ask. Ryan Gosling turns his head, looking back at me with a raised brow. "You wandered in off the street drunk as all hell, with no shoes and no ID, and definitely no phone. At first, we thought you'd been robbed or something, but then you started singing this shots, shots, shots song. Sweet lyrics, by the way. I mean, no one knew who you were, but damn, girl, you can fucking party. And as president of Alpha Sigma Sigma, I hereby declare you an honorary Alpha Sig Sloop for life. You're welcome here anytime. He seals his offer with a wink. Wait, Alpha Sigma Sigma? Like ass? That can't be right. That doesn't sound like a real thing. Am I dreaming? I must be. I close my eyes tight, willing myself to wake up. But when I reopen them, I'm still here, standing in front of the members of ASS. I'm sorry, what was your name again? I say to fake Gosling. Mark, and no need to call me president. We're way past formalities. He looks me up and down, smirks, and then returns his attention back to the video game on screen. Before I can get a word in, the tattooed guy asks, "Did you come up with that yourself?" Come up with what? That song. Then they all join in, singing, "Shots, shots, shots, shots. If you're not getting drunk, get the hell out of here," Mark belts out. Those aren't even the right lyrics. What rock have these guys been living under? Ha, no, it's an old LMFAO song. They all look at each other quizzically. Mark says, "Huh? Never heard of it. Are we going to play or not?" Mr. Frosty Tips impatiently interrupts. They unpause the game, and Frosty and Tattoo Boy begin to rapidly smash at the buttons on their controllers. "What are you all playing?" I ask, not knowing what else to say. "Madden 03, Mark replies. My brow furrows. Aren't they up to, like, Madden 17 now? I'm pretty proud that I even know anything about football or video games. My older brother Justin is big into football, so that's where my knowledge comes from. Andrew's also a team owner of the Green Bay Packers, as many Wisconsinites are. He owns probably 0.000000000000000000001%, but you'd assume he was a majority stake owner with how he completely overreacts to their wins and losses. Girls really don't know shit about football, Mark teases, and then they all laugh and high-five one another. I slowly edge toward the front door as they become absorbed in their game again. Well, I'm going to get going, guys. I have to find my shoes and iPhone. iPhone? What the hell is an iPhone? Damn, girl, you still drunk? I honestly might be, but I know what an iPhone is. See you all around. Thanks for the hospitality, I say, reaching for the door handle. Before they can finish their goodbyes, hoots, and hollers, I'm already standing on the front porch. It's cold out, like really cold, but the bright sun reveals a charming neighborhood with large old houses lining both sides of the street. There isn't really any traffic, nor cars parked bumper to bumper. Odd for Chicago. The birds are chirping, and there's a good amount of green everywhere. Trees, bushes, and grass. Plus, every house seems to have its own lawn. Wait a minute. Downtown Chicago doesn't have nature. And where are all the sirens? I must be in one of the suburbs. But why the hell would I come all the way out here? Is this Naperville or Evanston? There's no way I'll find a cab just cruising down the street. Damn. And I had a plan all worked out already. I'd flag a cab, take it to my street, and when it was time for me to pay, I'd run as fast as my bare feet would carry me. No money, cell phone, or shoes needed for that unlawful plan. But now, I need a new one. I have to somehow get a hold of Andrew and then beg him to come and rescue me. Probably best to leave out the whole frat guy house thing. I'll tell him I was robbed instead. That should make him spring into action. After all, everyone wants to be someone else's hero. There are large buildings in the distance, about a mile away. Perhaps I'm not as far away from the apartment as I thought I was. But the Chicago skyline looks really small from here. Like, really small. Maybe those guys were right. Maybe I am still drunk. A dizzy, achy feeling hits me right as the thought sets in. I hold my head and try to focus my eyes. Those buildings definitely don't look as tall or as big as they should, but I must not be seeing things clearly. I start off toward them anyway, rubbing the sides of my arms with my hands to try to warm myself up as I walk. At an intersection, a car full of girls pull up beside me, stopping at a red light, windows down, blaring Vanessa Carlton's 1,000 Miles. They're laughing and singing along to it without a care in the world. I love that song. I haven't heard it since the last time I watched White Chicks, but I find myself bobbing my head to it. The light turns green and the car speeds off, tires peeling and all. I let out a deep sigh and keep walking. My feet are freezing, and I really wish I had my shoes, or at least a pair of socks. How did I get myself into this mess? Oh, that's right. I let my emotions get the best of me as per usual, and then I let them take over. Up ahead, I spot two girls heading in my direction. Perfect. Perhaps they'll be of some help. The brunette dons a navy blue velour juicy couture tracksuit, and the blonde is wearing a pink one. I didn't even know they still made those, given how tacky they are. Hey, ladies, do either of you have a cell phone? I say as they come within a few feet of me. They look me up and down, furrowing their brow. Oh, great. Now they're judging me. It's an emergency. I was robbed, I quickly add, knowing I'm going to need their sympathy in order to get their help. The blonde one tilts her head. Oh, no, you poor thing. Is she being sarcastic, or is she genuinely concerned for my well-being? Sorry, but we don't have cell phones, the brunette adds. Okay, the blonde was being sarcastic. Who in this day and age doesn't have a cell phone? My grandpa has a cell phone and he's 92. The little girl across the hall in our apartment building has a cell phone and she's 7. Do I really look that terrible? Or maybe they don't trust me, given my disheveled appearance. I wrap the oversized striped button-up a little tighter around my body. But hey, there's a payphone on campus you can use. The blonde points in the direction they just came from. It's 2 blocks that way. Seriously? I say with a bit of attitude. Yeah, she nods. It's right at the edge of campus. You can't miss it. And here's a quarter for the call. The brunette takes a coin from her Dooney and Burke crayon heart bag and places it in my hand. Good luck, they say in unison as they wave me off and carry on. A payphone? Are you friggin' kidding me? What happened to being a girl's girl? I groan, pocket the quarter, and continue walking. Oddly, I'm starting to recognize the houses and buildings. Maybe this is the University of Chicago. I went there once, but I was pretty hammered. That's probably why this all looks so familiar in a fuzzy and nondescript way. I pick up my pace, eager to reach the payphone so I can call Andrew and get home. There it is, just like those juicy couture girls said. Picking up the receiver, I stuff the quarter into the slot labeled 25 cents and dial Andrew's number, the only number I have memorized besides my own. He's had the same one since college, and he's never wanted to give it up, citing it was too much of a hassle. After a half second, the line begins to ring. Wow, I'll be damned. This payphone actually works. Hello? He answers with a big yawn. Andrew, it's me. I'm so sorry about last night. I should have never acted like that. You know how I am and how I'm incapable of dealing with setbacks in a healthy way. I either shut down or blow up. But I promise I won't do it anymore. I swear. I want to marry you, and I know you didn't technically ask, but my answer is yes. It's always yes to you. I love you more than anything in the world. You know that, right? I say all in one breath, not giving him an opportunity to interrupt me. There's a stretch of silence before he finally responds. Who is this? Andrew, it's me, Alexis. I need your help. I don't know where I am, and I don't know what happened, but I'm pretty sure I was robbed. My voice is panicked, and I wonder if the payphone is distorting how I sound on his end. I think you have the wrong number, lady. What? Are you friggin' kidding me? You can't be serious. Pressing the receiver firmly against my ear, the anger builds within me as I wait for him to speak. Baby, who is that? A woman's voice calls out in the background. It's no one, Melissa. Just a wrong number. Go back to bed. He whispers away from the phone. Andrew, what the fuck? I repeat shrilly, my blood boiling. You proposed to me just last night. Well, we're going to propose, and now you're already screwing your ex? How could you do this to me? We've been together forever, and you're back with her, the girl who cheated on you and gave you chlamydia? How could you do this? All I can hear is my own heavy breathing. Are you cheating on me? Andrew asks, his voice quiet, like he's not holding the phone to his ear. No, but you're cheating on me, asshole, I yell. Why would you ask me that, baby? Of course not, Melissa says in the distance. I can hear them talking back and forth in the background. What the hell is going on? I would never cheat on you, Melissa says, a little more clearly this time. Yeah, right, you lying, cheating homewrecker, I shout. Then the phone clicks, and the line goes dead. He hung up on me. Cheating is bad, but hanging up on me? That's unforgivable. I slam the receiver back in its holder and hang my head, taking a couple of deep breaths. Tears threaten to pour out of my eyes, but I suck them back in and push them down. Don't cry. Don't cry. When I feel a little calmer, and by calmer I mean less homicidal, I stand tall and put on my most determined face. It's more of a grimace. Fine. I don't need him. I'll find my own way home. I'm a grown woman. I can figure this whole thing out. No man required. It's his loss in the end. I suck in the cool, brisk air, reminding myself that it's all going to be okay. After all, things go wrong so they can go right. 5. The 3-story brick building straight ahead looks familiar, but I can't put my finger on it. I feel like I've been in there at least a dozen times. Strange. Perhaps my blackout memories are coming back to me. I mean, how else would I remember a campus building from the University of Chicago, a school I've never actually attended? Maybe I've discovered some sort of scientific thingy in which drinking large amounts of alcohol eventually brings back memories previously lost from drinking large amounts of alcohol. Wow, that's Nobel Prize for Science worthy. Perhaps they'll name one of these buildings after me. I enter through the front, and as soon as I step inside, the building's heat immediately flattens the goosebumps covering my arms. Ahead of me is a plain, long hallway lined with wooden doors and frosted windows, the off-white floor spattered with black skid marks. There's no one around, but I can hear voices, so I creep down the hall, peeking into the open doorways. Some are empty. Others are filled with seated students facing the front of the room, where a professor lectures on and on about this subject and that. In one such classroom, I take a good look at the septuagenarian teacher, glasses lingering at the end of his nose, and a voice so monotone it could put insomniacs to sleep. Mr. Bernard? That's Mr. Bernard. He was my Math 101 professor freshman year of college. Oh, he hated me. Partly because I was awful at math, but mostly because I seldom attended his classes, and when I did, I was nothing short of a menace. Wow, he hasn't aged a bit. Wait a minute. He should be dead by now, right? Or at least well into his 90s. How the hell does he look the same, and still teaching to boot? Lexi Spencer, Mr. Bernard calls out. He looks down at the clipboard in his hand before lifting his head and glancing at the students seated in front of him. Absent again. The streak continues, he says, letting out an annoyed sigh as he aggressively marks his paper. That's me. I'm not absent. I'm right here. That's my name. Well, Alexis, but that is me. I actually haven't gone by Lexi in years. Before I can stop myself, I call out, I'm here. I'm Lexi Spencer. Mr. Bernard swivels his head in my direction and raises a brow at me standing in the doorway. It's me, Lexi Spencer, or Alexis now. I point to myself as I cross the threshold into his classroom. I haven't seen you in so long, Mr. Bernard. How have you been? You look so young. Well, young for being so old. It's like he's looking right through me, like I'm not even here. Am I here? I walk further into the room. Oh, fuck. Am I dreaming? No, wait. Am I dead? Mr. Bernard scowls and returns his attention to his clipboard, double scratching out my name. I wave my hands in front of him. Hello? Can you see me? He doesn't react at all to my presence. Shit! Did I die last night? Is this hell? If it is, honestly, the universe got this one right. Sitting in Mr. Bernard's class for the rest of my life would be my own personal hell. Can't say I didn't see this coming. I shrug as I ponder out loud. Excuse me, miss, Mr. Bernard says sternly. Holy hell, you can see me. I'm alive, I squeal. Leave my classroom, immediately. He points his long, crooked finger at the door. The students erupt with laughter, followed by rude whispering comments. She's crazy. What a drunk. All aboard the Hot Mess Express. Okay. Sorry, I say, putting my hands out in front of me while moving toward the door. Mr. Bernard calls out, "And for goodness sake, tell Lexi to stop sending her friends to her classes to get attendance points. This is the third time she's done this. Next time it happens, I'm failing her." My brow furrows with confusion as I exit the room and head down the empty hallway. Lexi sending friends in her place to get attendance points? I used to do that back when I was in college, but that was so long ago. Did Mr. Bernard recognize me and think I was a current student? I mean, he's very old, and I did take his class more than once. He's probably just confused, and he's mixing up the past with the present. I pop a squat at the end of the hallway and let my head fall into my hands. Something's not right. Actually, a lot of some things aren't right. The frat, this campus, Mr. Bernard. What am I missing? It feels like I'm both underwater and 10,000 feet above land. My temples are throbbing. I lift my head and consider banging it into the bricks behind me, but I stop myself. A bulletin board hung on the wall across from where I'm seated catches my eye. It's crammed with dozens of brightly colored announcements. I scan the board, picking out the words in the boldest and largest fonts. Spring Break 2003. Tryouts for next year's '03 cheerleading squad this Friday. Marcus Cinemas, now showing Spider-Man, Sweet Home Alabama, Signs, and The Ring. What? I ask the empty hall. I get to my feet and run over to the bulletin board to get a better look. Opening my eyes as wide as I can, I blink several times. The words don't change, though. Am I seeing clearly? I start ripping the papers down and reading them out loud before tossing them on the floor. Find the Science Club on MySpace. Have you tried iTunes? Don't forget to sign up for Winterim 2002 classes for additional credits. No, this doesn't make any sense. Stumbling backward, I suck in huge gulps of air, practically hyperventilating. What year is it? It's supposed to be 2016. But then, what's all this? I shake my head, motioning to the papers on the floor and those still tacked up on the board. Suspended into a whirl of disbelief, it feels as though the world is spinning and the walls are moving in on me. My head pounds, my eyes can't focus, my legs become wobbly before giving out altogether, sending me crashing to the tile floor. Deep breath in, deep breath out, deep breath in, deep breath out. I've been drunk, but I've never been this drunk. Suddenly, it hits me all at once. The frat guys. They had frosted tips, and they had no idea who LMFAO is. They were playing Madden '03 and thought I was stupid for suggesting that there are more than a dozen newer versions of that game. They also didn't know what an iPhone is. Who doesn't know what an iPhone is? Those two girls in juicy couture tracksuits without freaking cell phones. And that car of girls jamming out to Vanessa Carlton and not doing the dance from White Chicks? Impossible. That doesn't happen. And the payphone. It exists. And it works. Mr. Bernard is still alive, and he gave me a warning for Lexi. I haven't gone by that name in over a decade. Holy shit, I say out loud. It's 2002? 6. No, this can't be right. I'm dreaming. I must be. That's the only reasonable explanation for any of this. I drank so much last night that I probably blacked out for at least 3 days. This is just a really long, admittedly very realistic, messed up dream. I'm not actually in 2002, and I'm sure I'll wake up any minute now. The sooner the better, because I am seriously freaked out. I pinch myself. Wake up, I say. Pinching harder, I wince in pain. Ouch! Okay, that's not working. Guess I'll have to up the ante, because this dream sure has a strong pull on me. I stand and say, "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!" as I slap the palm of my hand against my head. Nothing. I squeeze the sensitive skin on the back of my arm and squeal involuntarily. Again, nothing. Let me out of this damn dream, I say, raising my left leg high before stomping on my right foot as hard as I can. Ow! 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 I hobble around. Okay, that didn't work either. I attempt to stand up straight, but that same weird disorientation I felt back at the frat rushes into my brain. Dizziness, the throbbing headache, the unfocused vision. It feels like I just got off the tilt-a-whirl. I steady myself against the wall, trying to get my balance, my focus, and my thoughts back. Maybe this whole thing is a cruel joke someone's playing on me. I don't know how they'd be able to pull it off, but it's possible, right? Someone could have drugged me and then hired actors to pretend to be frat guys from 2002. They could have gone on eBay and purchased an old tube TV and Madden '03, built a replica of my old college hall, and hired a lookalike of my old math professor. They hired those juicy couture girls, too, and then they printed out some flyers with a bunch of references to the early 2000s. All in one night. It seems far more likely than time travel. I just have to confirm it. I stumble outside in search of more clues. The sun is shining bright, too bright. I place a hand over my eyes and scan my surroundings. The main road is lined with maple trees covered in yellow and orange leaves that fall to the ground intermittently with each gust of wind. It turns out the large buildings I saw in the distance earlier are dorms. Students are everywhere, walking to and from classes, many wearing black and yellow hoodies emblazoned with the word Titans. And then it hits me. I know where I'm at. My old college campus, the University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh, home of the Titans. But how? Hey, I say to a girl as she's passing by me. What's today's date? Her hair is blonde on top and black on the bottom. So out of style. She pauses and says, November 1st, before picking up her pace again. I follow behind as quickly as my painful bare feet will take me. No, I meant, what year is it? The girl stops in her tracks and shoots me a weird look. Are you messing with me? No, I'm serious. What year is it? Furrowing her brow, she says, 2002. My eyes go wide. What? No, this can't be happening. It's not possible. She stares at me for a moment, assessing whether or not I'm a danger, and then concern spreads across her face. Are you okay? I don't know. I have no idea what's going on, and I'm not sure how I even got here. Tears spill out, running down my cheeks. I'm not just 3 hours away from home. I'm 3 hours and 14 years away from home. How the hell did this happen? And how is it even possible? Maybe I should call the police, she says as she takes a step back, creating more distance between us. I can't let her call the police. They'll for sure throw me in a mental ward. I hold my hands up, palms facing out. No, please, don't. Did someone hurt you? She squints and takes a step, this time toward me. Only Andrew, I say. Did he hit you? What? Oh, no. I wave off her question with both hands. He broke up with me. Oh, that makes sense. She lets out a heavy exhale, the situation being sufficiently diffused in her eyes. It's not the end of the world. I've been there myself. Last year, when my boyfriend broke up with me, I forgot who I was, where I was, and what day it was. All I could do was cry, sleep, and eat ice cream for weeks. She places a hand on my shoulder. It gets better. I promise. I bob my head, going along with her explanation, because at least she doesn't think I'm deranged anymore. The girl cocks her head. Do you go here? I don't think I've seen you around. I used to. Or if it's 2002, I do go here. I'm Alexis, by the way, I quickly add. Veronica. Her gaze veers to my bare feet. Do you need anything? Looks like you're having a rough day. I am, but I'll be fine. You sure? I nod. Okay. Well, I hate to leave you like this, but I've got to run back to my apartment before my shift starts. I work at Kelly's bar, right by campus. Veronica pats my shoulder. Stop in sometime and we can chat. First drink's on me, she says with a smile as she waves me off. Thanks, is all I can manage. Wiping my tears, I stumble over to a wooden bench and sit down before my legs give out. I don't know what to do with myself, or what it is I should be doing. Students pass by, hurrying to and from their classes. Many of them give me an odd look, but most don't notice me at all. I'm not supposed to be here, and I can't understand how it is that I am. I actually don't even understand science or time for that matter, so I guess the how isn't important, at least to me. It's the why. Why am I in 2002? Two tall buildings at the edge of campus catch my eye. I recognize them: North Scott Hall and South Scott Hall. They're the largest dorms at UW Oshkosh, housing over 1,000 students between the two of them. When I went to school here, I lived in North Scott, up on the 8th floor. Thinking of my time there, I smile. But wait, if it really is 2002, then that's where I should go. That's where I'm supposed to be. Well, actually, I'm supposed to be in math class, but let's be real. That means my old friends will be there too. My roommate, my dorm mates, they'll all be there. That must be it. I must have got my wish. I must have been sent here so I can fix everything, make things right. I'll fix my past in order to correct my future. This is my second chance, my do-over. The universe has finally heard my pleas. I've got another shot. I'll study hard. I'll stop partying. I'll avoid making all of the mistakes I previously made. Future me will have a chance. With a few tweaks and changes, I should end up married to Andrew and working an incredible job that comes with all the benefits. Okay, I can do this. I've seen the movies. This'll be cake. I stand and march toward my old dorm with my head held high and a new sense of purpose. Everything is okay in the end, I say. If it's not okay, then it's not the end. 7. I slip in with another student at one of the side doors of North Scott. He glances back at me and squints as I pass through. His mouth parts like he's going to call me out for not badging into the building, but he doesn't say anything. Maybe it's because I look so cold and barefoot and pathetic. I haven't peed since 2016, so I stop off at the restroom on the first floor to take a quick bathroom break and get myself cleaned up. I don't want to draw any more attention than I already have. Splashing my face with water at the sink, I take a good look at my reflection in the mirror. My pale, dull face, surrounded by strands of greasy blonde hair, stares back at me. Jesus, I say, noticing my crow's feet and the smile lines surrounding the crooks of my mouth. What the hell is this? I'm supposed to be 18. I press and pull at my face, trying to smooth out the wrinkles. I do look younger than my actual age, always have, thanks to a combination of genetics and the Botox I started getting in my late 20s. But I definitely can't pass for 18. I look down at my 36 double D breasts. I didn't have these then either. I press against them, trying to make them smaller, but they're not going anywhere. And then there's my nose. It's also a new addition within the last 14 years. A little softer than it used to be, with a slight slope. I trace the curvature of it, looking at my profile in the mirror. A deviated septum got this baby fixed. Or at least that's what I tell everyone. Well, universe, you really screwed the pooch on this one. There's no way in hell I'm going to fit in with my friends looking like this. It was supposed to be just like the good old days. I would just slide seamlessly back into my old life and carry on as if nothing was different, except for me actually trying for once. Then again, maybe my friends can overlook my deteriorated appearance and ignore my breasts and nose augmentations, which seemingly happened overnight. I'll just be like, "What? These old things? I've had them for years. I'm glad you saw me as more than just a great pair of tits, though." Stranger things have happened. I stare deeply at my reflection and give her a nice pep talk. You can do this. Fake it till you make it, as they say. You'll fix you. You'll make all the right decisions, and in 14 years, you'll be married and successful. Just act confident, and no one will ask any questions. A toilet flushes, jarring me away from my own reflection. I scramble out of the bathroom before anyone sees me and take the elevator up to the 8th floor. Keeping my head down, I make my way to my old dorm room and pause outside of it. My hand grips the door handle, jiggling it, and I sigh with relief because it's unlocked. Oh, thank God. But also, how foolish. Anyone could just wander on in as they please, which is perfect for me right now. Praying my roommate isn't here, I push the door open and stick my head in. The desk on the right side of the room is covered in piles of dirty clothes, loose papers, a computer monitor, and books that look as though they are rarely, if ever, opened. On the left side of the room, the other desk is clean and tidy, a usable workstation for studying and completing homework. It's obvious which desk belongs to each occupant. The large pink shag carpet on the floor came courtesy of Nikki. A mini fridge sits in the corner of the room, topped with boxes of granola bars and a basket of fruit. The bed on the left is tidily made, matching the desk. And the other? Holy shit, I gasp. A girl with smeared makeup and long blonde hair is sprawled across the bed, tummy down, in a dead sleep, snoring loudly. Her mini dress is hiked up above her hips, and her ass is almost completely exposed, save for a skinny red thong. A black 5-inch heel is strapped on her left foot. That's me. But how can I be here twice? I step into the room and close the door behind me. My eyes land back on her as drool drips from her gaping mouth. Gross. Was I always that disgusting? I creep closer toward her like a person observing a wild animal. Shit. So, I'm here, and she's here. How the hell is this going to work? We can't both be here. Mid-snore, she jerks, her eyes fluttering open into a pained squint as her lids fight to break free from the clumpy mascara. She sits up, groaning the whole way, and wipes at those gunky, black-caked eyes, not registering that there's another person in the room. I know the moment her brain realizes she's not alone, because her mouth opens, letting out a piercing scream. Shh, be quiet, I hiss. Who the hell are you? What are you doing in my room? She yells. I extend my hands out in front of me, showing I mean no harm, maybe, and inhale deeply, trying to decide how to go about this. Do I lie? Do I tell her the truth? Do I just kill her and take over her life? Wait, wouldn't that kill me too? Like, if I smother her with a pillow, would I instantly die? I should look into that, because that would be the easiest option, as long as I survive. Well, I'm you, I guess. I'm Alexis, I say, really just piecing it all together myself in the moment. She stands up on her high heel and bare foot and staggers backward, shimmying her dress down while glancing around the room in a panic. Oh, I know exactly what she's up to. She's looking for things to hit me with. She smirks as her gaze pauses on the other stiletto lying on the floor. Don't you even think about throwing that shoe at me, I warn, pointing a finger at her and narrowing my eyes. I wasn't thinking that, she says as she edges toward the heel. Just listen to me. She places her hand against her forehead like she's checking for a fever. Am I still drunk? Probably, but that's not the point. Look, I'm you, but I'm from the future. I slap a smile on my face, hoping it'll be convincing and disarming. I'm sure it's coming off as super creepy instead, because she appears even more confused and maybe even a bit scared. I don't know why I'm here or how I got here, but I need to get back to my time. She eyes me suspiciously and kicks off her lone heel. You're insane, lady. I know it seems that way, but I'm serious. I'm you. I'm Alexis. It's Lexi, she says, rolling her eyes. Oh, yeah, I forgot I went by Lexi. I can't believe I thought it made me sound sexier. I am sexier. Lexi throws her hands on her hips. No, I don't care who you think you are, but you need to leave. No, I can't. I have nowhere to go. I don't know how this happened, but it did, so I need you to cooperate. Otherwise, I'm going to be stuck here, and neither of us want that, right? I lift a brow and put my hands on my hips, matching her stance. If you don't get out of my room, crazy lady, I'm calling security. Lexi crosses her arms in front of her chest, glaring at me. Damn it. I should have thought this through. Of course she doesn't believe me. I'm not sure I even believe it myself yet. And with her in the picture, too, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. If it was just me, then I would treat this whole thing as a redo. But her presence is really throwing a wrench in that. Security! She yells. Okay, I say, as I start backing toward the door. Wait, what am I doing? We don't have random security that comes when called. This is a cheap dormitory, not the White House. Does she think I'm that gullible? I stop and stand a little taller. Widening my stance, I raise my chin and puff out my chest. Why are you standing like that? It's weird. Stop it, Lexi says. I deflate, attempting to look nonchalant. What am I even doing? This is such a mess. Let's think. If I was Lexi, I shudder, remembering I was Lexi at one point in my life. If I was still Lexi, how would I convince myself that future me was really her? A light bulb goes off in my head. I got it. Lexi, I'm really you, and I can prove it. She pops her hip out, giving me attitude. Okay, if you're really me, tell me what I did last Friday night. She smirks, pleased with her quick idea. I tap my head as if doing so will loosen some brain cells and produce the right answer. Wait, you don't even remember what you did last Friday. Her smirk vanishes. Touché. Then tell me something about myself that no one else knows. You love to party. I said that no one else knows, not something everyone knows. Lexi eyes me warily as she pulls a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt from her dresser. Aha! I almost shout. You wear those bra inserts that make your boobs look bigger. I do not, she snaps as she stealthily slides 2 inserts from her bra into the top drawer and closes it. Yeah, I wouldn't admit to that one either. You crashed your car last year, I say, snapping my fingers. Everyone knows that too. Lexi flicks a hand and starts to change out of last night's clothes. It's clear she's just having fun, merely toying with me. She must still be intoxicated too, since she's undressing in front of a total stranger. Only I'm not. I'm her. I look away for a second, then look back. Hey, it's my body too. I can check it out if I want to. Wow. Look how fit and tan I was. I haven't tanned in years. Well, ever since all the cancer reports started coming out. I'm toned, tight, and tan. No wonder Andrew fell in love with me. But I haven't looked like that in a long time. It's funny, I remember being so self-conscious at her age. I mean, I still am. But I shouldn't have been. And I probably shouldn't be now. Oh my God, my lower back. There's no tramp stamp. It's a beautiful blank canvas, untouched by ink. She hasn't gotten it yet, which means I can convince her not to get it. See something you like? Lexi turns toward me, wearing only her bra and panties. She winks and bites her lower lip. What the hell is wrong with you? That's like incest, you perv. If you're really me, then it's more like masturbation. A very weird form of masturbation. I shake my head. Just put some clothes on. I snap my fingers again and point at Lexi. Oh, you're a virgin. I've told people that, but no one believes me. No idea why. She shrugs. Probably because you're a party girl. Yeah, maybe. But why would I lie about that? That's just it. You're not lying. You really are a virgin. Just because you believe me doesn't mean you are me. True. I scratch my chin for a moment. You failed second semester of chemistry and had to retake it your senior year because you didn't have enough science credits to get into college. That's a rude thing to bring up. But true. I just don't get science. Me neither, I say with a shrug. But that also doesn't prove you're me. Any of my high school friends could have told you that. She looks down at her bare wrist as if she's checking the time. All right, I've had enough. Now that I'm sobering up, I'm starting to fear for my own safety because you're possibly, most likely, insane. So, leave. For real. Wait. Let me think, I plead. Lexi walks toward me, arms stretched out in front of her, and shoves me hard. Get out! Despite my protests, she keeps pushing until I'm standing in the hall. I have to think of something. I have nowhere to go. This would be so much easier if she didn't reveal practically everything about herself to other people. Without saying another word, she slams the door in my face. It's the exact greeting I expected from her. 8. The shower shoes I stole from the dorm bathroom slap against the sidewalk, still wet from whoever last wore them. I don't know what to do. My home in 2002 is the dorm room I was just thrown out of, so there's no place for me in this world. I can't ask Andrew for help because he doesn't even know who I am yet. My college friends would never believe me, just like Lexi. Why did I think I could just waltz into her trash life and immediately get her on board? There's no getting through to her. She's as stubborn as an ill-trained English bulldog. Kelly's bar is the only place with a friendly face, Veronica. And with no money, ID, or phone, that's exactly what I need right now. Perhaps a drink will help me figure out my next move. I pull open the door to Kelly's, which is basically a long hallway with a bar top, a few round tables pushed against the wall opposite, and a couple gambling machines positioned in the corner. At 4 in the afternoon, it's nearly empty. Good, because I really don't want the company. Avril Lavigne's Complicated plays softly on the jukebox. Complicated is right. Even 14 years later, Avril gets me. Heavy smoke lingers in the air. 2 men at the end of the bar puffing on cigars are the source. You know you aren't allowed to smoke indoors in Wisconsin anymore, right? I yell to them as I swat at the smoke in the air. They pause their conversation for only a second to stare and laugh at me, the older one responding, "Good one, sweetheart." Damn it, gotta keep my ears straight. Veronica pops her head up from behind the bar, her face brightening when she spots me. "Hey, didn't think I'd see you in here so soon," she says, rearranging some bottles. I take a seat at the bar, as far away from the gentleman as possible. "Didn't think I'd be in here so soon." She chuckles. Funny how life is. That's why I never make plans. Nothing to be disappointed in if you don't have any intentions. I think that's precisely why I'm in the position I'm in right now. No plans, no follow-through. "What can I get you? It's on me," she adds. I knew this was the right place to go. "Vodka soda with a lime." You got it. Veronica pours a strong drink, using Kettle One instead of some rail liquor. "Feeling any better?" she asks as she slides it to me. "Not really. Things are harder than I thought they'd be." She nods and says, "They always are." I sip my drink, considering my options. I don't know if I actually have any, or if everything is set in stone. I could just leave this town, go back to Chicago, and hopefully time will eventually catch up to me. I'm not entirely sure how time works. In 14 years, will I still be 32, or will I be 46? Honestly, I don't understand how time zones or daylight saving time works with or without time travel. How is it 4 p.m. here and like 8 p.m. in New York? What is time? And that's not even a philosophical question. I literally can't comprehend it. This whole time travel thing couldn't have happened to a worse person. Maybe I could get blackout drunk and hope that I wake up in the future, which is how I got here in the first place. I mean, that's the last thing I remember, sucking down homemade vodka. Perhaps there's something to that, a reverse opening to the wormhole. I'll distill some potatoes or corn or whatever vodka is made from, and I'll guzzle it until it's 2016. Boom! Time travel, quantum physics thingy equation solved. Yeah, that's probably not going to work. And Lexi's here, which I was not expecting nor wanting. That must mean that she's the answer to my shitty situation. I mean, that girl is a mess. No wonder I ended up with such a pathetic life. I can feel it in my gut. It's her fault that my life didn't pan out. I slapped my hand against my head. Of course, that's it. I have to change my younger self so things turn out better for me. That's gotta be my way out of 2002. If I can get Lexi to stop drinking, start studying, and take life seriously, then I can finally get home. She's the problem. She's the one that needs to change. That's why I was sent back here, to fix her. I'm the solution. She's the problem. I just have to get her to realize that. I audibly groan, knowing I have a better chance of ending poverty or enacting world peace. The vodka soda starts to warm me from the inside out. "Hey, Veronica? What's up?" she says, looking to me as she washes up some glasses. "If you wanted to get someone to trust you, how would you go about that?" Veronica raises a brow. "Trust is earned." "Okay, not trust then. How would you convince someone to accept your help?" "Does this have to do with that ex of yours?" "In a way." I sip my drink. "Technically, it does. If Lexi doesn't let me help her, then I can't get back to fix my relationship with Andrew before he moves on to some skeeza. Being away from him is making me miss him like crazy. As they say, distance makes the heart grow fonder, and right now, there's 14 years of distance between us. My heart couldn't be any more fond. If Andrew were here, he would be the voice of reason in this situation. He'd tell me to slow down, take deep breaths, and relax. You can't help someone who isn't ready to help themselves, Veronica says, pulling me from my thoughts and my breathing exercises. But I guess just don't take no for an answer. People eventually give up or they hit their rock bottom, and then they're forced to turn to someone else for help, she adds, giving me an encouraging smile. I down the rest of my vodka soda in one big gulp. Veronica's right. I can't take no for an answer. I have to make Lexi accept my help. Want another? She asks. No, but I'm taking your advice. I'm going to make Lexi hit rock bottom. I hop off my stool, ready to conquer. Veronica gives me a puzzled look. That wasn't. Thanks for the drink, I yell over my shoulder as I race out of Kelly's, heading back to North Scott Hall. Less than 10 minutes later, I'm standing outside Lexi's dorm room, pounding on her door. I repeat my new mantra over and over in my head, prepping myself to take on my arch nemesis, me at 18. Don't take no for an answer. Force her to let you in. Make her hit rock bottom. Lexi opens the door, her eyes instantly narrowing at the sight of me. You again? Yes, me. Well, you. I glare back at her. I'm not taking no for an answer, Lexi. You're going to accept that I'm you. You're going to listen to my guidance like I'm your goddamn fairy godmother, and I'm staying with you. Do you understand? You're fucking crazy, she says, throwing the door into me. I put my foot out and push with so much force she falls back, landing on her ass. That's right, I'm bigger and older than you. You're my bitch now, I say, stepping into her room and closing the door behind me. What the hell? Help! She yells. All right, I've taken this a little too far, and I immediately try to quiet Lexi, knowing this is not the way to get through to her. Stop it! I slap a hand over her mouth to muffle her screams. Her eyes widen as she swats at me, trying to shake me off. Just listen, Lexi, I whisper. I am you, and I'm stuck here, and I'm not leaving unless you help me. Wherever you go, I will be there. Class, well, you don't actually go there, but parties, to the bathroom, to eat, when you're hanging out with your friends, I'm your shadow now, so we can do this the easy way or the hard way. She opens her mouth as wide as she can and bites down on my hand. I scream out in pain, ripping my hand from her clenched jaw. What the hell is wrong with you? Help! She's trying to kill me, Lexi yells. Stop! I cover her mouth again, spreading my fingers so she can't bite me. Lexi breathes dramatically through her nose, big inhales and exhales, before shaking my hand off her face and crawling backward. I'm not going to kill you, only because I'm pretty sure I'd die too, I say, using her comforter to wipe her saliva from my hand. What do you want from me? She asks. I just want you to believe me, to believe that I'm you. Fine, I believe you, Lexi says, scanning the room. No, you don't. Don't lie to me. I point a finger in the air. Ah, I've got it. You've got what? I aim my finger at her and smirk. You didn't get your period until you were 16. Lexi clears her throat. First of all, gross, and second, that's not even true. I got it at 14. She gets to her feet, crossing her arms in front of her chest defiantly. My head falls back as I roar with laughter. You told everyone you got it at 14, but it was 16. Lexi stamps her foot and shakes her head. You saw in one of Justin's, that's right, Justin, our brother, one of his nudie magazines, that hot girls shave down there. I point at her, or our genital area. So you tried shaving down there, and you ended up cutting yourself so bad that you used a couple of Mom's pads. Mom noticed that some of her pads were missing, and when she asked you about it, you told her you got your period. For the next 2 years, you had to pretend every month that you were menstruating. You'd fake having cramps, use it to get out of gym class. You'd even throw out the pads Mom bought you, but not before squirting ketchup on them, and you had to keep track of your fake period as if it were real for nearly 24 months, which was worse than having a real period. By the time I finish explaining, I'm laughing so hard I'm wheezing. Lexi gasps. How the hell do you know that? Because I'm you. Her mouth falls open. I've never told anyone that. I know we haven't. Oh my God. She shakes her head in disbelief. How is this even possible? Lexi backs up until she involuntarily is forced to sit on her messy bed. She glances at herself in the mirror and then looks back at me, scanning over my body, trying to make sense of it all, comparing herself to me, detail by detail. I don't know how it's possible, but I'm here and I point to her. So are you. Wait, she stands. There's no way you can be me. Your nose is different, and your boobs are way bigger than mine. I tap my nose. Nose job. I point to my bust. Boob job. Really? She tilts her head to the side. I've always wanted breast implants. I know. I roll my eyes. Can I touch them? I guess. They're technically yours. Lexi pokes at them, pats the tops, and then pushes them up from the bottom, dropping them back into place. Wow, these are great. Thanks. But what's with the nose? She furrows her brow. Our nose is fine, so why did you change it? I think all those Snapchat and Instagram filters screwed me up. One day I just started hating it, and I couldn't let it go. Then, snip, snip, new nose. Lexi's face is blank. Snapchat? Instagram? Filters? Never mind. Don't worry about that right now. Your hair. What did you do to my hair? She grabs at the ends, lifting up a few strands. It's awful. I slap her hand away and smooth my hair back into place. What are you talking about? It looks professional. It's a lob, a long bob, and it's my hair, not yours. You're right about that. She smirks. I would never take ownership of that atrocity. Lexi takes a step back, gazing at her figure in the full-length mirror while she runs her hands down the sides of her body. You're not as pretty as me, nor as skinny. I roll my eyes and groan. Thanks, Lexi. Her eyes flick to me. You could also stand to lose, 20 pounds, and that's me being nice. That's incredibly rude. And for your information, I lost 40 pounds 3 years ago. I think I look pretty damn good, I say, holding my hands out at my sides. Lexi whips her head in my direction. What? You're telling me I get fat? Seriously? After all the work I put in? She huffs. Oh, relax. I said I lost the weight, which means you also gained it. She scowls and marches over to her mini fridge. Did you have a baby or something? She asks as she examines the nutrition labels from various food items. No, I just wasn't taking care of myself. Got a little depressed. I stop. Actually, it's none of your business. I don't have to explain myself to her. It's my body. I can gain weight. I can lose it. I can do whatever the hell I want with it, because my body is exactly that. Mine. It is my business. If you're me, then that's my body too, she says, tossing a carton of chocolate milk into the garbage. Enough. I'm not here to worry about your future vanity. I let out a heavy sigh and rub my temples. I have to figure out what I have to do, or what you have to do, in order for me to get back to my time. Lexi doesn't respond and instead continues pulling food from the fridge and hurling it into the garbage can. What are you doing? Throwing away anything with calories, she says. Will you stop? You don't gain any weight for a long time. Now focus. I spot an old celebrity gossip magazine lying on her desk. The various problematic headlines are scattered in bold letters across the cover. Paris Hilton, perfect at 100 pounds. Christina Aguilera strips down and packs on the pounds. Was Britney Spears too muscular for Justin? Ugh! I slide the magazine into the trash. Lexi doesn't notice. Pop culture in the early 2000s really messed me up. Probably all women, for that matter. Thank God for the body positivity movement. Maybe, she whips her head in my direction, you were sent here to warn me that I get fat so I can stop it from happening. Point proven. Yeah, that's it. I traveled back in time to warn you of your impending pounds. Lexi stands up straight and begins a set of lunges. You never know. No, you dumbass. I was sent here to fix you. Me? Why me? Because you're the reason I'm single, unemployed, and have done absolutely nothing with my life. Don't forget about your awful hair. And your belly. Lexi lies down on the ground and starts a set of crunches. What's wrong with my belly? I look down at my stomach and hike up my jeans a little higher. We used to have abs. You don't even have abs right now. We never get abs. Don't say that. We will this summer, she says, doing crunches even faster. Anyway, how can you blame me for you being such a loser? I clearly had nothing to do with that. Yes, you did. You're a drunk party girl who will lead me down a path of self-destruction. I snag a granola bar from the top of the fridge, unwrap it, and take a bite. Lexi starts another set of lunges. I like to think of myself as carefree and fun-loving. Stop doing that, I warn. Doing what? Exercising. Maybe you should join me. Lexi eyes my body and cringes. I'd appreciate it if you'd tone up my ass. Big butts are in. Have been for a while. Right. Keep telling yourself that, bubble butt. That's literally a compliment, thanks to the Kardashians. I smirk. What's a Kardashian? Lexi asks. Wow. A world where no one knows what a Kardashian is. How refreshing. I set the half-eaten granola bar on top of the fridge and dust my hands off. Good girl. You don't need those carbs anyway. Lexi smiles. She's just trying to get on my nerves, so I'll get on hers even harder. I pick the granola bar back up and cram the rest of it into my mouth. Lexi lunges, this time for the garbage can, and holds it up to my face. Spit that out right now. I swallow hard. Too late. All gone, I say, opening my mouth to show her a gross mixture of granola residue and saliva clinging to my teeth and tongue. You disgust me. Perfect. We're finally on the same page. So let's get back on track. Let me think. What was I doing before I showed up in 2002? I was drinking wine and vodka. Whoa, 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 Lexi interrupts. And you say all I like to do is drink? Looks like the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What? I'm not your parent, you half-wit. Speaking of apples, Lexi plucks a red delicious from the fruit basket. How many calories do they have? I don't know. Like 100? Whoa. Triple digits? Not today, you tricksters in disguise. She tosses it into the trash. Will you focus? I am focused. Lexi throws another apple in the garbage can. I massage my forehead, trying to remember. Okay. I was looking at old pictures of me, you, and wishing I could go back and fix everything. I snap my fingers. That's it. I'm here to fix you. I don't think so. She flips her long, blonde, fake hair over her shoulder. I'm perfect just the way I am. Lexi smiles, but then, all of a sudden, her cheeks expand. Surprise blooms across her face as she reaches for the garbage can and projectile vomits into it. I pat her on the back as she heaves up another splash of last night's vodka and, from the looks of it, pizza. Yeah, Lexi, you're the epitome of perfection. 9. Lexi has finally come to terms with what's happened to us, or at least I think she has. I told her if she wants her life back, then she'll need to listen to me. Otherwise, I'll be stuck in 2002 with her indefinitely. Her response was, yeah, as she waved me off and went back to bed. I'm sure she's hoping she'll sleep it off, and by it, I mean me. Since I'll be living here too, I took it upon myself to tidy up Lexi's dorm room while I waited for her to regain consciousness. Working with her is going to be an absolute nightmare. I've only been here a couple hours, and she's already insulted me, assaulted me, thrown up, and passed out. She's impossible. Lexi yawns, stretches out her arms, and rubs at her eyes. You're still here, she says, a scowl plastered on her face. Unfortunately. And I took the liberty of cleaning up your mess while you were asleep. I motioned to the room. Since I'm stuck here, I'll need new clothes, too. This is all I have, I add, gesturing to the oversized button-down, jeans, and stained white t-shirt. You can borrow mine, she smirks. It'll be like a Cabbage Patch doll trying to fit into Barbie's clothes. Lexi pats her knee, punctuating her laughter. I place my hands firmly on my hips, staring her down as if she were a disobedient child, which she essentially is. Fine, I'll get you some new clothes since you conveniently left your money in the future. She waves a hand dismissively at me. On second thought, I'll put them on a charge card and only make minimum payments. That way you can pay for them when you get back to your time. She grins. Right, let's ruin our credit. Great idea, Einstein. I roll my eyes. Well, It's not fair that I have to pay for you. You're literally living on student loans, Lexi, which I'm still paying off 14 years from now. Sounds like you should work harder then, she says. I pinch the bridge of my nose and take a deep breath. Let's just focus on the now. So, the story we're going to tell everyone is that I'm your older sister, and I'm staying with you for a little while because my apartment burned down. Lexi surveys me from head to toe. Like anyone's going to believe I'm related to you. We look exactly the same. Aside from our size, your terrible hair, our cute nose you butchered, and those great tits that I can't wait to get, by the way, she says. Lexi, I gesture to my body. I'm you. You're literally talking shit to yourself about yourself. Whatever, Alexis. You're just jealous of me, she says, lifting her chin. I shake my head and groan. She's such a drama queen, and I don't know how I'm going to live with her. I've been resisting the urge to smother her with a pillow since I got here, because the jury's still out on the whole we'll both die at the same time theory. Oh, I've got a great idea, she says, her face practically glowing. What are the winning Powerball numbers for today? I don't know. Why would I remember that? Do you remember any of the winning numbers from any day? Lexi tilts her head. No, you're useless. She throws her hands up in the air, letting them slap against her legs as they fall back into place. Can you at least tell me something cool about the future? I'm not sure I should. I pull my lips in. What if it changes the entire future? Isn't that the point? And besides, like I'm going to remember anyway, I can barely remember last night. Come on, just tell me something. Pretty please. Okay. Honestly, it's not that much different from now. Technology has advanced, obviously. We have iPhones, Siri, Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, Instagram, YouTube, Netflix, and emojis, which is how most everyone communicates. Oh, and Amazon has basically taken over the world. Anything you want, you just buy it, and it shows up on your doorstep in 2 days or less. Lexi gives me a blank stare. I have no idea what any of those words mean, and why would I want to get my books any faster? I don't read them as it is. She points to the stack of plastic-wrapped textbooks set on the desk beside me. Amazon sells more than just... I pause. You know what? Never mind. You'll figure it out one day. No need to worry your little head about it now. Okay, fine. Forget all that. Lexi flicks a hand. Is there anything bad I can avoid? Like, does something awful happen to me, aside from you letting me get... Her eyes sweep me from head to toe. I narrow my eyes and sigh. She's so shallow, but ignoring her jabs is better than engaging with them. Her question does bring up memories I've tried to forget. They start to rush at me like oncoming traffic. I want to tell her, but I can't bring myself to, because who knows what effect it could have on the both of us. I swallow hard, repressing the feelings the memories bring along with them. No, nothing bad happens to us, I say. Before Lexi can ask any more questions, the door swings open. Hi, Nikki says, closing it behind her and tossing her book bag on her desk chair. I hold my breath, not knowing how I should react to seeing Nikki. Do I get up and hug her? No, that would be weird. She doesn't know this version of me in the now, or even in the future, because we didn't really stay in touch. I just have to act normal and pretend that I'm Lexi's older sister. I grimace at the sound of that. Hey, Nikki, this is my sister, Alexis. Lexi gestures to me as I hold my hand out. Hi, it's so great to meet you, I say, stumbling over my words. She's so young and beautiful, with long, thick brown hair, dark lashes, and dewy skin sprinkled with freckles. Nikki shakes my hand and shoots a bewildered look at Lexi. I thought you said you only had a brother. Yeah, that was when I was pissed off at Alexis. Sometimes I pretend she doesn't exist, she says. But we're good now. So, I have a sister again. Wow, she's quick on her feet. I mean, I am. Lexi and Alexis? Nikki points to each of us. Yep, I nod. That had to be incredibly confusing growing up. Your parents were pretty lazy with names, huh? Yeah, well, they never wanted another daughter, so Lexi got stuck with a shorter version of my name. I force a laugh to cover up my lies. That wasn't a bad explanation, but we really did not think this whole plan through. We should have given me a different name. She's staying with us for a bit because her apartment burned down, Lexi quickly adds. Oh, wow. I'm so sorry, Nikki says. Thanks. Just waiting on it to be repaired, so I can, uh, move back in, I stammer, sealing my word salad with a smile. She arches a brow, but then tapers it. Nikki was never one to question anything or push for clarification. She was like a river, always just going with the flow. Lexi plucks a banana from a basket set on top of the mini fridge and starts to peel it. Can I try a bite? Nikki asks as soon as Lexi sinks her teeth into it. She extends the banana to her. Yeah, go right ahead. Nikki bites into it and says, thanks, with a mouthful of food. Have another, Lexi offers. Okay, she says, taking another nibble. Lexi grabs a granola bar and hands it to Nikki. Here, have this too. They pair well together. She obliges and unwraps it. Oh, God, not this. I completely forgot about this. See, Nikki did this thing where she always asked to try everyone else's food, no matter what they were eating, as mundane or as normal as it might be. I can't even count the number of times she tried ramen noodles or popcorn or protein bars. As college students with no real income, we were tired of constantly feeding Nikki. Even when you politely told her no, she would say, come on, just one bite, or don't be such a hog. So we decided she must be stopped, and thus the Get Nikki Fat plan was born, which was just us agreeing that we'd give Nikki whatever food she asked for and then encourage her to have some more of it. We figured eventually she would gain enough weight, and as a result, it would force her to gain some self-control, thus making our wallets increase in size instead of her. Our plan worked a little too well, though, because by the end of our first year of college, Nikki had put on the freshman 15. Twice. Yes, I was a terrible friend, but in my defense, she had her body and her confidence back by junior year. I put more effort into her weight loss than in my studies, mostly because I felt bad. If I had known how much weight she would gain and how many times I would have to tell her, you're not fat, then I would have never participated in the plan. It was cruel. And knowing what I know now, I have to stop it. Lexi, knock it off, I warn. Stop what? I squint. You know what you're doing. I don't know what you're talking about, Alexis, she says, pursing her lips. You'll regret it. I promise. Her eyes go wide, and she immediately rips the granola bar from Nikki's hand, shoving the whole thing in her mouth. What the hell? Nikki asks, incredulous. You said I could have that. Changed my mind. I'm hungry. Granola crumbs sputter out of Lexi's mouth as she speaks. I give her a small smile, pleased that she listened to me. She responds by sticking her tongue out. Such a child. Whatever, Nikki says, pulling books from her bag and stacking them neatly on top of one another. What are we doing tonight? The usual. Drinking, partying. Lexi plugs in a curling iron beside her mirror and turns her face this way and that, admiring herself. She glances at my reflection and flinches reflexively at the unfamiliar face. Sounds good to me. What are you wearing? Nikki starts rifling through her closet, which consists mainly of mini dresses, short skirts, ultra-low-rise jeans, and low-cut tops. The standard attire for anyone under the age of 26 back in the early 2000s. Probably my ripped denim jeans and a crop top, Lexi says, brushing out her hair. This is something we could change. I should try to get her to stay in and study instead, but that's probably too much to start with. Baby steps. Maybe you should wear a crewneck sweater, I suggest. It's chilly out. Nikki looks to me with a raised brow. We don't dress for the weather. We dress for the party. Yeah, sis, Lexi smiles coyly. I've been here a few hours, and she's already making plans to get drunk and party, rather than working on bettering herself. I'm going to be stuck here forever because this is going about as smooth as a stucco wall. I'm going to get chasers from the vending machine. Need anything? Nikki asks as she grabs her wallet and heads for the door. Red Bull, please, Lexi calls out. I wait for Nikki to leave the room before I chastise my younger self. You can't be serious, I say. She stares at herself in the mirror, carefully curling sections of her extensions. Her fake hair sizzles as she wraps it around the scalding hot rod. About what? About going out and getting drunk when I told you need to get your life together. If I don't do what I would usually do, won't that completely change the future? Like, maybe you'll end up even more single or unemployed, Lexi says, smirking at my reflection as she combs out her curls. First of all, rude. And second of all, no. I tap a finger against my chin. At least, I don't think so. Because changing nothing would defeat the purpose of me being here, I ponder out loud. Lexi douses her hair with hairspray and dresses herself in a low-cut top and a pair of super low-rise jeans that feature a 1-inch zipper. Those things better never make a comeback. Honestly, I'm still not convinced I'm the problem, Lexi says, admiring herself in the mirror. Her breasts look much larger than they did a few minutes ago, and I'm sure she slipped those inserts in. You are, I say. Lexi practically pushes me aside as she grabs a pen and pad of paper from her desk. I think I'll make a list of things you should change, she says, flipping it open to a blank page. First, your hair. Then, your know-it-all attitude. Third, your lack of a boyfriend. Fourth, your lack of drive. Fifth, your ass. Sixth, okay. Enough, I interrupt. She pauses her list-making and looks at me all squinty-eyed. If this was about me changing, then I wouldn't have to be here in this era with you. I could have accomplished all that in my time, right? But you didn't, did you? Lexi cocks her head. Well, no. But you will, so then I will. Get it? No, I don't. So let's try it my way first, and if it doesn't work out, then I'll do it your way. What's your way? I give her a quizzical yet firm look, wary of what's to come. I haven't decided yet. I'll think it over tonight. Lexi taps a finger against the side of her head. I do my best thinking when I'm drinking. Oh, yeah. We were always so smart and articulate after a keg stand or two. I roll my eyes. Can't wait to hear what you come up with. Good. We finally agree on something, she says, not picking up on my sarcasm. By the way, I'm considering getting a tattoo right here. She points to her clean lower back. I react before I have time to think. No, don't. Lexi jumps a little in surprise. I said I was considering it. I probably won't, so relax. Bullshit. The words live, laugh, love, permanently inked on my lower back says otherwise. I have to stop her from getting that tattoo. It's the least I can do while I'm here. I remember getting it at a janky little parlor in downtown Oshkosh. I stumbled in a bit tipsy. Not too tipsy, as I didn't want to be turned away for being intoxicated. They should have, though. I marched right up to the counter and slapped a piece of paper with a sketch I drew and said to the bearded gentleman, I want this on my lower back because this tattoo is going to remind me to live and to laugh and to love every day. The only reminder it served is how much of an idiot I was. Nikki returns carrying 3 cans of Red Bull. She hands one to Lexi and then turns to me, saying, I got you one too, Alexis. I take the Red Bull from her and smile. Thanks. I haven't had one of these in a decade, but I'm exhausted, and I need the energy to keep up with Tweedledum, who's still staring at her lower back with dreamy eyes. I roll my own and crack the can open, slowly sipping it. Tastes like how I remember it, a carbonated mixture of cough syrup and chemicals. You're coming out with us, Alexis? Nikki pours herself a vodka Red Bull. I've got to see where Lexi gets her crazy partying skills from, she says, shimmying her shoulders. She definitely didn't get them from me. Actually, I think I got them directly from you, Lexi smirks. So you're coming? Nikki says. No, I'm really tired, and I had a very, very long day of travel, I say, leaving out the whole going back in time part of my voyage. And you have a list of things you have to work on, right, Alexis? Lexi says, mixing herself a drink consisting of half Red Bull and half vodka. Among other things, I roll my eyes and take a seat on her bed, leaning my back up against the cinder block wall. Nikki tries on several tops and accessories, finally settling on a popcorn shirt, tattooed choker necklace, and a Von Dutch hat. Is this too much? She asks. Hike this scrunchy shirt up and it's perfect. Lexi gulps her drink. It literally couldn't be any tackier, but I keep my mouth shut and sip my Red Bull because my focus is on getting my younger self to fall in line. Just gotta wait for Lexi to crash and burn, which I know she will. Then she'll listen to me. Or she'll grow tired of my presence and be forced to cooperate. A few more vodka Red Bulls and a half dozen outfit changes later, Nikki and Lexi drunkenly head out. Don't wait up, Lexi says with an evil smile as she pulls the door closed behind her. 10. Lexi. I sway back and forth, leaning into my roommate Nikki as we make our way to the nearest house party. The night air of fall in Wisconsin is frigid and rakes across our exposed flesh like gentle cuts of a knife, raising goosebumps on our skin. The smart move would have been to cover up, wear a jacket and thick socks, maybe even gloves, like Alexis suggested. But I don't and won't ever listen to her. Plus, fashion trumps function when going out, so we brave the elements in style. I still can't believe you never told me you had a sister, Nikki says, the sound of our heels clicking on the sidewalk between each word. Now that you've met her, can't you see why? I smirk. She doesn't seem that bad. You're right. She's worse than bad, I say with a laugh. She's annoying and bossy and controlling and judgmental. Then why are you letting her stay with us if you hate her so much? Nikki glances over at me, tilting her head. I let out a heavy sigh, more of a groan. She's still family. I can't just throw her out, I say, leaving out the fact that's exactly what I tried to do in the first place. That was before I believed Alexis, though. Even now, I'd rather she stay somewhere else. But where would she go? She has no ID or money, and she technically doesn't exist yet. So I'm stuck with her for the time being. I can't stand that she's putting all the blame on me, and I don't get why she thinks I'm the problem. She's the one the universe time traveled. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. She's not. Well, we'll make the best of it. Nikki squeezes me as the words slur out of her mouth. I know we will. I smile in response, leaning my body into her hug. And you said Claire is already here? Yeah, she texted me before we left. She said we were taking too long and she needed to start her hunt early if she wanted the best catch. I roll my eyes and laugh. The familiar house that has led to so many blurred nights of beer pong and dancing in a dark stone floor basement appears up ahead of us. Here we are, Nikki yells with glee as she bolts up the porch steps. She gestures to the front door with both arms as if she's guiding me to my destination. As I look up at the two wooden Greek letters haphazardly nailed to the siding of the house above the door, the paint peeling away, making them look sickly and diseased, I can't help but think, this is exactly the welcome distraction I need for my new intruder. Not that I would have done anything different if she weren't here, but at least I get a break. Let's get lit, I say, climbing the stairs. The front door is unlocked, so we let ourselves in. It's dark inside and seemingly empty, but the floor vibrates beneath us. Muffled music can be heard in full surround sound, as if all the walls were speakers. We followed the noise through the kitchen, where a college-aged man, if you can call him that, stands guard beside steps that descend into the basement. Stacks of red Solo cups are set on a TV tray beside him, most still in their plastic wrap. $5 a cup, ladies, he says in a monotone voice. He must have drawn the short straw tonight, playing the responsible money collector/bouncer instead of enjoying the festivities. Here you go. Nikki extends two $5 bills fanned apart to him. Wait, I blurt out before he can take the money. How many kegs you got tonight? Just two, he says. Are you on the first or second? Second one hasn't been tapped yet. Okay, then. We agree to your terms. I nod to Nikki, and she relinquishes the money to him. He marks the tops of our hands with a black Sharpie and tenders us 2 cups. Enjoy, he adds, stepping aside so we can pass. We descend into the bowels of the dark, mildew-covered stone. Most of the basements in these college houses are unfinished, and I don't mean concrete floors, exposed support beams, and drywall. I mean nothing, like a cave in the earth, still raw and untamed, much like the house's occupants. Colorful lights dance on the floor beyond the final step, and when we round the corner, the music hits us like a wall. But, Nikki calls over her shoulder. What? I yell, unable to hear her. It's packed. I can see that. A long folding table is tucked into an alcove at the side of the room. Two boys stand at each end, triangles of red cups in front of them as they throw ping pong balls back and forth. One of the guys in a backward hat takes a shot, sinking it into a cup. Heatin' up. Drink, bitch, Backward Hat yells as the crowd of onlookers cheer. A clipboard hangs from a nail in the wall near the mob, the list of those destined to play the winner for domination of the table. I snag it, giving it a quick glance. Several names are already crossed off, but the list is 12 pairs deep. We'll never get to play unless we flirt our way in front of people, I yell to Nikki. Forget it. Let's just dance, she yells back, heading deeper into the basement. The density of people peaks around the keg. Hordes of outstretched arms with red cups that appear to be permanently attached at the end reach toward the frat bro manning the keg, hoping his generosity will lead to them being filled next. I got this, I say, as I take Nikki's cup from her and start snaking my way into the crowd, choosing a path with all men. Each time I pass by one, cutting my way to the front, I make sure to let my ass, or my non-existent tits, linger a little on their bodies before flashing a quick smile and batting my eyelashes. Not one of them stops me. I extend my first cup out, and I'm immediately served. Hey, Lexi, the keg operator says in a deep voice. Hey, you, I say, with enough enthusiasm and charm to mask the fact that I don't remember his name. What the hell? A girl calls from behind me. She cut everyone. With both cups full, I weave my way back to Nikki, several sets of female eyes piercing through me as I saunter out, putting some extra attitude in my movements. How do you always pull that off? Nikki asks, taking the cup from me. Men are simple creatures. The simplest solution is often the best. Cheers to that, she says. We clink our plastic cups together and down half our beers in a few gulps. I spot Claire dancing with a guy and wave to get her attention. She smiles and tips her head to the guy, her way of saying she's in the middle of a mission. The back corner of the basement serves as the dance floor. A cheap disco light sits on a folding table with a boombox beside it, blaring out the sounds of some party mix someone must have burned onto a CD. It's dark, save for the colored lights moving in orbital arcs around the room. With each step, our heels stick to the concrete floor, thanks to excess sweat and spilled beer dripping onto it. The bodies on the makeshift dance floor move almost as one unit, not really dancing, but shifting, like a wave pool, swaying back and forth due to the lack of space. The one person that stands out from the bunch is a huge behemoth of a man, towering over everyone else. His muscles leave little room for anyone else to be near him, save for the girl who has nested herself into his crotch, her ass gyrating against him. He pumps his fist in the air as he shouts the lyrics to a Nelly song. I waste no time storming over to him. Greg, what the hell are you doing? I yell, slapping his bicep as hard as I can. He shakes his head and looks down at me, breaking out of the trance he was in. I'm just dancing, Lexi. The girl uncouples herself from Greg and turns to me. Is there a problem? Yeah, there is. You're grinding on my boyfriend. I raise my chin as I step toward her. Girlfriend? You didn't tell me you had a girlfriend. She looks to him. You didn't ask, Greg says with a shrug as he continues swaying to the music. He reaches for my hand, trying to pull me toward him, but I yank it away. Don't touch me, you cheater. I'm not a cheater. I was just dancing. His demeanor changes from playful to serious. Take a chill pill, Lexi. That wasn't dancing. That was you and a skank grinding on each other. Don't call me a skank, bitch, the dancing queen claps back. Then don't be one. Why are you fighting with her? Shouldn't you be yelling at Greg? Nikki whispers into my ear. I don't lose arguments, no matter who they're with or why, I whisper back, before re-engaging with my soon-to-be ex-boyfriend and the homewrecker. A skank and a cheater. You two are perfect for each other. Lexi, chillax. You're acting ridiculous, he says. No, you are, Greg. I really thought you could be the one, the love of my life, the Romeo to my Juliet. But no, you've thrown it all away. And for what? An easy boner? The basement is quiet, and all eyes are on me now. I don't even remember hearing the music turn off. Love of your life? The one? Lexi, we've been dating for 3 weeks. How could you think any of that? Because some of us actually care about other people and are emotionally mature enough to process stuff. I don't actually think any of that, but sometimes you have to say ludicrous things to win arguments. I can't do this anymore, Lexi. You're nuts. Greg turns from me and yells to the room, "Put the music back on." "You just lost out on the best thing you could have ever had, you loser!" I scream back at Greg, but my words are swallowed up and drowned out by the boombox. Nikki grabs me by the arm. "Let's just go back to the dorm." "No! That asshole is not ruining my night!" I make a beeline to the keg, slicing through everyone again. "Beer me!" I yell with my cup outstretched. "Lexi, you can't just cut everyone," the frat bro says. "You have to—" "I said, beer me!" Tears begin to run down my cheeks that I'm sure are flushed as red as my cup. He searches my face for a moment before deciding this fight isn't worth it and fills my cup. I slam the entire thing in seconds and extend the cup, saying, "Again!" "Lexi, don't do—" "I said again!" Several beers later, I am eyeing the dance floor for a suitable object to induce jealousy, but all of the men are blurring and shifting from one to two or more fragments of one another. "Lexi," Nikki's voice calls out to me, but it feels distant, like she's underwater, or maybe on a different planet altogether. The disco lights slowly disappear, and the basement swallows me into blackness. 11. Alexis. If my memory serves me right, it won't be long before Lexi returns. As much as I used to drink, I still had a low tolerance for alcohol. I also had the bright idea of not eating right before a night out, so I would save money and get drunk faster. Not too bright. The plan rarely worked, though, because I'd get too intoxicated and end up eating everything in sight in order to stop myself from throwing up, which I rarely avoided. I remember eating a whole loaf of bread at a house party to keep the alcohol down. It didn't work, and I vomited up 16 pieces of bread. I also tended to get into some sort of drama fairly early in the night, which would swiftly get me removed by either my friends or the hosts of the party. I lie down on Lexi's bed and close my eyes for what seems like 15 minutes, trying to think of what I can do to get me back to my time. The door being thrown open jolts me awake. Lexi's arms are around Katie's and Nikki's shoulders as they carry her in, her heels dragging across the floor. She's crying hysterically. Her face is wet with tears, mascara is smeared across the tops of her cheeks, and snot dribbles from her nose. The perfect curls she spent over an hour on now resemble a bird's nest, complete with dirt and grass. "Lexi, it's going to be okay," Katie says, comforting her. Katie's shoulder-length hair has a shine to it, and not one strand is out of place. That's exactly what it looks like in her 30s as well. She's wearing a rugby shirt and pajama pants. Katie never cared what others thought of her, choosing to dress for comfort rather than for show. I always admired her for that. I think the only reason she ever came out drinking with us was to make sure we made it home okay. But tonight was clearly one where she tried to stay in and study until the shitstorm that is Lexi pulled her into her vortex. "You don't need him," Nikki says, patting Lexi's back. I scoot off the bed before Lexi collapses onto me. "He broke up with me," she wails, kicking her feet and flailing her arms like a toddler. Her words are slurred nearly beyond understanding. Ah, this is a breakup. But with who? I tap my finger against my chin, pondering. Who was I dating at this time? It couldn't have been anything too serious because I don't even recall this happening. Wait. Greg? Big muscles, small brain, smaller penis? Holy shit. I haven't thought about him in forever. I think he works at a gas station now. Or is it an auto body shop? Nikki scrunches up her face, and Katie gives me an odd look. "How do you know what your sister's boyfriend's penis looks like?" Nikki asks. We have a similar dating history," I say, "and she told me about him." I quickly add to avoid any more questions. I only know about his penis size due to his go-to dance move, the bump and grind. Okay? Nikki tries to push Lexi's hair out of her face, but it tangles around her fingers. She uses her other hand to free herself from the mess that is Lexi. He was my everything. I'm never gonna love again, Lexi cries, twisting her body to add to the dramatics of her situation. He was definitely not my everything. Sure, he had a nice body, but nothing beyond that. I think most of our conversations were him telling me what muscles he worked out at the gym and how many egg whites he ate. I'm never gonna get over him, Lexi sobs louder. Yes, you will. You don't need him. Nikki unsteadily helps Lexi pull off her heels, falling backward each time one comes loose from her foot. I'll be right back, Katie calls over her shoulder as she leaves the room. You guys don't understand. I thought I was gonna marry him. Lexi wipes her face with a Kleenex, smearing mascara, blush, and bronzer into a swirl, turning herself into a Picasso painting. I laugh, weathering the girl's dirty looks. Come on. I dated him for maybe a month, and I never once thought I was going to marry him. I can't tell if she's doing this for sympathy, she's actually torn up about the whole thing, or she's just super drunk and overly dramatic. Maybe a combination of all three. At the time, it probably felt like the end of the world, but now it doesn't even register as a big moment in my life. It's odd that when we look back, the big moments become so insignificant, and the little moments were the ones that actually meant something. I remember meeting Andrew for the first time, and it was nothing. But now, looking back, I realize it was one of the biggest moments of my life, because it was when he entered mine. Lexi, seriously, Greg is a player. You don't love him. You never did, and I guarantee you'll forget about him by the end of the week, I say. Only so I can put an end to this obnoxious blubbering. Plus, I really want to go to sleep. She turns to me. How would you know? You have no idea how I feel. I love him. Really? Has she forgotten who I am? Did the alcohol already erase that memory? She's a mess when she's sober, and she's a sloppier mess when she's drunk. You know how I would know, I say, squinting. Lexi sniffles some more and then looks me right in the eye, trying to regain her composure, but she bursts into tears again and cries out, I can't help it! Ugh, I was so weak. Not even I, who is literally her in 14 years, can convince her that this breakup is not a big deal, that in the grand scheme of things, it has absolutely zero impact on her life. Katie re-enters the room with a cup of water and a handful of Tylenol, passing them to Lexi and telling her to drink the whole glass before she goes to sleep. Katie was a doctor even before she was a doctor, always taking care of us. God, I miss her. Hi, I'm Alexis, Lexi's older sister, I say, holding out my hand. Katie, nice to meet you. She shakes it and smiles, her perfect teeth gleaming from ear to ear. Likewise, I say, forcing a smile back. But a sadness hits me. She was such a good friend to me, and it's a shame we fell out of touch. When I get back to the future, I'm going to call her. There's no reason we shouldn't be friends. Well, maybe there is. She was a better person than I was. She worked hard. She achieved her goals. She grew up. What happened to Claire? Katie asks, knowing that we always went out as a trio, with her joining us when she didn't have a test to overstudy for or a paper to write. I knew we were missing someone. Claire isn't here. My guess is she found a guy with money potential, as she used to say. She met some guy with money potential, Nikki answers, doing air quotes with her fingers. Called it. Good old Claire. She went home with him? Katie asks. Nikki nods. Mm-hmm. According to Claire, he's an art major, which means he's majoring in unemployment. I tried explaining that to her, but she said, ever heard of Leonardo DiCaprio? Exactly. I think she meant Leonardo da Vinci, though. Thank God she's pretty, Katie laughs. Nikki's purse starts buzzing, and she pulls out a Nokia cell phone. I was always so jealous she had one. Her dad was a businessman who traveled a lot and felt guilty about never seeing her, so he got her a phone to keep in touch. He bought her a ton of other stuff, too, to make up for his absence, which is why our dorm room is so cutely decorated. Claire texted me, saying, I left that guy's house after seeing his art. There's no way he's going to make money off that garbage. Nikki reads aloud from her screen. Is she coming over? Katie asks. Let me check. Nikki taps her phone, squinting one eye to help her see the screen better. She pushes each button several times, and it takes her a little over a minute to type, coming over? Back then, if you wanted to text someone, you had to put in an effort. Just to type the letter O, you had to press the number 6 3 times. The struggle. Plus, every text cost like 10 cents. For me and Katie, who paid our own way through college, a cell phone was too expensive. Her phone buzzes again. No, she's going to sleep, Nikki says. I should get to bed. I've got some more studying to do in the morning, and Lexi's in slumberland, Katie says, gesturing to a snoring Lexi before heading for the door. Night, girls, she adds, as she leaves for her room 2 down from us. Could I get some extra before I can even finish my sentence? Nikki's already tossing me extra pillows and a blanket. She and I are like friends you don't see for a long time, but can pick up where they left off. She just doesn't know that I was her friend at one point. Thanks, I say, making myself a temporary bed on the floor, because there's no way Lexi's moving in her current comatose state. She's like a pile of wet cement, snoring as loud as a concrete mixer. Nikki shuts off the light and crawls into her own bed. Night, Alexis. Night, Nikki, I say, closing my eyes. A tiny piece of me hopes that when I open them, I'll still be here, because here is where my friends are. Lexi grunts and smacks her lips several times before her snoring ensues again, reminding me of the larger part that hopes I'll wake up in my own bed, in my own time, with Andrew by my side. One day down, who knows how many more to go. 12. Nikki slams her hand against her blaring alarm clock that reads 7:30 a.m. in bright red digital numbers. It goes off again a few minutes later, and she hits it. But this time, the sound is followed by the rustling of blankets before her feet touch the ground, and she slowly gets out of bed, moaning as she stretches her arms over her head. Morning, I say, my voice cracking with its first use of the day. Morning. Nikki grabs a towel and her shower tote. Does Lexi have class today? Yeah, but I doubt she's going. I sit up, rubbing my eyes and stretching out my achy back. I should have tossed Lexi on the floor last night. She's way younger than me, and my body needs the support of a mattress. What time is her class? 8:30, I think, Nikki says as she leaves the room with her shower essentials in hand. Oh, she's definitely going to class today. Lexi tried it her way last night, and she just got drunk and dumped. It's time she does things my way. I nudge her motionless body. Wake up. No response. I pick up my pillow, wind my arm back, and swing it at her. Still nothing. Lexi, wake up, I yell. Nada. How can she not hear me? I toss the pillow aside and grab the half-empty water cup from her nightstand, the same one Katie told her to drink all of. I tip the glass over her head, letting a stream of water fall right into her nostrils. She flails, screaming and gagging. What the hell is wrong with you? Lexi squeals, blowing her nose into her blanket. Great, you're up. She flops back dramatically. No, I'm not up. I grab her feet and pull as hard as I can, yanking her right out of her bed. Before she can scream again, she lands on the floor with a thud and a heavy groan. It feels like I have a teenager of my own. I dust my hands off. A job well done. You have class in an hour. Get ready and put on something respectable. Lexi rises slowly, only to sit on her bed and hold her head in her hands. I'm not going to class today. Yes, you are. I throw a sweater and a pair of jeans at her face, the denim slapping against her skin. She swats them to the floor. No, I'm not. I'm taking a mental health day. I went through a very traumatic experience last night, and I need time to process it. I roll my eyes. I don't care what you went through last night. You're going to class if I have to drag you there myself. I throw my hands on my hips and stare her down, showing her I'm dead serious. I'm bigger than her, older than her, and wiser than her. Lexi lifts her head and stares back at me with narrowed eyes. There's no way in hell I'm going to class today. 50 minutes later, I'm dragging Lexi across campus, my nails digging into her skin. She fights me the entire time, griping and moaning while struggling to get away. She's making quite the scene, but the harder she pulls, the more pain my claws inflict. "I'm not going!" she yells. We're using the grassy path along the sidewalk for 2 reasons. One being that we won't block people or give Lexi more objects to grab onto. 2, because it's much easier to drag her across grass and fallen leaves than concrete. Necks crane in our direction as fellow students pass by. "You're embarrassing yourself." I jerk her a little harder, trying to get her to fall in line with me, but she keeps fighting back. "I don't care. I said I need a mental health day." She pouts. If I hadn't already gone through this time period, I'd be rather embarrassed right now. But hopefully I'll be out of here in no time, and this whole thing will be a very, very old memory. I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, assuming she's still drunk, but I have a sneaking suspicion this is just who she is. And I know that because I was her at one point. I need her hangover to set in hard, so she'll be sick, weak, and easily malleable. "Almost there," I say, pulling her with all my might. It's not easy, as I also have her book bag slung over my shoulders because she refused to carry it. 10 minutes later, we finally enter the classroom. It's a pit class full of over 100 students with a dozen rows of tiny seats. The bottom of the pit features a long, oversized table with 3 chalkboards hung on the wall behind it. The class could be one of many subjects: science, history, psychology, or even business, and it will definitely be of the 101 variety. I don't know for sure, though, because, surprise, surprise, Lexi didn't know. I have no idea how she functioned without me. She begrudgingly takes a seat in the back row. I slip her bag off my shoulders and sit down next to Lexi, pulling out a notebook and pen. I place them on the table in front of her. "Take notes," I say. Lexi pushes it back toward me. "I don't take notes." She points to her head. "This baby's a steel trap." A middle-aged man in a sweater vest and black slacks walks in through a door off the front of the room. He sets his briefcase on the table and pulls down a projector screen, securing the handle to a hook at the bottom. "Hey, Lexi, what's your professor's name?" "I don't know." "What happened to your steel trap?" I ask. She doesn't respond and just rolls her eyes at me, slumping back into her chair. The professor turns an overhead projector on and places a clear sheet on it. "All right, class. Today we're going over Chapter 7, the periodic table of elements. Specifically, phase change sublimation of solids. Please turn to page 168 in your textbooks." I rummage through Lexi's backpack looking for a book, but there's only a planner and a few spirals, all blank, because, of course, they are. "Where's your textbook?" I never bought it. It was too expensive. $75 for a book? Pfft, I can fill up a 6-disc CD changer for that kind of money. I exhale deeply, calming myself so I don't smack her in the back of the head. Lexi slides the pen and notebook back in front of her, and my eyes widen in surprise. She's going to take notes? It's a miracle. Maybe she is teachable. It's just going to take time and patience and lots of alcohol for me to deal with her. The professor lectures about the periodic table, rambling on and on about elements and covalent bonds and solids turning into gases or liquids or something. It's a lot of science stuff that I neither understand nor care about. In the last 14 years of my life, not once did I ever have to refer to the periodic table or talk about any of the elements, aside from gold and silver, of course. Also, diamonds. Wait, are diamonds elements? I glance over at Lexi, realizing she's not taking notes. Instead, she's sketching something. The words "live, laugh, love" are written in flowing cursive, with 2 small hearts placed between the words. Damn it! She's drawing that hideous, stupid lower back tattoo. Without thinking, I push her notebook onto the floor to stop her from continuing to sketch it out. "What the hell?" Lexi says loudly. The professor stops lecturing, and his eyes land on us. She scowls at me before bending down to retrieve her notebook. "Is there a problem?" the professor calls out. Lexi, Realizing he's speaking to her when she pops her head back up, says, "No," nonchalantly. He collects his gradebook and asks, "What's your name?" "Lexi Spencer," she says, straightening in her seat. He jots something down, then looks back at Lexi. "Why don't you help us with the next question, Miss Spencer, since you seem so eager to speak? Can you tell us what yellow metal is an alloy of copper and zinc?" Lexi gives me a strained help me look and whispers, "What is it?" "Say, tungsten?" I whisper back, not sure myself. I don't even know if it's a real word, but it sounds science-y. "Tungsten," Lexi says confidently. She probably assumes I knew the answer, but you know what they say about assuming. "That is a metal, but it's gray, not yellow, nor is it an alloy." "Try again," the professor says with a nod. "Thanks a lot, asshole," Lexi whispers through her teeth. "Oh, I got it. Say sulfur." "Sulfur," Lexi repeats out loud to the professor. He frowns. "You got the color right, but sulfur is a non-metal and, again, not an alloy. This is a college chemistry course, and we're 10 weeks into the semester. Surely you know sulfur is a non-metal." He squints his eyes, waiting for Lexi to respond, but she sits there with a blank expression. "The correct answer is brass. Please see me after class, Miss Spencer." Lexi glares at me and whispers, "A lot of good your precious degree, did you?" I never said I knew anything about science. I was a communications major. Don't blame me for not being able to answer an 8th grade science question. You know you're partially responsible, with you being me and all, you half-wit. She goes back to sketching that regretful tattoo. Maybe I should have let her stay in bed and take her precious mental health day. I feel like I need one myself. After class, I wait for Lexi outside. She tried to skip out on speaking with her professor, but I led her to him and left the room. She comes through the door with a sheet of paper clutched in one hand. Her brows are pulled together, and her lips are pouty and pursed. She's pissed. Good, because so am I. "How'd it go?" I ask. Lexi pushes past me, ignoring my question. I quicken my pace to keep up with her. "What's the paper for?" "Information on the tutoring center, their hours, how to sign up, blah, blah, blah. Thanks to you, my professor thinks I need extra help." Lexi crumples up the paper and tosses it into a trash can as we pass by. "You should go." "No, that's not really my thing. Cuts too much into my social time. Plus, I'm not an idiot, and I don't need anyone's help." She throws open the doors at the end of the hall and jogs down the steps of the building. I mean, Lexi's not wrong about the idiot part. She's just a hindrance to herself and her own potential. The only thing that's ever gotten in Lexi's way is Lexi. "Where are we going?" I ask. "I'm going to lunch with Katie, Nikki, and Claire. You know, my friends." She glances over at me, slightly narrowing her eyes. "They're my friends too," I say, even though I've basically lost touch with all of them. "And I'm actually going to Claire's wedding in a month, or 14 years and a month, I guess." Lexi stops dead in her tracks, staring at me. I slap a hand over my mouth as my eyes go wide, realizing I shouldn't have said anything about the wedding. Her wedding? Did she get divorced or something? I shake my head. No. It's her first marriage? Shit. I should have never said anything about her wedding. Lexi's for sure gonna slip and tell Claire this, and who knows what ramifications that'll have on her life. Lexi takes my non-answer as confirmation and starts laughing. I grab her shoulder. "You can't tell Claire." "But that's Claire's only goal in life," she chuckles. "I should just let her know now, so she doesn't waste the next decade plus trying to find a rich man to marry." Is it really that funny? What are your goals, Lexi? What do you want out of life? She stops laughing and stares back at me. Exactly. You have no goals. And guess what? 14 years from now, you will have accomplished nothing. At least Claire is working towards some goal, even if it is vain and superficial. Lexi squints, but then relaxes her eyes and shrugs my hand off her shoulder. "It will all work out in the end," she says. "No, stop that right now." I point my finger at her, trying to break her out of a bad habit, like a puppy learning that it's not okay to pee in the house. It won't just all work out in the end. You are the one who has to actually do the work. If it's meant to be, it will be, Lexi says, nonchalantly as she keeps walking with me trailing behind her. You're delusional. Things go wrong, so you can appreciate them when they're right. That's not true for you, Lexi. They never go right because you don't make them go right. Everything is okay in the end. If it's not okay, then it's not the end. If you say one more inspirational quote, I'm going to hurt you, I warn. Que sera, sera, Lexi says with a laugh. That one breaks me, and I charge forward, tackling her to the ground. I'll show you inspiration, I say, swinging wildly, trying to make one of them land. But she mirrors me, and instead of slapping her, we either high-five or our arms bounce into one another. Catfight, some guy crows as people gather around us, hooting and hollering. With a frustrated yell, I grab a fistful of her hair and pull just as my own head yanks back. Damn it! I can't win because we're the same person. Everything I do, she does. Another guy yells, "Get her!" and "Kick her ass!" Who is he cheering for? Stop pulling my hair, Lexi screams. You stop pulling mine. She cocks her free hand back, forming it into a fist as I do the same. Like it's been choreographed, we thrust our fists into each other's face, connecting with our respective right eyes. The hits are synchronized, and we both fall backward with a thud. Lying on the ground, we hold our throbbing eye sockets, panting and grumbling. When the crowd dissipates, I sit up, perched on my elbows, and look at Lexi. Are you going to listen to me now? I ask. She pulls herself into a seated position, glaring back at me. No, are you going to listen to me now? What are you talking about? I just put you in your place. Have a little respect for your elder. I jut my chin and purse my lips together. She mimics my head movements. What are you talking about? I just put you in your place. Have a little respect for the better version of yourself. Are you just saying what I'm saying? Are you just saying what I'm saying? She repeats. For fuck's sake, Lexi, we can't go on like this. Listen, neither of us likes the situation we're in. You don't want me here, and I don't want to be here. But us being at odds is only going to make this whole thing far worse. Let's say I do leave you alone, and I take off. How does that play out? There's just another version of you walking around the planet. You'd be okay with that? I know I wouldn't be if I were in your position, because maybe the other you goes and commits a slew of felonies, leaving your DNA at every scene. Maybe you find yourself in prison for crimes you didn't commit. Yet, I raise a brow. Lexi gives me a fearful look, but it quickly turns to wrath, like she might kill me right here and now. All right, I've got to calm her down. Threatening to frame her is enraging her rather than making her agreeable. I sigh and let my shoulders slump. We don't have to be friends, Lexi, but we do need to at least be civil. She moves her twisted lips side to side, weighing my words. I think she might just tell me to piss off and go live my life. Fine, she says. We'll keep it civil. Her tone is sharp, but at least she's agreeing with me on something, even if it's as elementary as keeping our hands to ourselves. It's a start, and we've got to start somewhere. 13. I get in line at one of the food counters in the campus cafeteria. The plastic tray slides across the metal serving shelf, my mouth watering at the sight of pizza, burgers, chicken sandwiches, fries, and pasta dishes. I pause in front of the pizza and select the ooeyest, gooeyest slice, breathing in its savory oregano and marinara smell. It's in a weird rectangle cut, and the dough still feels partially raw, but it's my first chance at a warm meal since traveling back in time, so it's heavenly. Before I can place it on my tray, where it belongs, Lexi slaps my hand, knocking the slice back onto the serving pan. What the hell? You don't need that, she says. I thought we agreed to be civil to one another. I am being extremely civil by looking out for your health and wellness. She wears an amused look, so I know this has nothing to do with her giving a damn about my health. This is just Lexi being petty because she's mad about her professor suggesting she needs tutoring. Of course, she blames me for that, even though she's the one that never attends class. One of us has to be the bigger person, and I know it's not going to be her. So I take a deep breath and slide down the line, selecting a hot dog. Lexi immediately flicks it off my plate and says, "You don't eat that either." She's the worst. I draw in another deep breath and move further away from her. Placing a hamburger on my tray, I start to assemble it, adding tomatoes, lettuce, onions, pickles, American cheese, ketchup, and mayo. It's beautiful. Glancing over my shoulder, I notice that Lexi's not behind me anymore. Good. She gave up and decided to stop being so petulant. Maybe she is teachable. My gaze goes back to my tray, which is now empty. I groan and scan the cafeteria, spotting Lexi holding my burger over a garbage can. She stares at me as she lets it fall out of her hand and tumble into the trash. Raising my chin, I march toward her, resisting the urge to use my lunch tray as a weapon. "Are you going to throw away every scrap of food I put on my plate?" "No." She shrugs. "I wouldn't toss cucumbers. Or lima beans. You know I hate both of those." "It looks like we're both experiencing things we hate then," Lexi says, grinning devilishly. I am going to be stuck in 2002 forever. When we finally take a seat at a table, all that's left on my tray is a garden salad with a light vinaigrette dressing, an apple, a cup of water, and some steamed broccoli. My salad looked quite appetizing until Lexi removed the croutons, shredded cheese, bacon, and forbade the use of ranch or Caesar dressing, everything she knew I would enjoy. Now it's just a pile of wilted lettuce with cherry tomatoes, some onions, and a few cucumbers she added out of spite. There's still a little ranch residue left on my lettuce because she wasn't able to scrape it off completely after I tried adding some. I stab my fork into a sad-looking cucumber and scowl at Lexi. She smiles as she brings a slice of pizza to her mouth and bites into it. Grease dribbles down her chin. "Should you be eating that? I thought you cared so much about your health." I roll my eyes. She chews happily, dabbing her chin with a napkin. "I do, but it's cheat day, and health is all about balance. Not that you would know that." I pop the bitter cucumber into my mouth and force myself to swallow it, nearly gagging in the process. If this isn't motivation to do whatever it takes to get back to my time, then I don't know what is. Katie plunks her tray and a textbook on the table. "Did you make it to class, Lexi?" she asks as she tosses a French fry into her mouth. "Unfortunately," Lexi says, glaring at me. Well, I'm impressed. Katie smiles and flips open her textbook. "Don't be," I say, pointing to my younger self, stifling a laugh. "Lexi here couldn't answer a basic high school science question." "Neither could you, dumbass," Lexi quips. Katie furrows her brow at the news that Lexi and I went to class together, but before she can pry any further, Claire and Nikki join us. "Hey, ladies, sorry I'm late," Claire says, setting her book bag on the floor and flipping her long, sleek hair over her shoulder. Her lips are plump, and her body is shaped like an hourglass. Claire's always been the most gorgeous girl in any room. She didn't just turn heads, she snapped necks. "My engineering class ran over," she adds as she settles in. "You're not in engineering," Katie notes, biting into her ham and cheese sandwich. "Technically, no, but I'm still learning a lot." "Like what?" Nikki tilts her head. "Today, I learned that Tom's single. His dad's a VP at a Fortune 500 company, FYI. Brent is here on a full-ride scholarship and plans to go to an Ivy League school for his master's. Oh, and Ryan is actually failing engineering, so I'm not really interested in him anymore." "None of that information has anything to do with engineering," Katie says, while shaking her head. "Did you not hear me say Ryan is failing engineering? That has the word engineering in it." She grabs a few fries from Katie's tray and throws them into her mouth. Claire always put a ton of effort into her degree. She joined the sailing club in hopes of meeting a guy with a boat, attended, but didn't enroll in, engineering, pre-med, and law classes to meet future rich men, and became a cheerleader to get close to the basketball and football players. I remember her saying, "You never know, they could get drafted by the NBA or NFL." Our college was a Division III school, so that was highly unlikely. It also wasn't the most academically prestigious, so the big talk from these grown boys about Ivy League master's programs and opening their own law firms was also highly improbable. Claire's bright eyes land on me. They're like two large emeralds set perfectly into her face. Wow, you look just like Lexi. She looks nothing like me, Claire, Lexi huffs. This is my super old sister, Alexis. Her older, wiser sister, I correct. Alexis, nice to meet you. Likewise. And seriously, you two look identical. Lexi, you'll probably look just like your sister when you're her age, Claire says, her gaze bouncing between us. I don't think so, she argues. Her whole look isn't one I'd let happen to me. What's that supposed to mean? I narrow my eyes as I bite my apple. It crunches between my teeth, spraying juice. It tastes terrible, but I chew it anyway. Whoever named these things Red Delicious was a damn liar. You know exactly what that means. Lexi peels a pepperoni from her pizza and flings it into her mouth. How long are you in town for? Claire asks, changing the subject. Not sure. I'm waiting for my apartment to be repaired. I seal my response with a tight smile. I'm trying to say as little as possible so I can keep our story straight, since Nikki and Katie have already heard it. The fewer details you give, the less you have to remember. Yeah, Alexis lost everything in a fire, so I'm her saving grace, Lexi adds. Claire places her hand against her chest, giving me a sympathetic look. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. I couldn't imagine losing all of my belongings. Don't feel sorry for my sis. She started the fire, Lexi smirks. Damn it. Katie tilts her head, her eyes swinging to me. You what? It was an accident. I left a candle unattended, I quickly explain, shooting daggers at my younger, dumber self. I don't know why she's making this more difficult for the both of us. Now I have to remember my apartment burned down due to an unattended candle, and that's why I'm staying with Lexi. But what about work? Katie interjects, her brow rising slightly. Is your job giving you time off, or do you work in the area? Shit, look what she's done. Think. We should have developed a full story before we started lying to people, and also a better one, not one where I'm either aloof or a pyro. Before I can think of an answer, Lexi opens her big fat mouth. She got fired from her job for stealing. And I'm a thief, too. My God, I am going to kill her. Claire double-checks that her rings are all still on her fingers. She straightens each one out, trying not to be obvious. Katie pulls her textbook into her chest, and Nikki grips the sides of her lunch tray. Stealing hearts, I blurt out. Nikki squints in confusion. Hearts? Lexi chuckles, clearly enjoying me squirm. Yeah, hearts. See, my boss had a thing for me, and his wife found out and demanded that I be fired, and so then he did. Lexi just likes to joke that I got fired for stealing, like his love, or his heart, or something. I trail off. What? They can't fire you for that. You should sue his dick off. Katie pounds her fist against the table, causing our trays to bounce and our silverware to clang against the plastic. It startles me, even though it shouldn't, because Katie's always been passionate when it comes to injustices. And now she's all riled up, thanks to Lexi. It's fine. I didn't like the job anyway. That doesn't matter. You're entitled to a safe work environment, and that sounds hostile, plus an abuse of power. You should lawyer up and sue their asses, Katie says in a firm tone. You did say you needed money, sis. What with you burning down your apartment and all. Lexi smiles. I'm really going to kill her. Speaking of lawyers, I've got some good news, Claire interrupts. Jason, the attorney I met at the start of the school year, is finally taking me out on a second date. I'm grateful she changed the subject because the focus is off me. But the mention of Jason gives me pause. I thought he was a paralegal. Katie raises a brow. Yeah, same thing. Katie shakes her head and turns her attention to her textbook. Jason, wasn't your first date with him like 2 months ago? Nikki asks with a mouthful of pasta. Something like that, she says, flicking her hand. Nikki turns up her nose. And he's just now getting around to taking you out on a second date. That's ridiculous. Claire sits up a little taller in her seat. Well, he's really busy. No one is that busy, Lexi says. A lawyer is? He's a paralegal, Katie corrects, not taking her eyes off her book. And if you are important to him, he'd make time for you. It sounds like he's just stringing you along, Lexi adds. Claire nods as she listens to their advice, but I know she's not going to take it. She'll date Jason for nearly 2 years before finding out she isn't his only woman. In fact, she's the other woman. We tried telling her many times that he was a player, but for some reason, she kept going back to him. Lexi starts to get to her feet. Where are you going? I ask. We are going to work out, she says, dumping her tray at the station behind her before turning to face me. I furrow my brow. Who's we? She places the palms of her hands on the table and leans over it. You, me, and Nikki. I went to math class, so you can go to the gym. It was science class, I argue. When did I say I was going to the gym? Nikki tilts her head to the side. You said you were joining me on a health journey 2 weeks ago, Nikki, and you haven't gone to work out with me once. I meant more of an emotional and mental health journey. Nikki tucks her chin in. Well, physical health is just as important, so we'll start there. Lexi firmly nods. But my Hold on. I put my hand up, interrupting Nikki. I never said I was going to the gym. I know. Lexi crosses her arms in front of her chest and taps her shoe on the floor. I said you were going to the gym. It's a give and take, Alexis. You got my brain for 1 hour today, so now I get your body for an hour. That sounded weird. And judging by the looks on Claire's, Katie's, and Nikki's faces, they feel the same way. But Claire is preoccupied with her phone and Katie with her textbook. Nikki sits quiet, obviously not wanting to get dragged back into this. If Lexi and I keep arguing, we're going to say too much, and the girls are going to get suspicious of who I really am. I get up from my seat and grab Lexi by the arm, pulling her away from the table. Let go of me, she protests. You're gonna blow our cover if you keep talking, I warn. She yanks free from my grip. You're the only one with a cover story. I'm supposed to be here. You're not. I squeeze the bridge of my nose with my pointer finger and thumb. We already went over this. I'm here because of you, and I'm probably going to be stuck here also because of you. Can you stop making things harder for us and just listen and do what I say? The sooner you do, the sooner I'm gone. Lexi stares back at me with narrowed eyes and lips pressed firmly together. She's stubborn, and I know she won't listen to me. I can practically see her brain working overtime, piecing together an offer or a deal that will require a compromise out of me. After all, that is the sign of a good negotiation. How about this, she says, relaxing her face. If you come to the gym this afternoon and let me train you, I'll do something you want me to do. That way we're both working hard and taking responsibility for our... Her eyes scan over my body in a judgy way. Actions. I let out a heavy sigh, knowing I don't have a choice. The only way I'm getting what I want is if she gets her way too. That's just how Lexi is. It's like negotiating with a terrorist, which you're never supposed to do. Do we have a deal? Lexi extends her hand out. I glance down at it, and then meet her icy gaze. I know I can't trust her because Lexi at 18 only looked out for numero uno. But it doesn't matter if I can trust her or not. It only matters if I can change her. That's what'll get me home. Fine, I say, shaking the devil's hand. You've got yourself a deal. 14. Standing in front of the full-length mirror, I'm surprised that I was able to stuff myself into Lexi's clothes. The workout leggings and spandex top are at least 2 sizes too small. She was right. I do look like a Cabbage Patch doll dressed in a Barbie outfit. I suck in air, forcing my lungs to expand farther than Lexi's tiny fitness top allows for. I'm less worried about my outfit and more worried as to what she has in store for me, especially given her warnings. She said this is going to be the hardest workout of my life and that I'll either get fit or die trying. It felt more like a threat than anything else, and I honestly think this is just a ploy, so I'll die due to natural causes, like my heart giving out. Lexi pushes open the door, nearly smacking me in the face. Geez, I say, blocking it with my hand and taking a step back. She closes it behind her and steps in front of me to check herself out in the mirror. Garbed in pale pink yoga pants and a matching cropped tank top, she's clearly dressing for attention, not fitness. "Let's go, Cabbage Patch," Lexi says, beckoning me with her hand as she skips out of the room and down the hall. I groan and follow behind, reminding myself if I do what she wants me to do, then she'll do what I want her to do. If we can keep this deal going long enough for her to change for the better, then eventually the universe will send me back to my time. At least that's how I think it will all work. I turn the corner, and Lexi's already in the elevator, smiling at me while the doors are closing. "Take the stairs," she calls out in a sing-song voice. I let out an exasperated sigh and enter the stairwell, taking the 8 flights of stairs slowly. Mind over matter, I repeat to myself. In the lobby, I find Lexi stretching. She bends at the waist, planting the palms of her hands flat against the floor. A couple of college guys watch her, and she's clearly basking in the attention. At that age, I could not get enough of it. You could have thrown my 18-year-old self on a stage in Madison Square Garden with a packed stadium, and that still wouldn't have satisfied my appetite for attention. Lexi looks at me pityingly. "Took you long enough. Let's go," she says as she jogs toward the exit doors. I grumble and force myself to follow her. It's only an hour. I can get through an hour. 15 minutes later, I'm on a treadmill, my hands gripping the sides, trying to hold on for dear life. I can barely see due to the sweat pouring into my eyes, and my feet can't keep up with the speed Lexi selected. "Run faster!" Lexi swats at my hands. "And let go of the treadmill. You're only cheating yourself when you do that." She sounds like a drill sergeant. I try to run with my arms by my sides, like a normal person, but I nearly trip and tumble off the machine. My lungs aren't sucking in enough air, and my heart is pounding so hard it feels like one continuous hum. I grip the treadmill again and smack the down arrow button on the speed setting, but Lexi cranks it right back up. I angrily grunt as I increase my speed because I don't have another choice. It's either run faster or get tossed off this machine and thrown into the wall behind me. I must be dead. I have to be. Because being forced to sprint on a treadmill while I'm berated by my 18-year-old self would be my own personal nightmare. That's the only way to explain all of this. Time travel doesn't exist. I just died. And I'm in hell. "That big butt isn't going to run itself off," Lexi says, slapping my ass. "Ow! What is wrong with you?" My breath is so ragged, I can barely get the words out. "I need water," I gasp. She picks up the water bottle on the floor beside my machine. Wow, I can't believe she's actually going to give me water. Lexi pulls on the cap and squirts it at my face, spraying me in the eyes. I yank the emergency cord, which auto-stops the treadmill, forcing it to come to a sudden halt. "That's it. I'm done," I wheeze. "You've only been here 15 minutes. "Yeah, and in that time, you've screamed at me, called me names, slapped my ass, and squirted water in my face, all while I was running full speed on a treadmill. I won't survive another few minutes with you," I say, as I collapse to the floor, panting. "Oh, don't be such a baby." Lexi holds out the water bottle to me. I hesitate before taking it from her, afraid she'll spray it in my face again. But she doesn't. I gulp the water until I can't breathe, and I'm forced to come up for air. Tears pool at the rims of my eyes as my emotions threaten to spill out, the ones I keep locked away in order to protect myself, because it's easier to hide them than to deal with them. "I can't be here anymore, Lexi." My voice cracks. "I have to get back to my life so I can fix things with Andrew." My face crumples, and tears roll down my cheeks, mingling with rivers of sweat. I miss him so much, and I can't lose him. "Sitting on your duff feeling sorry for yourself isn't going to send you back or repair your future relationship, so you may as well finish your workout," she says, extending her hand out to help me up. I want to argue with Lexi and tell her she's wrong, but she's not, which is hard for me to admit. Doing nothing will result in nothing. "I'll tone it down a notch for your old, brittle body," Lexi adds with a small smile. I take her hand, and she pulls me to my feet, patting me on the back. I can't believe Lexi is the voice of reason right now. Is she out-maturing me? Is it possible for me to demature? Or is immaturity contagious? Like, I'm catching what she had. I've got to be better so I can make her be better, and that means sucking it up and getting through this terrible workout, because Lexi and I made a deal, and I have to hold up my end of it. 40 minutes later, although it felt like hours, we're finally on our way back to the dorm. My legs are jello, and I can barely lift them. I drag my feet across the pavement, scuffing up Lexi's tennis shoes. She's the one that made me do lunges and squats until my muscles gave out, so the ruined soles are on her. Feel better? She asks as we enter North Scott and call for the elevator. It dings, and the doors slide open. If better is worse, then yes, I do. Don't say that to Nikki, or I'll never get her to come with me. We step inside, and she selects the button for the 8th floor. Nah, she will. You're the one that whips her into shape, I say. The doors close, and the elevator buzzes as it ascends. Lexi furrows her brow. What do you mean, I whip her into shape? Oh, well, I stammer, unsure of what I should and shouldn't reveal. But then again, she should know this, so she stops. Nikki struggles with her weight, which leads to other problems. You end up feeling really guilty about it because you think the Get Nikki Fat plan played a part in it, so you help her get into the best shape of her life. And thanks to you, she learns how to follow through with a plan. Kind of ironic if you ask me. Lexi shrugs. The elevator doors open. In what way? I ask, trailing behind her. I helped Nikki learn how to follow through with a plan, but I never followed through with any of my own. That's not true. We follow through on things. Okay. She stops suddenly, doing an about face. I nearly run into her. Name one thing we followed through with, Lexi says, squinting. We graduated college. And what did we do with that degree? Do we use it? Not really. Figures. And did we ever write that book? Or run a half marathon? Did we travel the world? Did we learn another language? Did we open up a business? Did we... No, but there's still time to do all that, I interrupt. And how long have you been saying there's still time to do all that? Since I was your age. Exactly. Lexi shakes her head and turns from me. She throws her door open in a huff, collects her towel and shower caddy, and then pushes past me without another word. How the hell can she be mad at me for not accomplishing our goals? She's responsible for achieving them too, and Lexi's the one that led us down a path of self-destruction, thanks to her inability to take accountability for her own life. Now she's up on her high horse, acting like she's the better version of us. What a joke. Since I got here, all she's done is drink, party, eat, and sleep, with the exception of going to one class I forced her to attend. I wobbly stomp down the hall toward the bathroom, ready to give Lexi a piece of my mind. I won't let her twist the situation we're in or manipulate me. Entering the bathroom, steam lingers in the air on the left side where the shower stalls are. Water splats against the tile floor. Only one stall has the curtain closed, so I know that's the one she's in. Do I wait for her to come out? Do I scream at her from here? Or do I... Before I can finish my thought, I hear a whimper. At first, I think it's Lexi laughing, probably at me. But then a sob escapes, and I realize she's crying. 15. I'm sitting in Lexi's desk chair, waiting for her to come back from her shower. I left the bathroom quietly, so she wouldn't know I heard her crying. I don't even understand what caused it. I lift my head and watch the minutes on the small desk clock tick by, until it hits me. I told her that we never accomplish any of our goals. We essentially do nothing with our lives. That has to suck to hear. I mean, I've had time to process it, each year drifting by with nothing to show for it. There's still time to do it all, though. I'm only in my 30s. I have my whole life ahead of me, and so does she. The future is written in the clouds, not in stone. It's malleable, especially with me being here. Lexi walks in, wrapped up in a towel, still damp from her trip to the bathroom. Her shower caddy swings at her side, and she slams the door closed behind her, punctuating her anger. "You know it's all going to be okay, right?" I say with a smile. She drops her caddy and walks to her dresser, spritzing leave-in conditioner onto her hair. "No, I don't know that, and neither do you." Her voice is cold. "You're right, I don't. But I do know where our life ends up if you don't make a change." "You mean your life? My life is just fine." "But it won't be for long," I argue. "Not my problem," Lexi says, working a handful of mousse into her hair. "Come on, we can figure this out together." She ignores me, pretending like I'm not here. Grabbing the television remote, she flicks through the channels, stopping on MTV. An episode of TRL has already started. There's no getting through to her right now, because she's in obstinate mode. I just need to give her some space to cool off. "I'm gonna take a shower," I say. Lexi doesn't respond, instead keeping her eyes glued to Carson Daly as he introduces Avril Lavigne to a live studio audience. "Can I at least have a towel and some clothes to change into?" Lexi walks to her closet, picking out a few things. Without saying a word, she hands them to me one at a time. A bar of soap, a washcloth, a pair of track pants with the word juicy printed on the ass, and a balled-up t-shirt. I hold up the washcloth and roll my eyes. "How am I supposed to dry off with this?" "I'm sure you'll figure it out," she says, crossing the room and turning up the volume on the TV. Lexi was right. I did figure out how to dry myself off only using a washcloth. I'm just still very damp, even after standing in the stall for 15 minutes to drip dry. I struggle to get on the juicy track pants because the fabric keeps sticking to my moist skin, but I tug and pull until they're up my legs and over my ass. I roll my eyes after putting on the t-shirt because the word bitch is printed across the front of it. So immature. I've been in the bathroom for nearly an hour, and I hope she's had enough time to cool off because we need to work together. Back in her room, Lexi is now seated at her computer with her shoes and jacket on. She better not be planning to go out to another party. I toss the wet washcloth into the hamper and return the bar of soap to her caddy, noticing a bottle of shampoo and conditioner, which she intentionally didn't offer up. Lexi taps her fingers across her keyboard. I wonder what she's up to, but I assume it's nothing good. She spins around in her chair, facing me. Her hands are steepled in front of her, and she wears an amused yet determined look. "That shirt fits you well," Lexi smirks. I know she's not referring to the sizing, but I ignore her insult, instead asking, "Are you going somewhere?" Lexi gets to her feet and retrieves a backpack from her closet, slinging it over her shoulders. She meets my gaze and says, "No, we're going somewhere." "Where?" "It's a surprise." "Is it a party?" I ask. Lexi shakes her head. "Nope." "Is it a trap to try and kill me?" "No, but that's not a bad idea." She grins. I cock my head to the side and put a hand on my hip, squinting at her. Lexi rolls her eyes. "I'm not going to kill you. I came up with an idea as to how we can get you back to your time, and I want to try it. So, will you come with me?" This could be a trap, or it could be how I get through to Lexi. I try it her way, and when that inevitably fails, she'll be forced to do things my way. "Fine," I say, hoping this doesn't backfire and end up making things worse than they already are. 16. Lexi. I pull open the door to the library, holding it for Alexis. She looks at me wide-eyed, her mouth slightly parted. I'm pretty sure she's shocked that I, 1, know where the library is, and 2, that my plan even involves a library. "After you, m'lady," I say with a wave of my hand and a slight bow. She raises a brow, keeping a close eye on me as she passes through the entrance. I take off past her, leading the way through the open study area, in the direction of the stacks. "What are we doing here?" Alexis asks. I stop and face her, my pointer finger already pressed against my closed lips. "Shh, this is a library," I whisper, barely able to contain my amused smile. A few students sitting at nearby tables lift their heads, looking to us. Alexis grumbles while awkwardly folding her arms across her chest to cover up the word bitch. I turn on my foot, continuing toward the stacks with Alexis in tow. I'm surprised she agreed to come with me in the first place. I know she's convinced her way is the right way, which is me taking all the blame for how our life turns out and doing all the work to change it, while she sits back, does nothing, and accepts zero responsibility. I'm not sure my idea is the key to sending her back, but at least it'll be more fun than hers, and it requires us both to make an effort. I pluck books and VHS tapes from the shelves while Alexis watches me, her brow creased as she tries to make sense of my selections. It seems random, but there is rhyme to my reason. While I was showering, I decided I needed to take matters into my own hands because I can't count on Alexis to do that. I mean, she's here harping on me and her past rather than dealing with the issues in her present time. Seems rather backward to me, but she doesn't see it that way. The idea came about while I was watching TRL and thinking of ways I could easily dispose of Alexis's body, should it have to come to that. And then I realized every plan that came to mind was something I had seen in a movie or a TV show. So if we're going to get out of this, then we gotta call on Hollywood. They never steer us wrong. I mean, I learned that my tongue would stick to a frozen pole from A Christmas Story. I tried it anyway just to be sure, and they were right. They were very right. So maybe they'll be right about time travel, too. I select the last couple of books and movies that were on my list and make my way to a small empty study room in the back corner of the library. I wanted to only use movies as a part of this experiment, but there weren't enough about time travel, so I had to expand and include books as well. Those can be for Alexis to go through. Flicking on the light, I drop the dozen or so books and movies on the table and fan them out so Alexis can read the titles: A Wrinkle in Time, Groundhog Day, 12 Monkeys. She looks to me with squinty eyes, clearly confused as to what my plan is. Get it? I ask. Her gaze flips back and forth between the titles and me. No, she says, shaking her head. All of these are about time travel. I motion to the table. If we try the things they did in these books and movies, maybe we can figure out a way to get you, back to the future. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Alexis practically turns her nose up at the idea. It worked for them. Yeah, in a fictional movie or book, not in real life. We've got to try something, I say. She cocks her head. Yeah, you try to be better. No, I said we've got to try something, not just me. I cross my arms over my chest and lift my chin to show her I'm not budging on this. And if this, she gestures to the collection of books and movies, doesn't work, then what? We do it your way, and I'll comply this time, I say, knowing that's exactly what she wants to hear. She eyes me suspiciously, like she doesn't believe nor trust my offer. And you won't fight me on going to class? Nope. You'll stop partying and drinking so much? She asks. I nod. Alexis stares at me a little longer, considering the offer as well as my intentions and whether I'll hold up my end of the deal, should my idea not be successful. I know she doesn't think I'm capable of compromising, but I am, as long as the other person is compromising first. That's the Lexi style of negotiation. Alexis blinks several times and then relaxes her face. Fine. I clasp my hands together and smile. Her attention returns to the table, and she scans the titles again, her forehead puckering. Did you do any research on these books or movies? Yes, that's why I know they all have to do with time travel. Okay, Alexis says, picking up Back to the Future 1 and 2. In these two movies, they use a DeLorean to time travel. So, how's that going to work? Is your plan to steal a DeLorean? Fine, we'll eliminate those, I say, snatching them from her and placing them in their own pile away from the others. And we'll remove any others that are impossible to accomplish, or could get us arrested if we attempted them, Alexis adds. I'm not sure how many of these books or movies that condition would eliminate, but it can't be all of them. So I nod, scoop up the materials, and beeline to the checkout desk with a smile on my face. We've got work to do. Keyword, we, not me. 17. Alexis. After walking Lexi to class, I spend nearly the whole day at the library. At first, I tried to research real time travel theories like time-space continuum, parallel universes, string theory, and pulsar vortexes. But that all went right over my head, and it gave me a migraine. I really hope the solution to sending me back to my time has nothing to do with actual science. Otherwise, I'm not going anywhere. I spent the rest of my time at the library reading the books Lexi assigned me, because a deal's a deal. I take the elevator up to the 8th floor of North Scott. She should be done with class by now, so I can relay my findings to her, pour myself a drink, and settle in for the evening. All this time travel research, paired with having to sleep on the floor, is really taking it out of me. I stretch my arms, reaching them over my head and twisting my back side to side as I walk down the hall. My bones crack with each movement. When I enter the dorm room, I'm surprised to find Lexi lying on the floor with a pen in hand, taking notes. A large bowl sits beside her, containing remnants of popcorn kernels. Music plays from the small tube television, while film credits roll on the screen. It looks like she's been here a while, even though her last class of the day ended 20 minutes ago. I drop my bag, kick off my shoes, and shut the door behind me. Did you go to your last class? Lexi sits up, briefly glancing at me before looking over her notes again. No, we have bigger fish to fry, so I skipped all my classes today. I give her an incredulous look. But I walked you to your first class. Yeah, and I walked right back. It was nice to stretch my legs and get some fresh air before I settled in to watch 6 movies. My eyes widen. You watched 6 movies today? Yup. The Terminator, 12 Monkeys, Groundhog Day, Time After Time, Donnie Darko, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, and The Time Machine, she says, reading from her notes. The entire films? That's right, Lexi nods. When I put my mind to something, I can almost always pull it off. I took notes, too, so my part of the research is done, she says proudly. You shouldn't have skipped your classes. It's in the past now. Lexi waves a hand dismissively and gets to her feet. So there's no sense in crying over spilled water. It's milk, I correct. What? Never mind. I shake my head. She unwraps a bag of popcorn and tosses it in the microwave. What about your research? I'm almost done reading Replay, which is really good, by the way. That's it? Lexi groans. I watched 6 movies, and you didn't get through 4 books. I gave you way less work. She folds her arms across her chest. You're joking, right? I have to read them, which takes far longer than watching a film. And how the hell did I get stuck with all the reading? The kernels pop intermittently. You like reading. She shrugs. It's still more work. That's not fair. Lexi looks to me, angling her head. Life's not fair. Touché, I say, because I can't argue with that. It's really not fair, and it's not supposed to be. I slowly take a seat on the floor, groaning as I get down to my knees and then into a seated position. My quads and hamstrings are still sore from yesterday's workout, so not only am I stuck here, but I'm also in a great deal of pain. The microwave beeps, and Lexi removes the bag of popcorn and pours it into the bowl beside me. Thanks. I grab a handful of kernels and toss them into my mouth. You're welcome. She chucks the empty bag in the trash can and pops a squat on the floor, flipping through her pad of notes. I'm surprised how seriously she's taking this. Lexi either thinks this will work, or she's just toying with me. Either way, I haven't seen her this excited about anything else aside from going out and partying. So, what did you learn from your movie day? You mean research day? She arches a brow. Let's start with film 1, The Terminator. She says the title in Arnold Schwarzenegger's voice, followed by what I assume is a quote from the movie. For this experiment, we'd have to build a cyborg or a robot or something, because from what I gathered, they're the ones that are able to time travel. Do you think we're capable of that? Absolutely not. That's what I figured. Lexi crosses out that option. I snack on popcorn, waiting for her to present her next finding. Then I watched 12 Monkeys. In that movie, there was some sort of deadly virus that kills everyone. Bruce Willis's character was selected to go back in time to stop it. He ends up getting shot, though, and they don't find a cure or stop the virus, so it wasn't all that helpful. She crosses it off her list. Good movie, though. Would definitely recommend. And Bruce Willis is such a babe. She swoons. None of this is helpful. Respect the research process, Alexis, she says, holding up her pointer finger. I stifle a laugh. I'm impressed by her determination, but also amused by how ridiculous this all is. Continuing on, she says. Groundhog Day. The main character, Phil, is trapped in this time loop, repeating the same day over and over again that no one else is aware of. At first, Phil's a real dick, but then he becomes a nice guy and he escapes the time loop. You're not technically stuck in a time loop, but you could still try being less of a dick and see if that helps. She lifts her shoulders and smirks. Very funny, Lexi. It's just a suggestion. It worked for Bill Murray, so don't rule it out. She tosses a couple popcorn kernels in her mouth and dusts off her hands before flipping to the next page in her notebook. I'll keep it in mind, I say sarcastically. Good. Now let's move on to the time machine. The main dude is the scientist who invents the time machine. With our combined math and science skills, I'll just go ahead and eliminate that one, Lexi says, scribbling it out. And then we have time after time. There was a time machine in this one too, but Jack the Ripper uses it to escape the police and ends up in the year 1979. She lifts her head, eyeing me suspiciously. Cross it off, I say, before she gets any more silly ideas. She scratches her pen against the paper again. All right, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure is up next. They travel through time using a phone booth, and we have several of those on campus. Lexi's eyes brighten. What are we supposed to do? Just stand in one? No harm in trying, she says. For how long? Long enough to see if it works. I already used a phone booth to call Andrew when I first got here, and I'm still here, I say, pulling my lips in. You probably weren't in it long enough. Fine. Since we don't have anything else, add it to the list. I munch on another handful of popcorn. Good. We'll try a different phone booth than the one you already used, just to be thorough. Lexi circles it on the page and then continues. Last but not least, actually it is the least, because I didn't get it at all. Donnie Darko. I don't even know what I watched. There's a bunny and a plane crash, and it was super depressing. Let's just say if the solution to getting you back to your time is in Donnie Darko, then you're screwed. Lexi forcefully crosses it off the list. Yeah, I didn't understand that movie either. Wait, you saw it? Then why the hell did I have to watch it? She caps her pen and tosses it on the pad of paper. You're the one that assigned yourself all the movies and me all the books. Yeah. She pops a few kernels in her mouth. Speaking of books, how long is it going to take you to finish reading them? Maybe 2 weeks. What? That's way too long. We'll spark notes the rest of them. She grabs her pen and paper and takes a seat at her desk, powering on her computer before connecting to the internet. It makes a screeching sound mixed with a dial tone. I haven't heard that in so long, forgot how annoying it was. Lexi glances over her shoulder at me. What do you mean? Having to connect to the internet through a landline. In my time, it's instant and wireless and quiet. Yeah, right, she laughs. I'm serious. It's fast as lightning and always at your fingertips. Everyone carries around cell phones and they're all equipped with internet. You're never not connected. Sounds creepy, she says. All right, I'm online and I'm pulling up Spark Notes. Lexi readies her pen, waiting for the page to load. It's nearly 20 minutes and one polished-off bowl of popcorn later when Lexi rejoins me on the floor with her notes in hand. Ready to present your findings? I smirk. Don't mock. But yes, I am. She sits up a bit taller. The first novel you were assigned to read but didn't was A Wrinkle in Time. I shoot her an annoyed look. Are you going to say that for all of them? I don't know. I didn't write a script. This is off the cuff, baby. Lexi grins. Anyway, there's like these supernatural beings that transport people through other dimensions and through space and time. It sounds supernatural, so we'll need to pick up a Ouija board. She looks to me for approval. Fine, add it to the list. Perfect, she says, writing it down. The second novel you were assigned, but only read a portion of, is Replay. She grins at me before continuing. Jeff, as you probably know, repeatedly dies and wakes up earlier in his life to relive it. So my first question is, are you actually dead, Alexis? No, I'm not dead. Okay. Would you be willing to die if there was a possibility you'd be sent back to your time? She raises her brow. No, but if I'm still here in a couple weeks, ask me again. Noted. And just to close up this one for now, spoiler alert, Jeff meets another woman who is also reliving her life over and over again. After they fall in love, they stop time traveling. What the hell? I haven't finished reading it yet. What? She shrugs. I said spoiler alert. Yeah, and then you immediately spoiled the ending for me. Okay, well, do you plan on falling in love while you're here? She tilts her head. No, I love Andrew. He's who I'm meant to be with. My heart flutters at the sound of his name rolling off my tongue. Unless he's time traveled with you, this one's off the list, she says, crossing it out. I weakly nod, wishing Andrew was here with me. Or, better yet, I was in 2016 with him. Moving on to Outlander, another book you were assigned, but... Lexi pauses, noticing the irritated look on my face, and clears her throat. Anyway, it's about this girl named Claire who travels to the past. Apparently there's a lot of graphic sexual content. Not sure if that has anything to do with time travel. But she travels through time via a hot spring, or at least I think that's how she does it. According to Yahoo, there's a hot spring in Minnesota, so can I add it to the list? Whatever. I drop my head into my hands. None of these are going to work anyway, I mumble. Not with that attitude, Lexi says, returning her attention to her notes. In Slaughterhouse-5, this guy named Billy is captured by an alien spaceship, which allows him to travel through time, I guess. But then he falls asleep in a hotel room and also travels back in time. SparkNotes didn't do the best job of making sense of this one, but I'm thinking we should try staying in a hotel. I crease my brow. Do you have money for that? Crossing it off. She strikes her pen across the paper and takes down more notes. What's next? I ask, wanting to get this over with. The sooner her plan fails, the sooner we can do it my way, which is how I'm ultimately going to get back to my time. I just wish Lexi would realize that, so we didn't have to waste so much time with all this nonsense. She finishes up with her notes and holds up a list titled, Things to Do to Send Alexis's Big Butt Back to the Future. Lexi, I grumble, eyeing the words written at the top of the page. She delivers a small smile and quickly scratches out big butt. In order to carry out my scientific experiments, we're going to need a hot spring, a phone booth, and a Ouija board. Lexi beams. This is such a waste of time, I sigh. You said we'd try it my way. The phone booth and Ouija board are easy, and the hot spring is less than 5 hours away, so they're all doable. And how are we supposed to get there? You don't have a car. No, but Nikki does. We'll do a girls' trip with Claire, Nikki, and Katie. We can camp out for a night near the hot spring, too, and use the Ouija board. That's extra spooky, so it should work. Not sure how the spookiness factor has any impact on being able to time travel, but regardless, how are you going to convince the girls to come with us? Why would they want to be in a car for 10 hours to do whatever this is? I motion to her list. Because they're my friends, and the Mall of America is 30 minutes from the hot spring, she says, pleased with herself. So, what do you say? That covers the hot spring and the Ouija board. What about the phone booth? I ask, ensuring we take care of all of her moronic ideas so she can get this out of her system. If the other stuff doesn't work, we'll do that when we get back. But that's it, right? Lexi nods. The door opens, and in walks Nikki, dressed in black sweatpants and a light jacket. What are you two doing? She asks, her eyes bouncing between us. Pack your bags, Lexi announces. We're going on a road trip. To where? Nikki tilts her head. The Mall of America, she says in a sing-song voice, and we'll need your car. Nikki squeals and nods. She was always up for a random adventure or a spur-of-the-moment night out. We had the most fun together. A sadness washes over me, remembering that we don't have that anymore. Nikki and I didn't have a falling out or anything like that. We just grew apart over time, and I'm not sure why we did. Lexi pulls 2 duffel bags from her closet and tosses them on her bed, designating one of them to me. Nikki, text Claire and let her know we leave for Minnesota first thing Saturday morning. On it, Nikki says, slipping her phone from her pocket. I'll go tell Katie. Lexi skips out of the room. She's acting as though she's the captain steering a ship, but rather than setting sail on a wonderful voyage, this vessel is more like the Titanic, and Lexi's on iceberg watch. 18. How much longer? Claire moans, shifting her shoulders. She's sandwiched between Katie and me in the back seat of Nikki's Toyota Corolla. We're halfway there, Lexi says, looking at the MapQuest printout. She's comfy in the front seat because she called shotgun on Friday, the day before we were actually leaving. We've been driving for over 3 hours, and we should be more than halfway there, but Lexi can't read a map, so Nikki's taken several wrong turns. I forgot how much of a struggle it was before technology consumed our lives. I miss my iPhone, and I hate to say it, but I miss Siri too, even though she got me lost many times and never understood what the hell I was saying. But she's far more reliable than Lexi. I'm cramped and bored out of my mind. We've already listened to Nikki's specially burned road trip CD 3 times, which consists of recent hits from Christina Aguilera, Eminem, Nelly, Avril Lavigne, Vanessa Carlton, Sean Paul, and Missy Elliott. I wish Andrew were here. He always knows where he's going, with or without a map, and he for sure would have gotten me home by now, even if it meant navigating me through time and space. Where are we going again? Katie asks, without looking up from her book. We're visiting a hot spring. It's for a class. Lexi smirks over her shoulder at me. She thinks she's so clever. What kind of class requires you to visit a hot spring nearly 5 hours away? Katie questions, still reading. Geolography? She means geology, I correct. Yeah, that's it. Lexi nods. Turn here, she yells, pointing at the windshield. Where? Nikki panics, frantically looking for where to go. Here! Nikki jerks the car, turning it 90 degrees at the last second. The tires squeal, and the sudden change in direction slides me into Claire, who smashes into Katie, crumpling the pages of her book. Lexi, you need to tell me before the turn, not at it, Nikki shrieks, gripping the steering wheel at 10 and 2. Yeah, Katie adds. You literally have one job, and now look at my book. She holds up the crumpled pages. Well, you shouldn't read in the car anyway. It's bad for your eyes. Or is it your stomach? Lexi shrugs and returns her attention to the map. Okay, you're on this for 100 miles. Oof, it's a long stretch of road with nothing around but a smattering of cornfields, trees, and farms. That's the Midwest for you. Also, cows. Lots and lots of cows. I'm so bored, Claire complains, staring at her cell phone that has no service. I spy, Nikki starts. No, Nikki, Claire cuts in. We're not babies. Let's play 2 truths and a lie then, I suggest. Ooh, what's that? Claire looks to me. You say 3 things about yourself. 2 are true and 1's a lie. Then other people have to guess which is the lie. That sounds like fun. Can I go first? Claire grins and I nod. Let's see. I scored a 30 on my ACT. I've never traveled outside of the country. I'm a virgin. Ha, easy. You got a 30 on the ACT. That's the lie, Lexi says with a laugh. Nikki shakes her head. Yeah, there's no way you did that. Katie doesn't say anything, her nose still in the book. Claire sinks a little deeper in her seat, trying to melt into the upholstery. So, which one was it? I bumped my shoulder into her, attempting to pull her out of the shell she'd disappeared into. Claire seems a little sad, or maybe tired. She doesn't even have to answer. It's obvious, Lexi says. Woo, I love this song. She cranks up the volume. Dirty by Christina Aguilera blares through the speakers, rattling the bass. Nikki and Lexi flail their arms and shift their bodies, dancing and singing along to the music. Claire joins in, signaling her sour mood has dissipated. I'm not sure what caused it to begin with, but it's gone as quickly as it appeared. Katie bobs her head to the beat and even shimmies her shoulders a bit, but her book remains open on her lap. The remainder of the car ride is filled with bad karaoke to the same songs over and over again, Claire declaring she's bored every 15 minutes and several wrong turns, thanks to Lexi. We finally pull into an empty parking lot. According to Lexi, the hot springs is just a short, easy hike away. I should have double-checked her research, but hopefully we're in the right spot. Nikki shuts the car off, scanning the area, which is just a paved lot surrounded by woods. There's a clearing off to the right with a sign in front of it, an arrow pointing straight up with the words Hot Spring carved into the wood. We're here, Lexi declares as she hops out of the car. The rest of us scooch out of the vehicle. Where is here? Katie asks. Somewhere in Minnesota. Lexi inhales heavily through her nose, like she's soaking up nature. Katie cocks her head. But why are we here? She went along with it, but she's still confused because it makes no sense. To visit a hot spring. They have healing waters and they fix whatever is broken. It's science, Lexi says, looking to me with a raised brow, insinuating that I'm the broken one. Let's do this then, Claire says, shivering. I'm freezing. Follow me. My younger, dumber self beckons us with her hand and starts off toward the clearing in the woods. We follow her up the path, which is an uneven dirt trail littered with loose rocks, overgrown tree roots, and thousands of gold, orange, and crimson leaves, freshly fallen from the surrounding woods. It's not as easy as she made it out to be, and I'm taking it slow to not sprain an ankle. Hurry up, Alexis, Lexi yells. She's 20 yards ahead of me, and I'm last in line. How much longer? Nikki groans. Almost there. Lexi waves a hand, encouraging us to keep going. Nikki pauses and turns back after stepping over a fallen branch. She extends a hand and helps me step over it. Thanks, I smile. No problem. I almost tripped over it myself, and if one of us sprains an ankle, we're never getting back to the car. Nikki laughs and continues on. I catch Lexi staring at me with narrowed eyes and her hands positioned on her hips. She shakes her head before quickly turning on her heel and marching forward. What's her problem? Maybe she was hoping I'd sprain an ankle so she could leave me in these woods to die. Up over a second hill and a few hundred yards down the way, we finally reach the hot spring. When I pictured this hot spring, I was thinking something resembling the Blue Lagoon, steam rising from warm sapphire blue water. But I was wrong. Very wrong. The scene before us resembles a dirt-rimmed toilet bowl. It looks like a giant went out for a night of tequila and Taco Bell, came back here, and then sprayed liquid diarrhea into a massive pit. The toilet clogged and the water is forever bubbling up, nearly spilling over onto the green grass surrounding it. Fucking disgusting! Claire turns up her nose at the sight before us. We drove 5 hours for this? Katie says incredulously, pointing to the hot spring of salvation as Lexi coined it on the car ride. It's not that bad, Lexi says. It's called Boiling Springs because it looks like it's boiling in the middle. She points to the rapid bubbles exploding in the center. It's kind of magical. Nikki sticks out her tongue. It literally looks like boiling poop. Jeez, you guys are so uptight. Lexi kicks off her shoes, slides down her pants, and pulls off her sweater, revealing a black bikini underneath. She ties up her long blonde hair in a messy bun and walks to the edge of the hot spring, dipping her toe in the simmering brown water. Come on, it feels great, she says, trying to entice us. I don't know what's in that water, and I'm sure Lexi did zero research on it. Is it even safe to swim in? Are we going to pick up some bacterial infection from it? Are there animals in there? Claire shudders, nearly gagging. It's so nice and warm, Lexi says, smiling as she saunters further into the water. Of course it is. It's a pond of diarrhea, I say dryly. She shoots me a dirty look and flicks her head, beckoning me to join her. I know I agreed to do it her way, but this is gross and possibly unsafe. Plus, this can't be the key to getting me back to my time. It's ridiculous. The brown water creeps up her calves, her knees, her thighs, all the way to her waist. Lexi lowers herself into the hot spring, submerging everything but her head. She makes a refreshed sound. I'm already feeling the healing powers, she lies. This can't be sanitary, Lexi. You're going to get typhoid or E. coli. Katie takes a step back. Lexi lies flat on her back and floats around the bubbling liquid, inhaling and exhaling deeply, acting as though she's having some sort of out-of-body experience. She looks like a log in a toilet. Lexi closes her eyes and lets her arms drift at her sides, her fingers peacefully gliding through the water. She's putting on a show, and it's working, because Nikki has stripped down to her swimsuit and is stepping into the spring. Lexi's right. It is warm. Nikki walks deeper into the water. It's still gross, Claire says. Does it smell? Katie asks, taking a tiny step closer, becoming more intrigued. Lexi inhales through her nose. It's like lavender meets vanilla with a hint of lilac. She uses the soothing voice of a masseuse to convey her lie. It's stale water, and I can smell from here that it's stinky and musty. Katie undresses and steps into the spring, avoiding the boiling center. Claire shakes her head. There's no way I'm going in there. Haven't you ever had a mud bath at a spa before? Nikki says, floating around the bubbling water. It's like the same thing. I have, and it's not the same. Claire crosses her arms over her chest. Lexi stands and turns to Claire, yelling, Get your ass in here, or we're not going to the Mall of America. She groans and stomps her foot. Fine. Begrudgingly stripping down to her swimsuit, she slowly wades into the water, cringing the entire time. These are supposed to be healing waters? Nikki asks, still floating on her back, her hands dipping in and out. That's right, Lexi says in a soothing voice. Hot springs are filled with minerals that benefit your skin and help you relax. I'm not feeling any less anxious, Katie confesses as she bobs around. Anxious? Why would you be anxious right now? Nikki asks. Katie's quiet for a moment before she responds. I'm always anxious. I have really bad anxiety. You do? Lexi furrows her brow and tilts her head. Yeah, I tell you guys all the time how anxious I am. Katie pulls her hand out of the water, looking at her wrinkled fingers. We thought that was about your studies, Claire says, moving closer to her. It is, but it's also about everything else. It's why I'm so type A. I need to feel in control because I can't control how I feel. Or at least that's what my doctor tells me. She shrugs, the tops of her shoulders coming out of the water for a brief second. Then we should probably stop giving you shit for studying all the time. Lexi smiles and pats Katie on the back. Yeah, you should, she says, playfully splashing Lexi. She flicks water back at Katie, and the four of them get into it, playing and laughing and giggling. There's something special about this moment, and I realize this one was different than all the moments I ever had with them. There's depth and understanding, diving below the surface where our friendships had floated. Maybe these waters are healing, because I feel a change in me. It's subtle, but it's there. The girls go back to floating in a circle again, laughing intermittently as they look up at the canopy of trees above them. I'm glad you told us about your anxiety, Katie, Lexi says. Nikki and Claire echo her sentiment and reach their hands out as they float in a circle. They pile their hands on top of one another in the center. Katie smiles and says, Me too. When the sweet moment has passed, Lexi stands and looks to me with narrowed eyes. It's your turn, Alexis. Damn it, I'd hoped she'd forgotten about me. Yeah, get in with us. Nikki pats the top of the water with her hands. It's not as bad as it looks, says Claire. And it is kind of relaxing, Katie admits. You promised, Lexi adds, still staring me down. I sigh, deciding I may as well get this over with. Kicking off my shoes, I slide my pants down and remove my sweater. I'm not scared to go in, but I'm a little scared it'll actually work. Maybe it's because of the effect it's already had on the girls. Katie revealed something I never even knew about her, and that changed something in me. Or, at least, I felt something change in me. So, what if this is it? What if I wake up and I'm back in 2016, and this is the last time I see any of them? I'm fine with not seeing Lexi, especially with the way she's scowling at me right now. But not Katie, Nikki, and Claire. I was just starting to get to know them. And, really know them. I don't want to lose that yet. Come on! Lexi slaps the water with her hand. I'm coming, I groan and step in. My foot is immediately swallowed up by the thick mud. Once the water is up to my chest, I stop moving and wait for something magical to happen. But nothing does. The girls continue floating while Lexi watches me. It's almost like she's wishing I'll just disappear right before her eyes. You have to float, she says, annoyed that I'm still here. I kick my legs up and fall back, drifting in the water. It does feel kind of nice and relaxing. That is, until I catch Lexi glowering at me with tapered eyes and a sour look. What is her deal? I'm doing everything she asked of me, yet she seems to be getting more and more upset. Well, Lexi raises a brow. Do you feel anything? Just warm and relaxed. Right, Nikki adds. These waters are healing. Told ya. Never doubt me again, Lexi says, swimming over to me. She guides me out of the circle the girls and I were floating in, moving me away from them. I figure she wants to tell me something in private without them overhearing, like maybe how pissed she is that this didn't work. What are you doing? I look up at her as she stands over my floating body. I'm helping you get back to your time, she says, as she places her hands on my face and shoves my head underwater. Panic sets in, and I flail and instinctively attempt to scream for help, which causes me to inhale water. She's actually trying to kill me. I try to get my footing, but the bottom is full of thick, slippery mud, and Lexi's using all her strength to hold me under the water. Finally, I dig my feet in and thrash and swat at her until she loses her grip on me and falls back. I shoot up out of the water, gasping for air. Are you all right? Katie asks, while I choke and cough up water. I push my hair out of my face and lift my head to find the three girls staring at me with concern. They clearly missed Lexi's murder attempt, and she's moved off to the side, acting like she doesn't know what happened to me either. Yeah, I just lost my footing and went under, I say, still trying to catch my breath. The girls go back to floating, and I turn my attention to Lexi. What the hell was that? I whisper through a clenched jaw. I was trying to get it to work. By trying to kill me? You really think I'd kill you? Lexi tilts her head. Come on, Alexis. I just thought you had to be completely submerged for it to work. It was a theory I needed to test. That's all. She flicks her hand in the air, waving off my concern. You could have told me before you shoved my head underwater and held it there. Sorry, it all happened so fast. She shrugs. We should get going, though. We've got other time travel theories to test out, she says with a smirk as she wades to the edge of the hot spring. I observe her, waiting to follow until she's out of the water and a safe distance away. Not only do I have to worry about getting back to my era, I also have to worry about surviving this one. 19. Lexi drops a few logs onto the fire, causing the flames to bounce and lick around the new source of fuel. The red-hot coals crackling beneath create a peaceful soundtrack to the evening. Katie, Nikki, Claire, and I are seated on stumps placed evenly around the pit. Blankets are draped over our shoulders, keeping us somewhat warm. The night is still and cold, like we've been sealed inside of a closed refrigerator. Lexi carries a bag of marshmallows, a box of graham crackers, and several Hershey's chocolate bars. She sets them on the ground and picks up the stick she sharpened earlier. Stabbing the pointy end through a marshmallow, she holds it over the fire, slowly rotating it. I told you we should have stayed in a hotel. Claire shivers and pulls the blanket tighter around her. But we can't roast marshmallows in a hotel, Lexi says, just as hers catches fire. She shakes and flicks it, trying to put the flame out, but the marshmallow melts right off the stick, succumbing to the fire. It splats onto the coals with a sticky thud before it's fully incinerated to ash. Looks like you can't roast them out in the woods, either, Nikki teases. Lexi tries again, this time piercing 3 marshmallows and holding them a little higher above the fire, just out of reach of the flames. When they're browned on all sides, she pulls them back. It appears I can roast a marshmallow here, Lexi smiles. Who wants one? Nikki and Katie both raise their hands. Lexi assembles the s'mores and passes them out. Anyone else? She asks. Claire shakes her head. I'll have one, I say. Lexi holds the s'more in her hand, deciding whether or not to relinquish it to me. She bites into it, smiling as the melty marshmallow sticks to her chin. What a child. I don't get it. We've been fine the past couple days, and it seemed like we were getting along. But as soon as we set off on this trip, her attitude changed. She's been cold toward me, which doesn't make any sense because I'm doing exactly what she wanted me to. I roll my eyes and stare at the fire pit, watching the flames flicker and dance. Claire walks over to the family-sized tent set 10 yards from the fire, disappearing inside of it. Thank God Katie brought it and knew how to set it up. Otherwise, we'd be sleeping out here with only the trees for cover. "Who wants one?" Claire calls out, holding up a 4-pack of Sparks in each hand as she emerges from the tent. I shudder at the sight of the orange and silver cans. A lot of bad nights were started by drinking one or two of those. I haven't seen them since they were discontinued for being deemed a health hazard due to high amounts of caffeine coupled with alcohol. I almost share the information out loud before realizing it would raise more questions and could blow my cover. "Me," I say instead. "That's the spirit." Claire rips one from its plastic ring and hands it to me. I crack it open and take a long drink, letting my eyes close for a moment so I can focus on the taste. It's just how I remember it, tart and sugary with a cloying aftertaste that reminds you there's definitely alcohol in the can. When I reopen my eyes, I almost choke on my drink because I'm startled to find Lexi staring at me from across the fire pit. Her face glows red thanks to the dancing flames. A flicker of hatred flashes across her eyes. Or at least that's what I think it is. Claire takes a seat on her stump and holds her Sparks up. "Cheers!" We tap our cans together, except Lexi, who pulls hers away from mine before I can make contact. Bats squeak above our heads, and the firewood crackles and then bursts out a loud pop when an ember shoots off a log, soaring into the air before landing in the dirt nearby. Its red color slowly fades to black as it loses its heat. "Did you get what you needed for your class, Lexi?" Katie asks. "Not exactly," she responds tonelessly, glaring at me once again. That's what her deal is. She's pissed that her hot spring idea didn't work. She must want me gone more than I thought she did. I mean, I don't want to be here either, but it's her fault I even am. "Is there anything we can do to help?" Katie asks. "Actually, yeah, I have another project I need to do." Lexi slams the rest of her Sparks and tosses the can in the fire. "And I'll need all of you to participate." "What project?" Nikki calls out as Lexi heads for the tent, like she's on a mission. An owl hoots in the distance, and a strong breeze blows through, rustling the leaves and branches. "No time to explain. Just follow me," she says, curling her pointer finger. By the time Nikki, Claire, Katie, and I pile into the tent, Lexi already has a Ouija board set up. Flashlights standing on their ends, set in each corner of the tent, make this feel much eerier than necessary, as they cast an ominous shadow right where we'll be seated. "What the hell is this?" Katie asks, wide-eyed. Lexi kneels in front of the board. "It's for a class." Claire furrows her brow. "What kind of weird-ass classes are you taking?" "Don't worry about it." Lexi flicks her hand and places her fingers on the planchette. "Come on, everyone take a seat and put your fingers on it." Nikki sits beside her and asks, "What's the point of this?" "To find things out about the future." Lexi smirks at me. "And this is for a class?" There's a heavy dose of skepticism in Katie's voice. "Save your questions for the board," Lexi says, motioning everyone to participate with a nod of her chin. Despite our collective reluctance, we all scooch a little closer and place our fingertips on the plastic triangle. A portable propane heater set in the corner of the tent hisses. Claire borrowed it from a guy in her engineering class she's not actually enrolled in. I didn't think it was necessary, but I'm thankful we have it now because the blanket swathed around me isn't warming enough. "So, what do we do?" Claire asks. "First, we rotate the planchette in a circle 3 times, like this." Lexi guides it around on the board. "Then we ask it a question and dead people answer it, or something like that." "Okay, this is freaking me out. I don't want to do this." Katie pulls her fingers away. "Don't be a baby," Lexi says, grabbing her hands and forcing them back. Shoulders up to her ears, Katie reluctantly places her fingers on the planchette, worry marking her face. "Do not move the planchette. Just let the other side handle that part," Lexi adds. "Okay, I'll go first." Claire sits up a little bit taller. "Should I sleep with Jason?" "No," we all say in unison. The planchette also shoots over to no, clearly not the work of the spirit world. "You're supposed to let the spirit speak first," Claire pouts. They did. They spoke through us, Lexi says, and they were very clear with their answer. My turn. Nikki closes her eyes before she asks her question. Will Lexi and I be friends in 10 years? After a long pause, the planchette drifts over to no. I look at Lexi, frowning. I'm not sure if she moved it or something beyond did, but I know whatever it is, it's telling the truth. Nikki opens her eyes, and a look of disappointment washes over her. It's just a silly game, Katie offers. Will Claire and I be friends in 10 years? The planchette doesn't move from no. Well, damn, Claire says, scanning her friends' faces. This game doesn't know what it's talking about, I say, trying to stem the wave of sadness settling over the tent. Will I marry Andrew? I ask, in an attempt to change the subject and lift the mood. Again, the planchette doesn't move. Katie shakes her head. I thought this was supposed to be fun. This is just creepy and depressing. Ooh, will I marry a rich guy? Claire asks the board. The planchette slides over to yes almost instantly, and Claire claps her hands together. Finally, we got something good, she says giddily. Lexi twists up her face. That isn't good. It's pathetic. Why are you so obsessed with finding a rich guy to take care of you? Yeah. Don't you have goals of your own? Katie's voice doesn't have the snark that Lexi's did, but there's disappointment in it. Claire's face crumples as tears begin to well in her eyes, the moisture shimmering from the flashlight nearest to her. She turns her head away before the girls can notice how upset she is, but I saw it. I have to go to the bathroom. Claire unzips the tent and crawls out of it. Don't go too far into the woods, Nikki calls out. Lexi spreads her fingers a little wider on the planchette. Fill in the space, girls. We've got more questions to ask. Katie and Nikki reposition themselves, but I pull my hand away. What are you doing? Lexi asks. I've got to go to the bathroom, too, I say, making up an excuse to get out of the tent so I can check on Claire. Hurry back, she says with a smirk. I push through the tent flap, heading out into the wilderness. I see no signs of Claire. She's supposed to stay close, but she clearly didn't. Where the hell did she go? I step away from the circle of comfort and warmth that is our tent and fire pit and let myself get swallowed up into the enclosing darkness. The night is quiet, aside from an owl that hoots intermittently, squeaking bats, and a slight whimper coming from behind a large oak tree up ahead. Claire? I whisper, slowly stepping toward the noise. The whimper quiets for a moment, and then comes back in full force with sniffles and all. By the time I round the tree, my eyes have somewhat adjusted to the dark. Claire is seated on the ground, her head down and her knees pulled into her chest. The snap of a stick breaking beneath my foot causes her to look up. Claire, are you okay? I ask, crouching down beside her. She wipes her eyes and rubs her jaw against her shoulder to hide her face from me. Yeah, I'm okay. Her voice cracks. I know she's not, and I'm surprised I never noticed it before, back when I was 18. I see it now, though, clear as day. There's a lot more to Claire than the shallow facade she puts on, and I think she only wears it so she has something to hide behind. You don't seem okay. I'm fine. Really, she says, trying to convince herself more than me. Lexi shouldn't have said your goals are pathetic. It's hard for me to call Claire's trophy wife aspirations goals, but who am I to judge? It is pathetic, she says, trying to hold back another sob. If you really believe that, then why is finding a wealthy man your only goal in life? It's all you talk about. I mean, that's what I've noticed since I've been here. I add, in order to cover up any suspicions I might have created. There's a long silence, and I fear that Claire has shut down. I wouldn't blame her. She doesn't really know me. Well, this version of me. So why would she feel comfortable talking to me? I start to stand to leave her be, but her voice stops me. I just don't think I can do it alone, she whispers. Her eyes burn with shame. Do what alone? Succeed. My brows shove together. How could she, of all people, feel that way? Claire, are you kidding me? You are one of the most beautiful girls I know. Yeah. She cuts me off. Always about my looks. I'm more than aware that I'm beautiful. It's all I've ever been told. She sighs and shakes her head. No one has ever said that I'm smart or driven or creative or anything that really matters. They've only told me I'm pretty, and I know pretty doesn't last forever. So if that's all I am, then I have to use it to my advantage while I still have it. I've never heard Claire say anything like this before. She never confided in me. Or maybe she did, and I was really drunk, didn't remember it the next day, so she never brought it up again. All this time, I always thought Claire was one of the most confident girls I had ever met, and it turns out she was just as self-conscious and insecure as the rest of us. And I think I made it even worse. I poked fun at her superficiality when all along the most shallow thing was our friendship, thanks to me. Claire, I say, trying to think of how to word this coming from a person she thinks she just met. In the little bit of time I've gotten to know you, I can tell that you're a very sweet and caring person. You accepted and welcomed me as if I was one of the girls, and you've only known me for a few days. I smile, remembering the game of two truths and a lie we played in the car. And you are smart. You got a 30 on your ACT. I got a 28, so you're definitely smarter than me. And if you were actually being graded in those classes you attend but aren't enrolled in, you'd probably get all A's too. From what I've seen, you're creative and driven, and when you go after something, you always get it. Like the portable heater. If it wasn't for you, we would all freeze to death tonight. Don't sell yourself short, Claire. You're way more than just a pretty face. You're the whole package, and you don't even realize it. She leans forward and throws her arms around me. That's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me. It's all true. You just have to know it's true, too. She squeezes me a little tighter. This embrace feels healing, like we've touched a part of each other we could never see. A tear unexpectedly emerges from my eye, flowing down my cheek and clinging at my jawline before it falls to my shoulder. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Thank you, Claire says as we pull apart. Have you considered what you want to do after college? Like, what do you want to be? I ask. Knowing I can't just listen to her, I have to help her too, make sure she's on the right path, in case I'm sent back. She fiddles with her fingers before meeting my gaze. A little, she says. And it's unlikely it'll ever happen. Don't say that. Tell me. She sighs. Well, my parents divorced when I was a teen, and it was an ugly separation, one that really messed me up because they put me in the middle of it, forcing me to pick sides when I only wanted to be on both of their sides. I ended up being sent to a therapist, and she was the one that helped me through it, so I think that's what I would want to be. Then that's what you should be, I say with a smile. I don't know if I can, Claire shrugs. This schooling is really tough, and you're tougher. It's long, too, she says. The time's going to pass by anyway. I tilt my head. But what if I fail? Then at least you tried. If you want to fix people. No, I don't want to fix people, Claire interrupts. I want to help them be better. Fixing implies something's broken, and I don't think people are broken. I just think they can be better. Her words bring a tear to my eye. They're beautiful and compassionate, and it's clear she not only put a lot of thought into this idea, she put her heart into it too. But I won't let her talk herself out of it again. You won't fail, Claire. You think? I know, and your friends will be there to help you. She smiles. Can we hold off on telling the girls until we get back to campus? I don't want to dampen the mood. For sure, I say, knowing it's not easy to admit your own insecurities. And by the way, telling your friends how you feel won't ever dampen the mood. Thanks, Alexis. I've learned more about Claire in one night than I had in all the years I'd known her. How is that even possible? I give her a pat on the knee and ask, ready to go back? I'm gonna sit here for a few more minutes, if that's okay. Of course. I get to my feet and start to head back to the tent. Hey, Alexis, Claire calls out. Yeah? I turn back to face her. What about you? What about me? I ask, tilting my head. What do you want to be? A smile spreads across my face. I want to be better. Claire returns my smile, and then I leave her be. As I round the tree, I'm met with a pair of narrowed eyes that are practically glowing. Lexi stands a few feet away. Her arms are crossed, and she wears a scowl reserved for me. Before I can ask her what her problem is, she stomps off. 20. Claire crawls into the tent, zipping the door closed behind her before settling into place. Her face is bright and free of the shame and sadness it had before. She smiles and passes out cans of Sparks. All feels right again, aside from the death stare I'm receiving from Lexi, who's seated directly across from me, clenching her jaw. I know she was eavesdropping on my conversation with Claire, but I didn't say anything bad about her. If anything, I made her look good by being such a good fake older sister. Lexi places her fingers back on the planchette. We're still playing, Katie complains. Yes, we're just getting started, she snaps. We all return our fingers to the planchette to appease her. Who's hotter, me or Alexis? Lexi asks the board. Nikki giggles as the planchette begins to move, spelling out Lexi. These spirits really know what they're talking about, Lexi chuckles to herself. I roll my eyes. That wasn't a question about the future, Claire says. Lexi twists her nose up. Calm down. I was just having fun, she says dismissively. Next question. Will Alexis ever get it together? The planchette shoots over to no. Lexi smirks and asks the board another question. Is Alexis responsible for her own screwed-up life? The planchette returns to the middle, but this time, rather than shooting to an answer, there's a struggle. It starts to move toward yes, then to no, then to yes again. Lexi and I glower at one another while trying to control the outcome of the answer without giving away our influence on the game. Lexi bears down, pushing as hard as she can before I just let go, and the planchette is sent flying off the board. Inconclusive, I smirk. You are responsible for it, Lexi yells, her eyes burning into mine. Without another word, she unzips the tent, crawls out, and stomps off into the night. Okay. Nikki sips her drink, eyebrows raised. I think someone's had a little too much to drink. Definitely, Claire nods. Katie shakes her head. That's why you shouldn't mix caffeine and alcohol. I consider giving Lexi time to cool off, waiting until she comes back on her own. But I know how dramatic she can be. She'll march so far into the woods that she'll get lost, and we'll have to call in a search and rescue team to find her. I better nip this in the bud right now, before she does something that puts her life, or mine, in danger. 21. Lexi. I should have brought a flashlight with me, is the thought running through my mind, as I storm away from the tent, venturing into the woods. Once I'm past the dying fire, all light disappears, and I should be worried about getting lost or rolling an ankle, but right now, I really don't care what happens to me. Or, better yet, Alexis. I need to get as far away as possible, because I can't take another second being around her. Alexis lived this life already. It's mine now, and I'm tired of sharing it with her. Pine branches scratch at my arms as I trek deeper and deeper into oblivion. I should have never let Alexis stay with me in the first place. She doesn't belong here. Lexi, Alexis calls out from somewhere in the dark. I look back and see the beam of a flashlight slicing through the dark. She just can't leave me alone, now can she? I cautiously move a little deeper into the woods, careful not to step on uneven ground or a fallen branch. Alexis thinks she can barge right into my life and steal my friends. I don't think so. She needs to be gone, and I don't care how. A tiny light bulb goes off. Not a real one, of course. That would be too helpful right now. What if Alexis got lost out here while she was out looking for me? Or what if she got a little bit injured? That would at least slow her down. Maybe I could get my life and my friends back. Lexi, she yells again. Before I can decide whether I should sneak attack her, a long, deep howl rings out in the darkness. I freeze, and the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. My heart pounds, and my breaths become short and fast. Was that a wolf? Are there wolves in these woods? Or mountain lions? Or bears? Oh my. Maybe it was a coyote. Yeah, it had to be, but it sounded fiercer than a coyote. Oh, God. What was I thinking? I don't have any survival skills, and Alexis surely doesn't either. I feel around for the nearest solid tree and lean my back against it, inhaling deeply to try to calm myself down. Lexi! She's close enough now that I can hear twigs snapping under her feet. What do you want? I call out, doing my best James Dean impression to not seem scared, which I am. The flashlight beam frantically dances around, searching for the sound of my voice before being pointed right into my eyes. Jesus, watch where you're shining that thing, I say, quickly bringing my hand up to shield myself from the light. Sorry. Alexis lowers the beam to my midsection. Stepping away from the tree, I widen my stance and cross my arms in front of my chest. I said, what do you want? My words are soaked in venom to ensure my displeasure is known. I came to check on you, she says. Ha! Alexis doesn't give a damn about me. She only cares about herself. Is that so? I ask. She nods. Right, I say, shaking my head. You really had me fooled. Had you fooled? Now she's playing dumb with me, which shouldn't be too difficult for her because she is dumb and lazy and selfish and rude and a thief. First, she stole my life, and now my friends. I raise my chin, narrowing my eyes. I know exactly what you're doing. And what is it that you think I'm doing, Lexi? I raise my finger, pointing it at her to emphasize my words. You acted like you really didn't want to be here, that we needed to fix God knows what as quickly as possible so you could get home to your own time. But I'm on to you because I don't think you want to go back at all. I think you want to take over my life. Lexi! Alexis interrupts. I already had your life. Trust me, I don't want it again. I want my own. I snort, not believing her. Her life is shit. She told me so herself the first day she showed up, and then she blamed her shitty life on me. There's no life to go back to, Alexis. You said it yourself. You have no job, no boyfriend, and no friends. So, you think you're just going to traipse into mine and steal it? Lexi, don't be ridiculous. She scoffs. That's not at all what I'm doing. Oh, yeah? Then why the hell is Claire confiding in you? You're trying to steal my friends from me. They were my friends first, Alexis snaps. And you lost them. I purse my lips together, staring pointedly at her. You had your chance. She takes a step toward me. But can't you see? This is our chance. No. I shake my head. I can't see that. You had more than a decade to be a good friend to Claire, Nikki, and Katie, and you weren't. So why are you making an effort now? I'll tell you why. It's because you're desperate to fix anything but yourself. Backlit by the beam coming from the flashlight, I can faintly see her face. Her mouth is wide open, searching for the words to say. She knows I'm right. Maybe not on the surface, but deep down she does. I'm tired of her excuses and her putting the blame on me. I know we're the same person, but that doesn't give her the right to treat me so poorly. When we get back to campus, I want you out of my life, Alexis, and for good this time. I don't care where you go, but you and I are done. I push past her, plodding off back toward the campsite. Fine, have it your way, she calls out. I'm done trying to help you, so enjoy your shitty life. Yeah, same to you, I say. 22. Alexis. Lexi sits across from me in a booth at a McDonald's somewhere in Stevens Point. She's trying to pretend I'm not here, and so far, she's done a good job of it. She didn't acknowledge me when we packed up our campsite early this morning, or when we stopped at a truck stop to freshen up. She pretended I didn't exist when we were shopping at the Mall of America, and she hasn't said a word to me in the first few hours of our car ride back to Oshkosh. Anytime she does speak, she addresses it to everyone else but me, careful to use names so it was even more clear she was excluding me. Although the day has been uncomfortable so far, the trip back hasn't been completely fruitless. Katie talked more about her anxiety, and Claire opened up to the girls about what she and I discussed last night. I bite into my McChicken and pop a few fries into my mouth. I can tell my mere presence is bothering Lexi, despite her looking everywhere but at me. This weekend was so fun. We should do something like this again, Claire says, dipping a French fry into her Oreo McFlurry. Agreed. I think it brought us all closer together, Katie says, glancing around the table. And I'm really glad you confided in us, Claire. I'm glad I did too. It's nice to know that I have you guys believing in me, even when I don't believe in myself. That's what friends are for. Nikki pats the top of Claire's hand. On the days you can't show up for yourself, we will. She smiles. Lexi dunks a chicken McNugget into a tub of ranch and tosses the whole thing in her mouth, slightly nodding along. She's too angry with me to recognize the positive effect I've had on improving her friends' lives and all of their friendships, because she's convinced I'm only doing this to avoid working on myself. But I think that's just an excuse, a reason for there to be a divide between us. None of her theories have worked so far, and now it's time for Lexi to try it my way, and she doesn't want to, because that would require her to admit her faults and make an effort. I sip my Diet Coke, glancing at Lexi. It's like I'm looking in a mirror, but the image I see is evil. It doesn't move like I move. It blinks when my eyes are open. It talks when my mouth is closed. A malevolent doppelganger. My eyes go to Nikki. She pulls out a journal, holding it just below the table, and starts writing in it. She chews slowly, like she's counting the number of times she's chomping her teeth. While taking notes, Nikki scans the table a couple times, almost as if she's checking to see if anyone notices what she's doing. Only I do. What are you writing, Nikki? I ask. She clears her throat and snaps her journal closed. Nothing. Is that your diary? Lexi teases. Nikki ignores her and stows the notebook back in her bag. I write things down too, I say. I like to keep track of things, lists, ideas, plans. Lexi rolls her eyes. She doesn't do any of that yet. But she will one day. She'll write to-do lists she'll never complete, plans she'll never follow through on, and ideas that will remain just that, ideas. And you know me. I have a list for anything and everything, Katie says with a laugh. Helps with my anxiety. Nikki smiles nervously. Well, she says, pausing for a moment. I was writing down how I felt while eating. That's weird. Lexi furrows her brow. I kick her under the table, right in her shin. Ouch, she grumbles. No, it's not, I argue. It's like a food and mood diary, right, Nikki? I'm trying to keep her talking, but I fear she's already closed back up, thanks to my dipshit younger self. Yeah, something like that. I track my food and write down how I feel before I eat, while I'm eating, and after I eat. It's kind of weird. I've only been doing it for a month, so who knows if it'll actually work? She shrugs. What do you mean, work? Claire asks, angling her head. Nikki hesitates before speaking. I have an unhealthy relationship with food, as my counselor calls it. She thinks I use food for comfort and that it stems from being raised by my dad, who spent more time at the office than he did at home. So I'm trying to learn how to take control back and find comfort elsewhere. Lexi's mouth sits partially open before she presses her lips together and meets my gaze. I can see it in her eyes. She's realizing what I'm realizing. We are a shit friend. We chalked up Nikki always wanting to try our food as her being stingy and annoying, when really she was dealing with an eating disorder. Rather than helping, we made fun of her and made it worse. And I had the nerve to think I was the one responsible for Nikki learning how to follow through with a plan and gain self-control, when all along she was in therapy getting real help. I'm so disgusted with myself. My skin starts to perspire, and I taste acid in the back of my throat. It feels like there's a piece of lead sitting in the pit of my stomach, forcing everything up. I take a couple of deep breaths, trying to compose myself. It's fine. That's why I'm here now, to fix all of this and to make Lexi better. My eyes flick to her. She has to be better. I don't think it's weird, Katie says. I have to do something similar for my anxiety. Really? Nikki asks. Yep, Katie nods. And it really helps me. If it helps you, then it's not weird, Claire says. I give Lexi a stern look, trying to hint that she should say something, because she was the one that called it weird in the first place. She clears her throat. I was just kidding. I think it's cool that you're taking back control of your life. Her eyes dart to me, scowling. Good, Nikki says, because I'm tired of hiding my food diary from you all. She awkwardly laughs. Lexi swallows hard, her eyes glazing over with shame. She straightens up in her seat and looks to Nikki. Hey, friends don't have to hide things from each other, so you better never do that again. Lexi's tone is both teasing and loving, and she seals her words with a smile. We're less than an hour from campus, and Lexi still hasn't said a word to me. Is she really going to kick me out when we get back? If she does, I don't know what I'm going to do. I have no money. I know no one, and I can't even get a job or my own place because I technically don't exist here. I'm completely screwed without her. But I'm screwed with her, too. I let out a tiny huff and shift uncomfortably in my seat. Alexis and Lexi, you two still want to be dropped off downtown? Nikki asks. Oh, yes. Lexi said yesterday that she and I would need to be dropped off on the way back to campus to complete another assignment of hers, which is trying out her final ridiculous time travel theory, me sitting in a phone booth. She said because I already used the one on campus, we had to use a different one, otherwise it wouldn't work. At this point, she's just making stuff up. No, Lexi says, staring out the front passenger seat window. Yes, we do, I argue. Lexi looks back at me with squinty eyes. No. Yes, I say again, pressing my lips together. We're getting every one of her ideas out of the way, so we can be done with them once and for all. This ends tonight. And then I will work on getting her to cooperate with me, so we can do it the right way, i.e., my way. Nikki looks to Lexi and then at me through the rearview mirror, her brow furrowing. Well, which is it? Lexi faces forward in her seat and crosses her arms over her chest. Drop us off downtown, she says. Finally, Lexi and I are on the same page again, but knowing her, it won't last long. 23. Downtown Oshkosh is just a street lined with dive bars, small tattoo parlors, and mediocre restaurants. It's nothing special, and it's basically deserted during the day. But at night, it comes alive. When drunk and hungry college kids roam the streets, a zombie outbreak with perhaps even fewer functioning brains. Where's this phone booth? I ask. This way, she grumbles. We pass the tattoo parlor where I got that horrible tramp stamp, and I make a point not to look at it. I don't need her getting any ideas. Rounding the corner, I see the dirty phone booth, covered in bumper stickers and graffiti, fitting in perfectly with its dingy and decaying surroundings. Lexi stops beside it, looking at it fondly, like it's her way out of this, or my way, for that matter. She flicks her hand toward the metal monstrosity, complete with windows covered in a melange of unknown liquids, and says, Get in. I don't have all day. I stare at her pointedly. What are you going to do if this really works? Is this how you want to see me for the last time? I don't want to see you at all. She taps her shoe against the pavement. Get in. Of course, I want this to work, but there's a small part of me that wants it to fail. One, to prove Lexi wrong, and two, so I can learn a little more. It feels like I'm just getting started. Even though I've lived this life before, I've overlooked so much of it. It's like when I'm reading a thriller, I'm so focused on getting to the twist that when it finally happens, my mind is blown, and I'm left asking myself, how did I not see that coming? What clues did I miss? Then I have to go back and find them, paying closer attention the second time around. I gesture to the nasty phone booth. And I'm just supposed to stand in there? Lexi nods. For how long? As long as it takes, she says rudely. Hurry up. It'll be dark soon. I let out a big puff of air and press in the folding metal glass door. Thanks to its age and rust, it puts up a fight, but I finally get it to open enough to slip inside. The booth smells like a combination of dried piss, stale beer, and rotting garbage. I pinch my nose closed. It's disgusting in here, I say, gagging on the stench. Don't be a baby. Just concentrate on going away. Lexi scowls at me through the dirty, smeared glass. I close my eyes and focus on breathing through my mouth, not because I'm following Lexi's directions, but because the smell is so rancid. It's the only thing stopping me from throwing up my McDonald's. I knew none of this would work. It's just been a huge waste of time. I only agreed to it because it was supposed to lead to Lexi trying things my way, but now she wants to kick me out and call it quits. I'd love to give up too, but I can't, because of Andrew. Even in a different decade, I feel a strong connection to him, like we're tethered together through space and time. I can still hear his voice and feel his touch, and even through this rotting piss smell, if I concentrate hard enough, his scent is there. Vanilla, mixed with sandalwood. I have to get back to him, but I can't do that until I get through to Lexi. I don't feel anything, I yell, glaring at Lexi through the filthy glass. Give it time. You've only been in there for 2 minutes. Lexi begins pacing back and forth, careful not to step on any of the cracks in the sidewalk. She's already growing impatient. I know she won't be able to keep this up for much longer, so I should be out of this phone booth in just a few minutes, tops. 24. Lexi. I've been leaning against the outside of the phone booth for nearly 2 hours now, while Alexis sits cross-legged inside of it, holding her head in her hands. I'm 99% sure she's sitting in dried piss, but I won't tell her that. She tried to escape several times, but I used my body as a barricade to keep her in. Plus, that door is old and rusty, nearly impossible to open even without someone holding it closed. I know Alexis thought I'd only keep her in there for a few minutes. I could tell by the smirk on her face, which is why I battled my own impatience, determined to outlast her. But even I have my limits. I let my head fall back, and it slams onto the phone booth glass panel with a loud rattle. Hey, what are you doing? Alexis smacks the palm of her hand against the door. I turn around and glance down at an older, sadder version of myself, who's been sitting in filth for hours, just to appease me. None of this is working. I throw my hands up, letting them slap limply against my thighs. Maybe it is, Alexis says, scratching her chin in deep thought. Huh? Those things that Nikki, Katie, and Claire told us. I never knew about any of them. I tilt my head and take a seat on the sidewalk so I can look her straight on. What do you mean? I didn't know about Katie's anxiety or Nikki's struggle with food. I also didn't know Claire had insecurities nor aspirations outside of marrying rich. They never confided in me before. Alexis shakes her head, shame washing over her face as she stares down at her lap. Why not? You were friends with them too, I say, not understanding how they never told her. Me. I don't know. Maybe because I never asked. Or I never listened. Maybe because I was selfish. Or our friendships were shallow, only existing on the surface. She lifts her head, meeting my gaze again. There's sadness in her eyes, and it triggers something in me. A realization that I can't seem to place yet. But it sits heavy in my stomach, making me feel both guilty and hopeful at the same time. But they told us now, I say, the pieces falling a little more into place. Exactly, and that means something is changing. Can't you see that? Alexis's eyes search mine. I guess, but then why are you still here? I don't know. Maybe things haven't changed enough. I nod silently, digesting her words as I get to my feet. It's kind of strange, she adds. What is? I was friends with Katie, Nikki, and Claire for 6 years, but it took me coming back to 2002, the year we first became friends, to learn anything real about them. She bites at her lower lip to stop it from quivering. I wasn't a good friend. No, we weren't a good friend. I force the door open and extend a hand to help her up. As different as I think we are, and as much as I want her out of my life, the truth is, we're one and the same. If I'm a bad friend now, that means without Alexis coming back, I would have just stayed a bad friend, a bad girlfriend, a bad employee, a bad person for forever. So maybe I am the problem, or at least the root cause of it. And maybe Alexis was sent here to make me realize that and to help me improve so we can change our future for the better. She steps out of the booth, inhaling sharply through her nose, breathing in the clean air. The odor has seeped into her skin and clothes, and I get a strong whiff of it as she passes by me. "Oh, God, you reek," I gag. "Oh, really? I hadn't noticed," she says sarcastically, rubbing her lower back. "I need a hot shower. I'm sore and stinky." "Then we should probably get you back to the dorm," I say, pulling my lips in. Alexis stands there motionless, staring back at me. "I thought you were kicking me out." "I thought I was too," I shrug. "But a deal's a deal." She eyes me suspiciously for a moment, like she's waiting for me to take it back. When I don't, she smiles and pats me on the shoulder. 25. Alexis. "I look like a nun." Lexi pouts as she checks herself out in the full-length mirror, turning side to side. "No, you don't." I place my hands on her shoulders and crane my head around her so I can see her reflection. A long-sleeved black turtleneck covers everything but her face and hands. Her jeans are free of holes and feature a waistband that sits several inches above her pubic bone. Those ratty, bleached blonde glue-in extensions have been removed, and her makeup is subtle and soft. Just a nice flick of mascara, a tinted moisturizer, and some cherry chapstick. "Nuns wear veils," I tease. "I hate it," she stumps her foot. And that's how I know it's perfect. Lexi plumps down on her bed in a huff. "Shouldn't you have disappeared as soon as I put this stupid outfit on?" "I think we need more of a change than just clothes, Lexi." I pull a notepad and a pen from my bag and flip it open to the first page. A few days ago, I created a list of things that needed to be done after Lexi's plans failed, which I knew they would, and they did. Back to the future to-dos. 1. Get Lexi to stop partying. 2. Get Lexi to stop dressing like a skank. Done. Cross that one out. 3. Do not let Lexi get a lower back tattoo. 4. Put an end to the Get Nikki Fat plan. Done. Crossed out. 5. Make Lexi go to at least one class. Done. Crossed out. 6. Don't tell Lexi too much about the future. 7. Never work out with Lexi again. 8. Figure out why I lost touch with my friends. Done. Crossed out. 9. Get new clothes while I'm here. Done. Crossed off. I think for a second, and then add a couple more items to the list. 10. Get Lexi to start working toward real goals. 11. Get Lexi to go to all of her classes. "What's that?" Lexi asks, sitting up in her bed. "Just a list I wrote up of things you need to work on." I give her a small smile. Lexi walks to her desk and pulls out a piece of paper, unfolding it. "I have one of those for you, too," she says, scanning over hers, slightly giggling to herself. I roll my eyes. "You already read me your list. That was my old list. This is my new one." I cross the room and try to get a look at it, but she keeps moving it. "What's it say?" "Don't worry." She holds it as far away from me as possible. "We'll try this one after yours fails," Lexi smirks. I snatch the piece of paper from her hands and turn from her so I can read it. What Alexis needs to do to get out of my life. 1. Lose 20 pounds. 2. Find a boyfriend. 3. Take responsibility for her own mistakes. 4. Stop stealing my friends. 5. Be prettier. 6. Remove stick from anus. I shake my head and toss the piece of paper back at her. Those are just insults. Some would call it constructive criticism. Lexi stows her list in her desk drawer. "I'll keep this, just in case," she says with an amused smile. "Are you ready?" I ask. She scratches at her neck. "I guess. What am I supposed to do today?" "You'll attend all of your classes and you'll take notes, so I can be certain you actually attended them. Instead of going out to drink and party tonight, you'll stay in and do your homework and study." "It sounds like I'm grounded," Lexi groans. "Sure, think of it that way. And what are you going to do? While I'm doing all of that, I don't know, hang out, read, watch some television, have some wine. Lexi scowls. That's bullshit. You just get to hang out and drink while I have to do all the work? Hey, I point a finger at her, squinting. You dragged me to Mother Nature's toilet bowl and forced me to swim in it, wasted my time with a Ouija board that you were clearly manipulating the whole time, and you made me sit in dried piss for 2 hours. I think I've more than done enough work. She huffs and picks up her book bag, tossing it over her shoulder. Fine, but I'm not happy about any of this. She stumps her feet as she walks, punctuating her frustration. Have a good day at school, honey. I wave. Lexi leaves the room, slamming the door closed behind her. Such a drama queen. Finally, she's out of my hair. I'm alone with just myself, not my younger self. The only time I've been able to escape Lexi in the past week was when I was showering or going to the bathroom, and even then I could feel her presence. But not now. I'm alone. I'm free, and I can do whatever I want to do. It's a little after 4 p.m. when I decide to pour myself a glass of wine. I spent the day reading, watching television, and napping on and off. It was nice. It almost felt like I was back in 2016 again, except with less options on TV. I sip my wine and pause when I hear a key slide into the lock on the door, thinking it better not be Lexi. She has a study session until 4:30 p.m. The door swings open, and in walk Nikki and Claire, carrying stacks of books. Hey, what are you two up to? I ask, while seated on Lexi's bed, swirling my red solo cup of wine. Nikki drops her books on her desk, and Claire places hers on the floor, fanning them out. Just got back from the library, Claire says excitedly. I met with an academic advisor today, and we changed some of my classes for next semester, went over the requirements to obtain a degree in psychology, and set up an academic plan. That's great, Claire. I smile proudly because I feel like I'm making a difference. Maybe not in my own life, but most definitely in theirs. I gesture to the open bottle of red wine sitting on top the mini fridge. Feel free to help yourself, I add. Thanks, Nikki says. She pours some into 2 red solo cups. Technically, she can thank Lexi for that, because it was her cash I used to buy the wine. Then again, I was only able to buy it due to my age, and I was a little offended that the cashier didn't card me. She hands a cup to Claire and then takes a seat on her bed, sipping at her wine. Where's Lexi? Nikki asks. At the library studying. They both whip their head in my direction. No way, Claire says. Yes way. Wow, that's great, she adds, almost as if she doesn't believe it. This might sound bad, but your apartment burning down has actually been good for all of us, Nikki admits. Like Lexi's studying. That in itself is a miracle. She laughs. And I have real goals now, Claire says. Oh my God, can you imagine if I just waited around for some rich guy to marry me? What would have my life been like? She shudders at the thought. Unfulfilling and sad is what it would have been. But I feel like Claire's on the right path now that she's figured out the only person that's been standing in her way is herself. I have done good work here. I'm like a fairy godmother, except I have 3 Cinderellas and 1 stubborn rat named... The door swings open, interrupting my thoughts, and in stomps Lexi, my stubborn rat. She drops her book bag on the floor and collapses dramatically onto Nikki's bed, groaning the whole time. Nice outfit. Nikki lightly pulls on her turtleneck. You mean my burqa? Lexi complains. I kinda like it, Claire says, scanning over her. It's very Rory Gilmore. Lexi sits up and meets her gaze, which isn't my style at all. Nikki tilts her head. Then why are you wearing it? Her eyes flick to me, all squinty and defiant. I stare right back, hoping she'll provide an explanation that won't drudge up any more suspicion. Lexi lies back, staring up at the ceiling. I don't know. I'm just trying something new. She's got a terrible attitude, but at least she's doing the work. For now. I just hope she sticks with it. Because if there's one thing I know about Lexi, it's that she never follows through. 26. I can't do this anymore. Lexi cries as she slams the door shut and tosses her book bag on the floor. Again. This is only day 2 of her new regimen. From her bed, I briefly glance over at her before returning my attention to the book I'm reading. A cup of red wine is clutched in my left hand, while The Lovely Bones lies open in my lap, propped up by a pillow. Lexi kicks her book bag and grumbles. She's throwing another one of her tantrums. The only good thing about them is that she loses steam quickly. She tugs at her collar. I hate these sweaters. They're so itchy. No, they're not. She grabs a bottle of water from the fridge and collapses into her desk chair, rotating it to face me. And my classes are so boring. They're supposed to be boring. They're core classes, I say, sipping my wine. Lexi wiggles her fingers and shakes them out. My hand hurts from taking notes, and I think I have eye strain. She blinks several times, then tries to open her eyes as wide as possible, like she's stretching them. I lie my book flat on my stomach and listen to her list of complaints until she exhausts herself and finally goes quiet. Are you done? She blows out a puff of hot air and swigs her water. Why isn't this working? You probably haven't changed enough, and you have been complaining the entire time, I say, angling my head. Oh, so it's always my fault. If the turtleneck fits. I laugh. She mocks me, repeating my words back in a sarcastic, whiny voice. Lexi pulls off her sweater and shoves it into the hamper with force. Well, at least I'll get a break from your militaristic regimen these next 5 days. Lexi sighs with relief and stretches her arms over her head. What do you mean, a break? I pull myself into a seated position. Thanksgiving, duh. Wait, it still exists in the future, right? Her brows shoved together. I glance at the calendar tacked up on the bulletin board above Lexi's desk. I didn't even realize the date. Maybe because the year is wrong for me, so who cares what the day or month is? I'm sure it still exists, Lexi says, relaxing her brow. Anyway, I'm going home. Home? I haven't even thought about home. Lexi's home, that is. These days, I consider home to be my apartment with Andrew, but nothing compares to my first one. And you're coming with. She points a finger at me. Really? I lean forward, surprised she's inviting me. Yeah, you kinda have to. They kick everyone out of the dorms over Thanksgiving. I sip my wine and swallow, but it doesn't go down easily this time. I'm not sure it's a good idea I come with. Why not? Lexi asks. Well, what are you going to tell them? I mean, we can fool our friends, but family? They're going to realize I'm you. First of all, no one in their right mind would think you're me from the future. Why? Because it's ridiculously unbelievable, so don't even worry about that. She waves a hand. And I'll tell them you're a grad student in one of my advanced communication courses, which explains your soaring age. You're also from out of state and couldn't make the trip home, so I invited you to my house. That way you wouldn't have to spend Thanksgiving alone because I'm such a kind and generous and awesome person. Lexi smirks. That's quite the plan. Thanks. I thought of it when I was sitting in math today. Not a lot else to think about in that class, she says with a shrug. I shake my head, trying to appear disappointed in her, but I'm more amused. At least she's putting thought into something. I crack a smile as Lexi crosses the room. She grabs 2 granola bars from the basket set on the mini fridge. FYI, she says, tossing one to me and taking a seat in her chair. Justin's picking us up tomorrow morning. She props her feet up on the computer tower sitting below her desk. I unwrap the granola bar and take a bite. So, is it Thanksgiving Pizza Hut as usual? Lexi crinkles her brow, giving me a funny look. No, weirdo. Mom's making Thanksgiving lunch, as usual. My mouth parts, and tears fill the rims of my eyes, threatening to pour out. A piece of granola scratches the back of my throat, sticking to my esophagus. I swallow hard, trying to force it down, but it won't budge, so I throw myself forward, coughing violently. A hand swats my back over and over, and then a bottle of water is pushed in front of my mouth. I bring it to my lips and gulp the water until the hunk of granola is washed down and forced into the pit of my stomach. Don't die on me now, Alexis, Lexi says with a nervous laugh. I force a smile, my mouth twitching in all directions. I've been so caught up with everything else. Lexi, her college friends, Andrew, our time travel adventures, that somehow I forgot about my family. Maybe that's what I'm here for. Maybe that's what I need before I'll be sent back to my time. Closure. 27. Lexi and I are seated on the sidewalk in front of North Scott Hall, waiting on Justin to pick us up. We're each leaned up on a duffel bag, both of which are full of Lexi's belongings because I don't actually own anything. But she let me borrow some of her stuff. Are you okay? Lexi glances at me. She knows something's off because I haven't said more than a few words since yesterday when I learned I was going home with her. Yeah, I'm good, I lie, tightly smiling. Really? I'm nervous, a little scared, and a lot anxious. Just thinking of home stirs up a sinking feeling in my stomach. I'm not sure I can do this, or if I should even be doing this. But it's too late to say no now. You sure? You've been quiet, and usually you have a whole hell of a lot to say. She arches her brow and smirks. I force my smile to grow a couple clicks, so it'll appear more convincing. Yup, I'm just giving you the break you asked for and focusing on playing my new role so we don't blow our cover this weekend. The break from your tyranny is much appreciated, she says with a nod. I barely slept a wink last night because I was plagued with racing thoughts. What if they realize I'm Lexi? What if I can't keep it together throughout the weekend? What if this makes everything so much worse than it already is? And no one's going to find out, so don't worry about that. Lexi pats me on the back. We'll be perfectly fine. Without Me by Eminem blasts from a blue Chevy Tahoe pulling up to the sidewalk. The bass rattles obnoxiously as it comes to a stop right in front of us. My older brother, Justin, is seated in the driver's seat, drumming his fingers against the steering wheel as he raps along to the music. Come on, Alexis, Lexi says, getting to her feet and picking up her duffel bag. Our chariot awaits. I stand, hoist my bag over my shoulder, and follow Lexi to the back of the vehicle. I'm a step behind her because I'm a tiny bit nervous to see Justin. He's a few years older than me and attends UW lacrosse. Will he recognize that I'm his sister? Then again, Justin's always been a bit aloof. He shouldn't be a problem at all. Justin pops the gate and hops out of the vehicle, meeting Lexi and me at the back of it. 21-year-old Justin, with shaggy ash-brown hair, a laid-back attitude, and a goofy smile, is nearly the same as he is in his mid-30s, minus the goofy smile. It's still goofy, but he just doesn't smile as much anymore. Justin looks me up and down, like he's trying to place where he's seen me before. My skin immediately starts to perspire. Oh, God, he knows. I clear my throat, signaling for Lexi to do something. Hey, ass munch, she says to Justin. My friend Alexis is coming home with us. Did Mom say? Yes, Mom said it was okay. Lexi answers before he can finish asking his question. She heaves her duffel bag in the back and dusts her hands off. Now, help Alexis with her bag and don't be weird. She walks to the front passenger side and hops in. My name's Justin, by the way, not ass munch, he says with a small smile as he takes the duffel bag from me. I figured your parents couldn't have been that cruel to you, giving you a sister like Lexi and a name like Ass Munch, I tease. Justin lets out a husky laugh and closes the hatch. It looks like my brother and I are finally going to have something to bond over, our hatred for Lexi. I climb into the back while Justin hops into the driver's seat. He glances at me in the rearview mirror, his eyes lingering for a second too long. Shit. He knows something's up. Lexi and I look too much alike. This is too obvious, especially around our family. And why did she keep my name as Alexis? That's her real name. I let out a deep sigh and close my eyes. The engine revs and another Eminem song blares through the speakers. Justin turns the volume down. Sorry about that, he says, pulling out onto the street. The ride is quiet until we hit the interstate, and Justin flicks on cruise control. He resituates himself in his seat, getting comfortable. So, how'd you two meet? He asks, looking to Lexi and then at my reflection in the rearview mirror. Growing up, Justin never once showed any interest in getting to know my friends, so why is he doing that with me now? He must be trying to put the pieces together. At school, I say, offering up as little information as possible. We're on the debate team together, Lexi adds. She turns back and tosses me a smile. Debate? When did we agree that was the story we were telling? Lexi is improvising again, so I just have to go along with whatever she says until I can pull her aside, yell at her, and get her back on track. Since when did you join debate, Lexi? Justin says, flicking his hair out of his eyes. Since I learned I can earn 6 credits just for arguing. She puts her feet up on the dashboard. Finally, something you excel at. He chuckles. Lexi slugs him in the shoulder and says, I excel at kicking your ass, too. Not while I'm driving, dillhole, he says, shoving her back. And I needed an extracurricular for my graduate degree. That's why I'm on the debate league, I say, immediately regretting speaking up. I don't know if that's even a real requirement for a graduate degree. I need to stick to saying as little as possible. Cool, Justin says awkwardly. Yeah, super cool. So happy we're on the debate league together. Lexi glances back at me, squinting. Alexis, where are you from? He asks as he switches lanes, moving around a slow driver. Shit, we didn't decide on where we would tell everyone I'm from. Lexi just said out of state, but now I can't even think of a place. North Dakota, she blurts out. North Dakota? Why North Dakota? I don't know a single thing about that state. I couldn't even name a town. Why didn't she pick a more popular state? Or one I was familiar with? I don't think I've ever met anyone from North Dakota. Justin glances at me in the rearview mirror. Me neither, I whisper under my breath. Which part are you from? He asks. The north part. Fuck, I should just jump out of the car right now. From a town called Nard, I add. It's really small. Probably can't even find it on a map. Or on the internet, for that matter. I laugh. Reel it in, Alexis. Less talking. One-word answers only. But really, he needs to stop asking me questions. Shut up, Justin. Shut up. What kind of music do you like? He asks. Enough with the third degree, weirdo, Lexi says. She pops a blank CD in the stereo system and cranks up the volume. Work It by Missy Elliott starts playing. Oh, thank God. I was about to rattle off a bunch of singers and bands that would have made 0 sense, like Drake, but he's still on Degrassi, or Taylor Swift and Cardi B and Adele, but none of them are famous yet. How am I going to handle an entire weekend of this? And what am I going to do when I see Dad and Mom again? I just have to play it cool. I'm Lexi's friend from school, not anyone's daughter or sister. 28. A couple hours later, Justin parks his Tahoe in our parents' driveway. Lexi did a good job of keeping the tunes playing the entire car ride, so there was no lull for Justin to ask me any more questions. The two of them are quick to hop out of the vehicle, while I take my time, making sure I have everything before I join them at the back of the vehicle. I got your bag, Alexis, Justin says, holding mine and his. Oh, no, it's fine. I can carry it. I try to take it from him, but he pulls away. It's not a problem, he says with a small smile as he turns on his heel and starts off toward the front door. Why don't you carry mine, too? Lexi heaves her duffel over her shoulder and closes the lift gate. Carry your own bag, ass munch, Justin quips back, clearly not letting go of how Lexi introduced him. Why is he being so nice to me? And is he going to go through my bag? Try to find some clues in there? It's basically all of Lexi's stuff. That'll for sure be suspicious. Why is all of Lexi's stuff in your bag, Alexis? Wait, I'm giving Justin too much credit. He wouldn't know what belongs to Lexi. I look up at the 2-story white house, pristine and well-maintained down to every square inch. Red rose bushes lining the large porch are still vibrant even in November, my mother's touch. They haven't been there in years. The shutters are dark green, matching the front door. Enormous oak trees surround the sides and back of the house, giving it privacy from nearby neighbors and much-needed shade in the summer. Currently, they are a melange of orange and yellow and red, dropping their last few leaves before the first snowfall, creating my least favorite outdoor chore as a child, raking. The house is exactly how I remember it, back when it wasn't a house. It was home. Justin is already inside, calling for Mom and Dad, when Lexi and I round the corner of the garage, walking along the sidewalk and up the steps of the porch. Bella, our chocolate lab, comes running out of the house, wiggling her butt, more excited than ever to see us. Tears prickle behind my eyes. She's been dead for 4 years, and I never imagined I would get to see her again, let alone touch her and play with her. She runs straight to me and jumps up. I catch her paws and do our little dance, my heart melting as I laugh and cry, the immense joy fighting with the known sadness. "Hi, Bella, baby," I coo. "Who's a good girl?" She immediately drops to the ground and sits. I bop my pointer finger against her wet nose and say, "You are." This gets her going. Bella wiggles her body and circles my legs like we've never been apart, like she still knows me. I might be older than she ever knew me to be, but my scent is still the same to her. She knows me down to my soul. I scratch her ear and say, "Inside, Bella girl," and she darts right back into the house. Lexi stares at me, wide-eyed. "She knows you." "Of course she knows me. She's my Bella baby," I say, wiping my tears. "She's not around anymore, is she?" Lexi asks. It's a silly question, because of course she's not still alive. She would be nearly 20 years old if she was. But Lexi doesn't understand death yet. She's just assuming based on my tears. I shake my head. She frowns and puts her arm around me, giving me a sort of side hug. "I'm sorry. I didn't even realize. This must be so hard on you." "You have no idea." I blink away the last few tears, trying to compose my face before entering my home as a guest. "Ready to go in?" Lexi asks. "Yeah," I nod. She gently squeezes my shoulder and then steps in front of me, leading the way. My heart skips a beat at the sight before me. It doesn't look like this anymore. Standing in the front entrance of my childhood home, I take it all in again. A set of carpeted steps with a deep cherrywood banister extends up to the second floor. On the left of the staircase is the living room, featuring high ceilings, beautifully varied stones surrounding a gas fireplace, and plush furniture adorned with a plethora of decor pillows and throw blankets. Various framed photos and family portraits hang on the walls of the living room, which opens up to the dining area and connects to the kitchen. The room is both airy and cozy, thanks to the oversized windows and thick drapes. It's so clean, you wouldn't even know a dog lived here unless you saw it with your own eyes. Justin comes down the stairs with a little bounce in his step. "I put your bag in Lexi's room." He flashes a smile. "Thanks," I say, avoiding eye contact with him. Present-day Justin still lives at home. He never married, let alone dated all that much. He graduated with high honors from undergrad and went straight into an MBA program, where he also graduated with high honors. And then he just gave up. After 19 years of being a student, he didn't know what to do next, and now works a job he's overqualified for and spends his nights and weekends watching TV with Dad or playing online video games with the few friends he has left. I should try to get him on the right path while I'm here, whatever that is. "Thanks for taking my bag up," Lexi says sarcastically. "Any time," Justin responds with a finger gun. "Where's Mom and Dad?" Lexi calls out as she starts up the stairs. "In the backyard raking," he says, turning on the television. He plops down on the couch, kicking off his shoes and stretching out across the whole thing. Lexi stops halfway up the stairs and looks back at me. "Are you coming?" "Yeah, sorry." I snap out of it, trying to shake off some of my unease and follow her up the stairs. Lexi flips on the light and tosses her bag on the full-size bed I begged my parents for when I turned 16. The room is a teenager's paradise. The walls are covered in glossy pictures of friends tacked up with no frames. Posters of celebrities fill the room as though it were an award show banquet. Sarah Michelle Gellar mean mugs as Buffy the Vampire Slayer. The cast of Friends huddle around each other lovingly. Britney Spears is sex personified. NSYNC is frosted out to the nines, and a movie poster from Legally Blonde adds even more pink to the room. The bed is an explosion of turquoise with decorative pillows and stuffed animals covering every square inch. A green and blue lava lamp on the nearby nightstand sits idly as a lump of blobs wait to come to life. Looking at the shape of the lamp and thinking about its practicality, I can't help but think how tacky it now looks and how pointless it is. But I remember begging my mom for it in the store, nearly to tears, on the verge of causing a scene. All the cool kids had one. Therefore, I needed one. A long wooden dresser is covered in bottles of cheap perfume, as I was still trying to find my scent. A jewelry box sits open, overflowing with necklaces, earrings, and bracelets from Claire's 10 for 10 sales. Various knickknacks weave and encircle the box and bottles, all having meaning to me at some time. Movie ticket stubs for films I loved, souvenirs from trips we had taken, tokens of love from crushes throughout the years. To anyone else, they'd all be garbage, but to me, they were each important in their own way. And, of course, there's the 4-foot-tall, jam-packed CD tower, the edges of jewel cases filling every available slot, all to feed a large 5-disc CD changer with detached speakers beside it. A behemoth of audio output that only ever got to be used to its full potential when Mom and Dad were both out of the house. A tall fish bubbler lamp, which I haven't seen in years, stands beside a desk that's been turned into a makeshift vanity for a girl who still struggled to do her hair and makeup well. It's exactly like I remember it, a hodgepodge of tackiness and tchotchkes that makes absolutely no sense. But I loved every bit of it. Taking off her jacket, Lexi hangs it on the back of her desk chair. "Welcome to my humble abode," she says, fanning her hand out. "But I guess you don't really need a welcome. You probably know every square inch of this space the same as me." "I do," I say, peeling off my jacket and hanging it over hers. "But what I don't know is why you went rogue in the car and told Justin we were on the debate team together. I figured we needed a better story than just being in the same class together," she says, clicking on her lava lamp. It glows blue and begins to hum, percolating back to life. "They were never going to believe I'm in a graduate-level course." "Fine, but you should run those things past me first so we can get our stories aligned." "Okay, going forward I will," she says. My brow creases, remembering the other things she randomly blurted out. "And you told Justin that I'm from North Dakota?" "It was the only state I could think of in the moment." Lexi shrugs. "How? No one ever remembers North Dakota, and I don't know anything about that state. You couldn't have given me Illinois or Florida, somewhere we've actually been?" I rub at my forehead. If Justin looks up the town of Bernard, North Dakota, I guarantee he won't find it because it doesn't exist. "Come on." She waves a hand at me dismissively, like Justin's going to look that up. "And why didn't you introduce me as someone else other than Alexis?" I squint. "Because that's your name, and it'd be too confusing for me to remember a new one," Lexi says, pulling a Hollister zip-up hoodie from her closet and slipping it on. I sigh and watch the lava lamp as its blobs of blue-green wax rise and fall. "All right," she claps her hands together. "Ready to meet the rest of the fam?" Lexi winks. I swallow hard, stealing a deep breath. Should I just tell her? No, I can't. It would ruin her far before it destroyed me. "Yup," I say, tightly smiling as I follow her out the door and down the hall. I can get through this. I've gotten through much worse. As we reach the bottom of the steps, I hear the familiar sound of the glass door sliding open and thudding against its frame. I know it's not Justin because he's lying on the couch, still watching football, but now with a bag of Dad's special beef jerky in his lap. "Honey, the kids are home." Her voice is unmistakable to me. I'd know it anywhere. I peek around the banister to get a glimpse of her. I wear my blankest expression, although it feels strained and twitchy. Mom removes her gardening gloves, and pushes back strands of her long ash-blonde hair that have come loose from her clip. Her face lights up, and she smiles wide as Lexi bounds toward her. "Missed you, Mom. Missed you more," she says, planting a kiss on top of Lexi's head and squeezing her a little tighter. "How's college life?" Mom takes a step back and scans over Lexi, making sure her daughter is in the same condition she was when she dropped her off at college more than 2 months ago. "It's great. I love it." "Oh, yeah?" Mom tilts her head, Lexi's enthusiasm betraying the parts of college she actually loves. "What do you love about it?" Learning, of course. Powerful minds having heated intellectual debates. Professors imparting their wisdom. What's not to love?" Lexi smirks and moseys over to the island counter, grabbing a homemade chocolate chip cookie from a Tupperware container. "Mm-hmm." Mom nods, not believing Lexi's answer for a second. Justin strolls into the kitchen. "Hey, Mom," he says, giving her a hug before snagging a cookie for himself. Dad slips in through the back sliding door, dressed in jeans, a flannel button-up, and a pair of steel-toed work boots, his usual attire. He's a burly man with a big beard and broad shoulders. He ruffles Justin's hair, playfully pinching and poking at his neck to tickle him. Justin squirms and pokes him back. Dad wraps an arm around Lexi as she's eating her cookie and pulls her in for a side hug. "You behaving at school?" he asks. "Always," Lexi says with a sheepish laugh, nearly choking on a bite of cookie. He chuckles and pats her on the back, stealing a cookie for himself. "I'll take your word for it." Lexi waves a hand, beckoning me to join them. I'm still standing on the stair landing, watching my family and myself playfully interact. It's an unnatural point of view to witness, like seeing your home planet for the first time from out in orbit. "Mom, Dad, this is my friend Alexis," Lexi says as I cross the living room into the dining and kitchen area. "She's a grad student, and we're on the debate team together, and she's from North, I quickly correct. I mean North Dakota, and she couldn't travel back home for the holidays, so is it cool if she spends Thanksgiving with us?" Lexi smiles. Justin juts his chin. "I thought you said Mom already." "Of course, that's okay," Mom interrupts. Her gaze goes to me as she tilts her head and squints. "Alexis, is it?" She's already finding it odd that Lexi and I have the same name, which, of course, it is. I nod, slightly keeping my head down as I approach. "Weird we have the same name, right?" Lexi forces a chuckle. "It's remarkable," Mom says, blinking several times as she watches me come closer. "Well, it's a great name." Dad extends his hand. "Your parents must be sharp," he says with a laugh as he shakes mine. "They are," I say, avoiding eye contact, for fear they'll recognize that I'm their daughter. "Well, we're glad to have you." Mom smiles. "Sorry, I'm a hugger," she warns, right as she opens her arms and pulls me in for an embrace. I fall apart in her arms, but put myself back together before the hug ends. I inhale Mom's comforting scent, a mix of her favorite shampoo and perfume. "And please don't be shy. Treat our home as you would your own." "I will, Mom." I catch myself. "Mrs. Spencer." "Please call me Alice," she insists. "And call me Jeff," Dad says. He points a finger at Lexi and Justin. "I'm still Dad to you two," he teases. Lexi rolls her eyes. "We know, Dad." "Lexi, you said you and Alexis met on the debate team." Mom raises a brow. "When did you join debate?" She smiles, her face glowing with pride. Lexi's cheeks flush. "After meeting with my advisor and learning I'd get 6 credits toward my communications major if I joined, it was a no-brainer decision," she says nonchalantly. I'm not sure if the whole earning credits as a member of the debate team is even a real thing, but she told the same story to Justin without missing a beat, and it's pretty convincing. "Good work, kiddo," Dad says, patting her on the shoulder. See? Then again, Dad isn't the one we need to convince. "You get your brains from your mom." He smiles fondly at his wife. I take in the scene before me, frozen, unable to move or speak, fearing I'll fall apart into too many pieces for anyone to ever manage to put me back together. The room slowly starts to spin, and my vision blurs. "And you get your stubbornness from your dad," Mom teases. She claps her hands together, getting herself into mom mode. "All right, dinner is at 6, and we're playing Scrabble afterwards." She rubs her hands together, her eyes landing on me. I'm undefeated in this house, Alexis, so I welcome a new challenger, she says with a smile. Excuse me, I say, turning on my heel and bolting through the living room, up the stairs. The tears burst from my eyes just as I reach the second floor. A sob nearly rips through me, but I hold it in until I'm inside the bathroom with the faucet running, the fan on, and the bathroom door closed behind me. I fall into the wall and slide down it, collapsing to the floor. My body aches from within, like there are thousands of needles pricking my insides. I pull my knees into my chest and rock back and forth, trying to calm myself. I don't think I can make it through this weekend. I've lived these days before, but not like this. Not with what I know. There's a scratch at the door, a swift rake of nails. I reach for the handle and pull open the door a few inches. Bella stands there, her head slightly down and her tail tucked in, barely wagging. I pat the top of my thigh and she walks in, sitting down beside me. I push the door closed and lean into Bella as she rests her head on my shoulder. Wrapping my arms around her, I cry into her fur. She absorbs my pain and returns it with comfort. I love you, Bella baby, I whisper. A soft knock puts Bella on alert. She swivels her head and eyes to the door while staying by my side. Alexis, it's Lexi. Are you okay? I lift my head from Bella's back, which is damp with tears, and attempt to dry her off with the sleeve of my sweater as best I can. I fake cough so Lexi will think I ran off because I was sick, not because I was crying. Yeah, I'm fine, I say, drying my face off with my other sleeve. Can I come in? She asks. Just a sec, I say, climbing to my feet and splashing the already running water in my face. I turn off the faucet and pat my skin dry with a hand towel, giving myself a once-over in the mirror. Shit, it's obvious I was crying. I slap some color back into my cheeks, fluff my hair, and clean up the black mascara smeared under my left eye. I unlock the door, and it opens slowly with Lexi popping her head in, surveying me. She wears a look of confusion as she slides through the opening and closes the door behind her. What the hell was that? She asks. I just got queasy from the car ride, I say, looking at my feet. Odd, because I've never had a problem with car sickness. When I don't respond right away, Lexi continues. You know, you've been acting off since you found out you were coming home for Thanksgiving with me. Are you sure there's not something you want to tell me? She crosses her arms over her chest and stares at me, not breaking eye contact. I really don't want to tell Lexi anything, but I've got to give her something because I can't explain my behavior. It's just, Mom and I haven't talked in years. We had a falling out, so it was just jarring to see her, because I haven't seen her in so long, I say, hanging my head in shame. A falling out? Over what? It must have been bad, because I can't imagine not having Mom in my life. Lexi looks at me wide-eyed. I don't even remember. That's what's so sad about the whole thing. Tears prickle behind my eyes, but I blink several times to keep them at bay. Seeing Mom reminded me of how much time I've wasted that I could have spent with her. Sorry, I shake my head. I just really miss her, and I don't think I realized how much until right now. Lexi pulls a tissue from the box on top of the toilet tank and hands it to me. I blow into it, clearing my nose. You don't have to miss her now, Alexis. You'll have the whole weekend to spend with Mom, and then when you get back to your time, you can make up with her. Lexi smiles and pats me on the shoulder. Yeah, I say, forcing a smile back. I guess you're right. Of course I am. Now get yourself cleaned up. Justin wants to play us in a game of cutthroat, Lexi says, dragging a finger across her neck. Confused, I give her a quizzical look. It's a pool game. Oh, I forgot we used to have a pool table. What? Mom and Dad sold our pool table? Why the hell would they do that? She purses her lips together. I don't know, Lexi. I shrug. Things change. Before she can air her grievances about her future sans a pool table, Mom calls for her from downstairs. Coming, Mom! she yells back as she leaves the bathroom. Lexi pauses and looks back at me. You'll tell me more about these changes later. Promise? Promise, I say, weakly smiling. She nods and calls for Bella to follow as she heads down the hall. I stand in front of the mirror. My reflection is there, but all I can see is through it. Everything happens for a reason, I say. Closing my eyes, I inhale through my nose, hold for 4 seconds before exhaling through my mouth. It will all work out in the end. I draw in another deep breath, hold, and force it out again. Things go wrong so you can appreciate them when they're right. I inhale and exhale again. Everything is okay in the end. If it's not okay, then it's not the end, I whisper. Reopening my eyes, I find myself in the mirror again. It's my only proof that I'm actually here. 29. I tiptoe down the stairs, trying to be as quiet as possible so I can make it down to the basement without running into Mom. An episode of The Simpsons plays on the television in the living room, but no one's watching it. The dining room and kitchen appear empty as I move through them, heading toward the open door that leads downstairs. The floor creaks beneath my step, and Mom pops out from behind the island counter, startling me. She sets 2 cans of corn down and smiles. Hey, Alexis, she says. Lexi said you were a little queasy. Are you feeling any better? It was just some motion sickness from the car ride, but I'm all good now, I lie, barely able to look at her. Why don't you come in here and I'll heat you up some chicken noodle soup? She pats the counter. I shake my head. Oh, no, I'm fine. Alexis, you're as pale as these paper towels, she says, tearing a sheet off the roll. And you look like you've seen a ghost, so I'm not taking no for an answer. She points to the stool set in front of the counter. Now get up in one of these chairs so I can serve you some soup, saltines, and 7-Up. I hesitate for a moment. But I know my mom, and I know she won't take no for an answer, especially when it comes to taking care of someone else. I cross the dining room and pull out a stool, taking a seat at the counter while Mom moves around the kitchen. She opens a can of Campbell's chicken noodle soup, dumps the contents into a pot, and lights the burner beneath it. I glance around the room, pretending to be interested in the various knickknacks and vases. But really, I'm avoiding eye contact. Mom adds water to the pot and stirs the soup with a wooden spoon. How's school going for you, Alexis? She asks. Mom's always been able to strike up a conversation with anyone and everyone, drawing you in with her warm and genuine personality. She's the type of person you immediately feel close to. Great, I say, trying to stick to one-word answers. And you're a grad student? Yeah, I nod. Her eyes linger on my face, studying it, like she's trying to determine my age. I took a little time off after undergrad and worked full-time before going back to school for my master's degree in communications, I say, trying to explain why I look so much older than Lexi. But now that I've emphasized that, is she going to think it's weird that I'm hanging out with her 18-year-old daughter? And I love debating, I add. On the team, with Lexi. Oh, God, I need to stop talking. I fall silent and force the corners of my mouth upward. Mom taps the wooden spoon against the pot and sets it on a folded-up paper towel before turning back to me. That's good to hear. I'm glad Lexi's partaking in college life outside of drinking and partying. She raises a brow, pulls open the fridge, and retrieves a 2-liter bottle of 7-Up. Oh, shit. She knows what Lexi has really been up to at college. And if she knows that, then she definitely knows I'm not a friend of her daughter. I am her daughter. I swallow hard and keep my expression neutral, or at least try to. Mom pours a glass of 7-Up and places it in front of me. Thanks, I say, quickly sipping from it just to busy myself. Of course. She nods and returns to the stove, stirring the soup with a wooden spoon. Sometimes I worry about Lexi, she says. Why's that? I ask in between sips of 7-Up. I'm not sure why she's even telling me this. Mom either knows I'm her daughter, or she's actually worried about Lexi and wants me, as her older, wiser friend, to be aware of that. She's kind of a free spirit. Yeah? I say, going back to my one-word answers. What does she mean by free spirit? Is that a fancy way of saying a screw-up? Did she think I was a screw-up? She grabs a bowl from the cupboard and ladles soup into it. Lexi puts a lot of faith in things just working out, without much follow-through. Mom knew my thought process was a problem and she didn't tell me. Why didn't she say, "Hey, Lexi, do something with your life and stop waiting for things to just happen"? Why didn't she warn me as to how cruel and unforgiving the world can be? She should have told me how unfair life is and that things can just happen with no rhyme or reason, leaving us in its wake trying to make sense of it. Mom sets the bowl of soup with a spoon in front of me. "Here you are, sweetheart," she says. I blink several times and tightly smile, watching the steam swirl and rise. "Do you want some saltine crackers?" "No, this is perfect." "Thank you," I say. I don't know where Lexi gets it from. Jeff and I have worked hard all our lives. Nothing ever just came to us, she says, wiping down the counter. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just being a worrier. Maybe not. Have you ever talked to Lexi about your concerns? I ask, slurping the soup. No, she's a smart girl. She'll find her way. And besides, if I told Lexi what I wanted her to do, she'd do the exact opposite anyway. Mom smiles and collects a knife, onion, and cutting board. I chuckle to myself because it's true. You could tell her to do the opposite of what you want her to do. I grin. Reverse psychology. She'd probably sense I was scheming, and then she'd do the opposite of my opposite. Mom teases as she peels the onion. And I wouldn't want to do that anyway. I've never been a meddler. Now that my kids are adults, I believe they should make their own mistakes. I'll always be there for them, but I can't, and I won't, live their lives for them. She cuts the onion in half and then quickly goes to work dicing it. My fingers find their way to my mouth, and I nibble on my nails. Stress, anxiety. I'm not sure why I do it. Mom pauses her chopping and glances over at me. Lexi bites her nails, too. I pull my fingernails from my teeth and fiddle with them. I've tried to stop. Yeah, so has she. Mom continues chopping. Can't seem to break the habit. Pounding footsteps thunder up the basement steps. Hey, Alexis, are you coming down? Lexi asks. I turn to find her standing in the dining room. I nod and tip back the bowl, drinking the remainder of the broth. Yeah, just finishing up. I walk into the kitchen with my bowl and spoon in hand. Pulling open the dishwasher, I place them inside and close it. I've been trying to get Lexi to learn how to put dishes in the dishwasher for years, Mom says. I know. I mumble under my breath as I leave the kitchen. Mom, I know how to load the dishwasher. Lexi pouts. Could have fooled me, she says with a smile. Mom scrapes the diced onions into the frying pan, and they sizzle as soon as they touch the hot oil. Fine. Now I'm never loading the dishwasher again, Lexi says, lifting her chin and crossing her arms over her chest. So nothing will change then. Mom laughs. Mom, she whines. She waves a hand and says, Oh, I'm just playing around with you, Lexi. But it is nice to see Alexis knows how to clean up after herself. It took me years to learn. Yeah, Lexi says, rolling her eyes. Come on, Alexis, we've got a game to play. She beckons me with her hand before disappearing back down the stairs. I start to follow behind, but stop and turn, watching Mom stir the sizzling onions, humming the tune to a Loretta Lynn song. Thanks for the soup and 7-Up, I call out before heading downstairs. She turns and smiles at me. Of course, that's what moms are for. 30. Justin and Lexi stand next to the pool table, chalking the ends of their cue sticks. Faint trails of blue powder fall to the carpet, invisible among the fibers. The balls are racked and ready to go, shining in their multicolored glory. I forgot how nice it used to be down here. There's a dartboard hidden beyond its closed wooden doors, a card table with 4 chairs in the corner, and a few beanbag chairs scattered in front of the big screen TV. A functioning red popcorn machine sits along the wall, still emanating hints of butter throughout the room. There's a mini fridge next to it, which I'm sure is stocked with various sodas and water. These were all little touches Mom added over the years. It made it the coolest place to hang out with friends in high school, and I think it was Mom's attempt to get us to never leave. Justin hands me a pre-chalked cue stick and grabs another off the rack for himself. It's time for... Lexi pauses and runs her finger across her neck. Cutthroat. Be forewarned, Alexis. Lexi and I are pretty good. Justin grins. Appreciate the heads up. I smirk. He tosses me the cue ball and says, You're the guest, so you get to go first. I roll it in my hand a few times before setting it on the table and firing off a breaking shot, a loud crack filling the basement. After winning the first game and the second game, I'm about to call it quits when Justin slaps a $50 bill on the edge of the table. One last game. Winner takes all, he says, lifting his chin. Lexi immediately puts her cue stick away. I'm out, she says. I'm broke, and I've got to get changed for dinner. You're no fun, Justin calls out as Lexi trots up the stairs. What about you, Alexis? Since I won the first 2 games, I may as well make it a clean sweep, I say, letting myself engage in some light trash talk. I must warn you, I play better when there's money on the line. Justin racks the balls. For your sake, I hope that's true, I tease. He takes a few steps back and gestures to the table. Ladies first, as always. I take my place, lean over it, and break. 2 solids go into the corner pockets. Justin frowns, but quickly turns it into a smile. Nice work. Thanks. I line up the cue ball with a solid slightly in front of a middle pocket. So, he says, you're in grad school for communications. What do you plan on doing with that? The tip of my cue stick slips off the ball, making it move only a couple inches. Damn it! I don't know what a person would use a master's degree in communications for. And why is he asking me more questions? The last 2 games consisted of only light trash talk and Lexi and Justin bickering. She shouldn't have left me alone down here with him. Social media marketing, I say, because it's the only thing I can think of since it's what I do. Or did, before I was let go. Social media? I don't think I've heard of that, but it sounds impressive. Justin double raises his brows before leaning over the table and taking his shot. Shit, it's 2002. Does that even exist yet? There's definitely AOL and Yahoo Messenger, but I wouldn't qualify that as social media. Has MySpace launched? No, that didn't happen until sophomore year. It's an up-and-coming industry. I tightly smile. What about you? What are you going to school for? I ask, to get the spotlight off me and on him. Business. I'm going to go for my master's when I graduate, and hopefully I'll land at a Big 4 accounting firm. That's the dream. He smiles back. Wow, that's great, I say, taking my shot. Another solid goes in. I didn't know Justin had such big aspirations because he never told me. He did get a degree in accounting, but then he ended up working as a bookkeeper for a small business in town, mostly keeping track of payroll and inventory. I hit the cue ball a little too hard, and the solid 4 ball careens into the railing, missing the pocket and bouncing around the table. Any other life goals? I ask. If I know what he wants to do with his life, then maybe I can encourage him to actually do it, rather than doing what he does, which is just going through the motions. He raises his brow like he's thinking it over. As for life, get married, buy a nice house with space for a large garden, have a couple kids, and then learn how to garden. Justin chuckles as he sinks a stripe in. I never knew he wanted any of that for himself either. He takes another shot and misses. That sounds like a nice life, I smile. I thought so too. Justin walks to the mini fridge and retrieves 2 cans of Dr. Pepper, handing one to me. We crack them open, and before I can drink, he clinks his against mine and says, Cheers to living a nice life. Yeah, I nod, feeling a bit sad, knowing that doesn't happen. I gulp nearly half my soda. We finish the game less than 10 minutes later when I sink the 8 ball. A deal's a deal. He slaps the $50 bill into my hand. I hold it for a moment before extending it back to him. You can keep the money, Justin. I had fun chatting with you, I say, and I mean it. In all my life, he and I never really had a conversation. Growing up, it was just teasing, and then it was small talk, and then it became talking around things rather than talking through them. Plus, I don't even have $50, so if you had won, I would have had nothing to give you, I add with a smirk. Justin hesitates, but then takes the money and slides it back in his pocket. I'm not sure if I should be upset that you had no intention of holding up your end of the bed, or impressed at your confidence of victory. He chuckles. A little of both, I say, leaning up against the pool table. So where have you played before? Because clearly you have. He tilts his head. I have. Nothing professional, though. My parents had a pool table growing up, so I played a lot with my brother, I catch myself. Jules. It comes out sounding like Ja-Ools. Shit. Justin doesn't seem to notice the name I clearly made up. He puts his cue stick away, slaps the remaining chalk off his hands, and leans up against the pool table beside me. That's cool. He glances at me and then looks forward, staring at the wall. Justin knows. He must. The answer I gave about my experience with pool was too close to home. The jig is up, and he keeps looking at me. Can he see Lexi's face in mine? My face is different, at least enough. And I think it's cool that you came home with my sister this weekend. I nod and pull my lips in, unsure of what to say to that, because it's weird, and it makes me think that he's on to me. My heart starts to pound. Maybe I should just tell him. He might believe me, and he might agree to keep it to himself and not tell Mom and Dad. No, it's Justin we're talking about. First, he would never believe me. Second, even if he did, he'd for sure tell our parents. My sister's brought home friends before, but you're different than them. He repositions his weight, adjusting his lean against the table. And you're different from the girls I know, too. Oh, I managed to say. Now I understand why he's acting weird. Where the hell is Lexi? My eyes dart all over the place. My face reddens, and I start to feel sweaty and clammy. I rest my hands on the edge of the pool table to hold myself up. They're so moist they almost slip off, and I have to awkwardly readjust to catch myself from falling. He shifts his hands, touching mine for a brief second. When he realizes his mistake, he inches over, leaving a centimeter of space between his hand and mine. Justin glances at me, and I return his gaze, only to keep an eye on him. Suddenly, he leans in, closing his eyes. What the fuck? Oh, God! I swiftly turn my head, avoiding his puckered lips. What the hell are you doing? I snap, more out of surprise than anger. He takes a step back as though I've punched him right in the gut. He stutters, his eyes darting everywhere as sweat clings to his hairline. I don't know. I like you, and I thought you liked me back. At least that's the vibe I was getting from you. It felt very mutual. This attraction between... No, don't finish that sentence, I say, putting up a hand and shaking my head. My brother tried to kiss me. I'm beyond disgusted. If I could swallow bleach right now and sign up for a lobotomy, I would. I'm going to need a lifetime of therapy to deal with this. I'm sorry. He scratches his head. I thought you were putting out signals or something. But regardless, I should take things slow. Take things slow? He shouldn't take things anywhere. And signals? Does he even know what signals are? The only signal I was putting out was, I'm related to you. Lexi bounds down the stairs, but stops upon seeing Justin and me standing 10 feet apart. There's probably a look of horror on my face, while he appears embarrassed and a little guilty with his flushed cheeks and darting eyes. What's up? Lexi's gaze bounces between us suspiciously. Nothing, Justin says. Gotta get changed for dinner. He bolts up the stairs, trying to take them 3 at a time. What's his deal? She asks, raising a brow. He tried to kiss me. My stomach retches and I gag. Closing my eyes, I try to calm my mind and think about things that don't involve my brother's puckering lips. My eyes reopen at the sound of Lexi snorting. He did what? She says, barely able to get the words out. You heard me. Tears crawl out of her eyes as her laughter goes silent. It's so deep. I can't breathe, she says, bending over, almost wheezing. I'm glad she finds this amusing, because I want to crawl into a hole and die right now. They can fill the hole in, too, immediately. No need to check if I'm still alive. I think I'm going to piss my pants. Lexi waddles toward the downstairs bathroom, laughing as she cups her hands over her crotch. I'll need therapy for this, she says as she closes the door. Kids, Dinner's ready, Mom calls from the top of the stairs. Great. Now, I've got to not only make it through dinner without my parents discovering that I'm their daughter from the future, but I also have to avoid my brother's advances. This is beyond messed up. 31. The rest of the family is already seated around the table when Lexi and I enter the dining room. Justin is at the head, with Mom and Dad on either side of him. There's a smorgasbord of food covering nearly the entire surface. A pot of corn, a basket of homemade rolls, a plate of New York strip steaks cooked medium rare, a huge green salad, a ceramic boat of creamed spinach, and a pan of twice-baked potatoes. Wow, this looks amazing, I say. Thanks, Alexis, although I can't take credit for the steak. That goes to the grill master over there. She nods toward Dad. It's the least I can do to accompany the rest of this spread. He smiles back at her. Mom claps her hands together. Eat up, everyone. There's plenty of food, but make sure you save room for dessert. Justin and Dad each stick a fork in a steak and transfer it to their plates. Greasy blood drips from the hunks of meat, leaving a trail on the table. Bring the plate to the steak, not the steak to your plate. You're both making a mess. Mom quickly wipes it up with a paper towel. Sorry, Mom, Justin says, biting into his steak. We're men. We eat like men, Dad teases as he rips into his. No, you eat like animals, Mom smirks. Lexi, Mom, and I finish serving ourselves and start eating, while Justin and Dad are already reaching for seconds. Mom, this is great. Justin bites into a roll. Yeah, way better than school cafeteria food, Lexi adds. Dad smiles at Mom and chews proudly. Thank you, Alice, I say, jumping on the gratitude train. I so desperately want to call her Mom, it hurts. I haven't had a home-cooked meal in years, I add. She gives me a sympathetic look while she cuts off a small piece of her steak. Well, you'll have plenty of home-cooked meals to make up for that this weekend. Justin, how's school? Dad asks. Good, he says, the shine of butter coating his lips. Dad pats him on the back. That's what I like to hear. He's never been much of a conversationalist, but he tries. Dad will ask a question, and whatever answer you give will be good enough for him. Lexi, how's Oshkosh? He asks. I love it. They have a huge outdoor mall and tons of restaurants, Lexi says in between bites of food. My big city girl, he says, patting her on the shoulder. With less than 100,000 people, Oshkosh is far from a big city, but in comparison to the small town of Delvan, it's a city to them. Got your eye on any girls, son? Dad nudges Justin. Jeff, don't embarrass our son, Mom warns. He's a college boy. Talking about girls is not embarrassing. He nudges Justin again. Are there any ladies you want to holla at? No, you're just embarrassing yourself, Dad. Lexi shakes her head in dismay. Justin's eyes flick to me. Well, there is one girl, he says with a smile before averting his gaze. Oh, God, not again. I thought he would have picked up on the very strong hint that came in the form of me rejecting him, that I was in no way interested. Apparently not. I try to appear nonchalant, but my face is sweating and my skin is hot. Lexi laughs into her cup as she takes a sip and starts to choke on it. She breaks out into a coughing fit, trying to clear her throat. You okay, honey? Dad asks. Yeah, just swallowed wrong, Lexi splutters. What's she like, son? Dad shoves a spoonful of corn into his mouth. Justin's eyes land on me again. She's not like any of the other girls. What in the actual fuck is going on? I chug my water and look to Lexi, who's in the middle of another fit of laughter, muffling it with her napkin. She's supposed to be helping me, but instead excuses herself and rushes to the bathroom. I let my face drop into my hands so I don't have to look at Justin. How the hell am I going to deal with this? I'm stuck in 2002. My brother has a crush on me. My parents don't recognize me as their own child, which I guess is for the best. But part of me still wished they did. Bella immediately knew who I was, and she's a dog. How can parents not know their own kid? Maybe on some level they do. Maybe on some subconscious level, Justin knows too, and that's why he feels a special connection to me. Actually, I hope that's not the case, because that's even more screwed up. That's exactly why I went for your mom, Justin. She wasn't like any of the other girls. Dad smiles. Yeah, because I was the only one that could call you out on your bullshit, Jeff. Mom quips. They both laugh, exchanging knowing glances. After 25 years together, they have their own unspoken language. They can communicate with each other and know exactly what the other is thinking without opening their mouths. My girl's the same way, Justin says. She keeps me in check. My girl? I choke a little on my bite of steak and gulp my water. From the corner of my eye, I see Justin smile at me. Where the hell is Lexi? She needs to put an end to this. She sounds special. Dad nods. Yeah, she does. So who is she? Mom asks. I'd rather not say. He mumbles. Oh, thank God he's not telling our parents that I'm his special girl. I swallow hard, trying to keep my food down. For all I know, Dad would think it's a great idea for Justin and me to go out, especially since I know he worries about Justin's lack of dating. Mom would probably say it's not a good idea because I'm friends with Lexi. In the end, Dad would probably tell Mom to stay out of it and let nature run its course, both of them not realizing that in the case of Justin and me, our nature is genetically linked. Since nothing is official. Yet, Justin adds. And it never will be. I want to scream. Lexi better get back here before I lose it. Of all the things I feared when I learned I was coming home for Thanksgiving, Justin developing a crush on me never even crossed my mind. Because why would it? Finally, a composed Lexi enters the dining room and retakes her seat. Bella follows behind, crawling under the table and lying down between us. Sounds like it could be official soon enough. Dad sets his napkin on his cleared plate. Ugh, don't encourage him. Lexi spikes her fork through a piece of steak and a chunk of potato. What could be official? Justin getting a girlfriend. Dad beams. Lexi laughs, sending food flying out of her mouth and onto her plate. Why is that funny? Justin narrows his eyes. Stop laughing, he says as she keeps going. Seriously, quit it. Lexi chews obnoxiously, making loud smacking sounds as she lightly bobs her head back and forth like a bird, mocking him. Dad, tell her to stop. Now, kids, you're family. You don't have to like each other all the time, but at the end of the day, you both love each other. So be nice. Mom looks pointedly at both her children. Lexi mumbles under her breath, some of us love each other an illegal amount. What was that, honey? Mom says. I said, you're right. That's all that counts, she quickly corrects. Mom nods and smiles. Good. Now who's ready for dessert? She pushes her chair back and walks into the kitchen, pulling open the fridge. When the door closes, she appears holding a glass cake pan filled to the brim with homemade fluffy lemon cheesecake. It's the best, the complete opposite of the New York-style dense pieces of concrete. Without thinking, I stand and walk into the kitchen, retrieving a stack of small plates, a serving spatula, and a handful of forks. Returning to the table, I pass them out. It's pure muscle memory. I catch myself. Jeff, Justin, would you like a glass of milk? I ask. They both look at each other, a bit surprised, and nod. I grab the gallon of milk from the fridge and pour 2 glasses, bring them to Dad and Justin, and take a seat. I notice Mom hasn't sat down yet. She's still standing there, holding the cheesecake, her mouth slightly agape. Lexi's eyes widen and she mouths, "What the fuck?" at me, while Justin and Dad sip at their milk, always oblivious. Then it hits me. How would I, Alexis, friend of Lexi, who has never been in this house before, know where the plates, the forks, and the glasses are? How would I know that Justin and Dad always have milk with their cheesecake? How would I know not to bother asking Mom, since she's never been a fan of milk? Thanks, Alexis, Mom says, more of a question than a word of gratitude. Lexi's still staring at me, wide-eyed. I've got to fix this mess, explain it away. But how? Think. Oh, it's no problem at all. I've got a photographic memory, so when you were making my chicken noodle soup earlier this evening, I got pretty familiar with where everything was, I say, forcing a little laugh at the end. Is that believable enough? I didn't explain away the whole milk thing because I can't without saying something outrageous. But hopefully, Mom overlooks that. Yeah, that's right. She slightly tilts her head and squints. I know what that look means. It's the same one she would give me when I was a teen, telling her I was staying at a friend's house when really I was going to a party and then staying at a friend's house. Mom wants to believe me, but she knows something's up and she can't put her finger on it. Justin and Dad push their dinner plates aside, making room for the dessert plates. They clench their forks in their fists, holding them upright in anticipation for cheesecake. When I agreed to come back home with Lexi, I was never worried about Dad figuring out who I really was. He was never one to notice things anyway, like when I used to sneak out of the house in high school. He'd walk into my room, say goodnight to my empty bed, and then retire to his own. It's Mom I worried about, and rightfully so. On some deeper level, I feel like she knows. "Serve us up, Mom," Lexi says, trying to dispel the weirdness and snap Mom out of analyzing me. She blinks a couple of times and shakes her head, smiling before placing the cheesecake on the table. Everyone holds out their plates and she serves them up. I inhale the sweet lemony scent as I take my first bite. The citrus flavor mixed with buttery goodness and crumbly graham cracker crust releases a lifetime of memories in my mind I didn't realize I still had access to. By the time I finish eating, I've experienced my highest highs and my lowest lows, all while sitting at a table with my family, enjoying my mother's homemade cheesecake. Lost in my own thoughts, I catch Lexi waving her hand in front of my face. "Hello, my mom asked if you wanted another piece," she says, giving me an odd look. "Yes, please. There you are." Mom scoops another slice of memories onto my plate. "Thanks, Alice. It's so good. It's my favorite. I mean, my new favorite." "You're welcome," she says. "You know, it's Lexi's favorite, too." I tightly smile at her and mumble, "I know," before taking another bite. 32. The half-drunk wine spritzer is making me feel a little more relaxed. Thank God my parents' thinking on drinking was a bit old school. They believed once you were 18, you made your own decisions, just as they had when they were that age. So Lexi having a glass of wine or a wine spritzer at 18 with Mom and Dad was fine, which means I get to enjoy it too. The alcohol warms my core, melting the tension in my shoulders away. Mom holds out the bag of Scrabble tiles and shakes them, saying, "Everyone pick a letter. Closest to the A goes first." It's supposed to be a 4-player game, but Mom pulled a Scrabble stand from an older version we have, so everyone could play. She was my saving grace from Justin, who offered to be on my team. I swear to God, if he tries to make a move on me again, I'm going to punch him square in the face. He holds up a Z and groans, saying, "Dang it." Dad picks N, Lexi picks K, and Mom pulls the letter A. "Looks like I'm going first," she teases. I reach into the bag and smile, holding the blank tile, pinched between my fingers. "Alexis coming in hot," Justin says with a shit-eating grin on his face. I drop the tile back into the bag and shudder, avoiding eye contact with him. "I stand corrected," Mom says, collecting everyone's tiles and giving them a good shake. "You're first, Alexis." She passes the bag to me. "Go ahead and draw 7. I reach my hand in and feel each tile, my fingers outlining the grooves to identify the letter. An S. I'll take it. I pull it out and put it on my stand. I go back in again, feeling around. "Hey!" Mom snatches the bag from me. "What? You can't feel the tiles before pulling them out. That's cheating." She gives me a disappointed look, and I want to just die. "I'm sorry, Alice. Here, I'll hold the bag for you." Mom smirks. "You're just like Lexi. I have to hold the bag for her, too." Without another word, I pull out 6 more tiles and place them on my stand. "Sorry, Alexis. I didn't mean to be harsh. We just take Scrabble very seriously in this house." Mom tosses me a smile. "No, we don't," Dad says, motioning to him, Justin, and Lexi. "But she does." He points to Mom, chuckling. "Oh, Jeff, don't be a sore loser. You haven't even lost. Yet." "You know, I'd come up with a clever comeback, but I'll save my energy for the game." Dad pulls his tiles and places them on his stand. That's a good idea, honey, because you're going to need it, she teases. Dad passes the bag to Justin and then looks at his tiles with determination, beginning to rearrange them. He hates Scrabble. English, spelling, and grammar were never his strength, but he plays it for Mom. She's the creative one with a love for the written word, while my dad has always loved math and working with his hands. Justin took after Dad, and I took after Mom. I didn't discover my love for reading until after I started dating Andrew. All the boring books that were assigned to me in high school and college ruined reading for me for a long time. Mom won every game of Scrabble since I can remember, but I'm the only one who ever came close to beating her. Dad never played to win. In his mind, he was already the winner, just being able to play at the same table with the woman he loved. Mom rearranges her tiles. Satisfied, she sits up a little bit taller and sips wine spritzer. You're up, Alexis. I play the word loves. 1, 1, 4, 1, and 1 is 8, and a double word score is 16, Mom says, writing my score down. Nice work. Yeah, that's a great word, Alexis. Justin smiles. My face burns with repulsion, and Lexi makes a gagging sound. Mom lays down a G in front of my letters, making the word gloves. 10 points, she notes. Smart, Alice, Dad says. Oh, I'm just warming up. Mom rubs her hands together. Justin lays down E and X underneath the S. S-E-X, he says, chuckling, a little embarrassed. Mom gives Justin a pointed look. Dad high-fives him, and I gulp my wine spritzer, avoiding eye contact with him. You know what they say, if you can't do it, spell it, Lexi laughs. Dad, tell her to stop. Mom ignores their bickering and tallies Justin's score instead. 10, and the double-letter score on S is 11. She writes down his score and looks to Dad. Your turn, Jeff. He places an O under the G. G-O. Go, Dad says. No one comments on it. Mom records his 3 measly points. What? Dad looks around the table at our unimpressed faces. Was that a bad play? You're doing fine, Jeff, Mom says, placing her hand on his. They stare at one another, eyes twinkling, mouths slightly curving. They're saying far more than their words ever could. I've never noticed how much is said when we're silent, and I'm realizing I missed so much the first time around. I accidentally meet Justin's gaze because, of course, it's on me. Damn it! Why is he always looking at me? I'm going to need another one of these, I think, as I chug the remainder of my wine spritzer. Mom, noticing my empty glass, picks it up and goes into the kitchen to refill it. Lexi places her letters, forming the word go-go. 4 and triple letter score is 10, she says, pleased, before reaching into the bag to replenish her tiles. Good one, sweetie. Mom returns to the table and sets a freshly poured wine spritzer down in front of me. She gives me a look that says, I know you know me, and I think I know you. Or maybe that's just how I'm interpreting it. Justin chugs his drink and moseys into the kitchen. Someone should cut him off. The last thing he needs is liquid courage. Mom scans over the scores and says, all right, after the first round, Dad has 3 points. Lexi and I have 10, Justin has 11, and Alexis is in first place with 16 points. Uh-oh, honey, she's going to give you a run for your money, Dad jokes. She just might. Mom nudges me with her shoulder, but we're just getting started, she says playfully. We exchange smiles, and Justin carries 2 bottles of red wine and a liter of 7-Up to the table. Dad raises a brow at him. This way we don't have to get up for refills, he says. That's completely unnecessary, son. What? Justin shrugs. It'll make the game go by faster. Ah, good point. Dad chuckles, topping off his spritzer with more red wine, while Justin pours himself a fresh one. A couple of hours and wine bottles later, we end the game after Mom lays down her last tile. Dad lets out a sigh of relief, raising his arms over his head to stretch out his back. Mom tallies the final score, while Lexi and I pack up the game. Drum roll, please, Mom says. In last place is Dad with 148, then Justin with 176. Lexi's in third with 195. In second is me with 236, and in first place, Alexis with 240. We have a new winner in the house. Mom claps. Justin, Dad, and Lexi all give a little clap too, but Justin's is far more enthusiastic than anyone else's. I can't believe it. I finally beat Mom in Scrabble. That's never happened before. Lexi also looks surprised. I used to read the dictionary in preparation for Scrabble games, so I'd have a better chance of beating Mom, but not because I really wanted to beat her. I just wanted her to be proud of me. But after finally winning, I think she was proud of me all along, and a game of Scrabble wasn't going to change that. Looks like you two will have to have a rematch at some point, Dad says with a nod. We absolutely will. Mom smiles. Justin yawns and rises from his seat. I've got the turkey trot in the morning, so I'm going to hit the sack, he says. Same, Lexi echoes, getting to her feet. Oh, that's right. Mom looks to me. Are you going with them? I'm not much of a runner. I could stay back and walk with you, Justin offers. That changes my tune real quick. No, I'm not going, but I could help you with the Thanksgiving meal, Alice, if that's all right. Yes, I'd love that. Mom beams. She calls for Bella and takes her outside through the glass sliding door off of the kitchen, while everyone else scatters. You coming, Alexis? Lexi calls from the living room. I'll be up in a minute. Her and Justin bound up the stairs. Dad's not far behind with his bedtime snack, consisting of an apple and a ramekin of peanuts. I collect the empty glasses and load them into the dishwasher. I toss the bottles in the recycling and grab a wet rag from the sink. Just as I finish wiping down the table, the sliding door opens and in walks Bella and Mom. Oh, you didn't have to do that, she says. I know, I say, rinsing out the rag and washing my hands. Thanks for such a great evening. Mom stands there, regarding me. I can see her mind is racing a million thoughts a second. I'm a stranger in this house, but in her heart, I know I don't feel that way to her. Bella trots over to me just as I dry my hands off on a towel. Hi, Bella, baby, I say, scratching her ears. She wiggles her butt and wags her tail excitedly. That's what Lexi calls her, Mom says. I don't meet her gaze, because I know if I do, I'll crack, so I just keep looking at Bella. Yeah, I overheard her say it when we got here. I guess it's stuck, I explain. You know, Mom says slowly, you remind me a lot of Lexi. I laugh nervously. That's what our friends say. They think we were separated at birth. Well, not at birth, since I'm older. Yeah, maybe, she says, as she stands there stoically, watching me. I avoid eye contact, fearing she'll know for sure that I'm her daughter. I might be a little paranoid, but they say the eyes are the windows to the soul, and Lexi and I share one. So if anyone could see that, it'd be Mom. Bella trots off into the living room, and I hear her jump up onto the couch, settling in for the night. Well, you should get some sleep, Alexis, Mom says. If you need any extra blankets and pillows, they're in the upstairs linen closet. Thanks, Alice, I say with a nod. Turning on my heel, I head through the living room. Just as I start up the stairs, she calls out, Night, sweetheart. Good night, I say, whispering, Mom, under my breath. 33. The alarm clock on Lexi's nightstand says it's 9 a.m. I'm still exhausted because I barely slept, thanks to a series of nightmares involving my mother finding out who I really am and then disowning me. But worse than that was the nightmare I had of my wedding day. I'm walking down the aisle in a beautiful mermaid-style gown, escorted by my dad. When he lifts my veil and hands me off, I discover Justin is my groom. It was horrifying. I woke up in the middle of the night in a pool of sweat, trembling. Just thinking about it now brings vomit to the back of my throat. The smell of bacon permeates the house, making me leap out of bed. At Lexi's vanity, I brush out my hair, wipe the sleep from my eyes, and pat my face with her CoverGirl pressed powder compact. I get dressed and take a couple of deep breaths, preparing myself before heading downstairs. I should probably stay in Lexi's room to lessen the likelihood of my mom discovering who I am. But I told her I'd help with the Thanksgiving meal, and I know prepping starts early. Plus, I just want to be around her. In the living room, I find Dad seated in his recliner with a plate of bacon and eggs in his lap. The Macy's Thanksgiving parade plays on the television, and he switches between watching TV and reading the comics section of the newspaper. In the kitchen, Mom's at the stove, frying up more bacon. Good morning. She jumps a little, turning to me. Oh, geez, you scared me, she says with a laugh. Would you like some bacon and eggs? Yes, please. I take a seat at one of the counter stools. How'd you sleep? Mom asks, while serving up a plate for me. Good, I lie. She sets a plate of scrambled eggs and chewy bacon in front of me. Yes, chewy, because it's the best. Don't at me. Andrew loves it crispy, or burnt, as I like to say. Orange juice, she offers. Before I can answer, Dad calls out, I'll have some orange juice. Mom shakes her head. You know when I ask him to do something, he conveniently can't hear me, she whispers. But all of a sudden he can hear my conversation with you in the next room. A small smile settles on her face. I heard that, Dad says. See what I'm talking about? I heard that too. Jeff, can you take out the trash? Mom says, raising her voice. She cups her ear as if listening intently for an answer. A few seconds pass. See? Nothing. She laughs. She pours 2 glasses of orange juice, one for me and one for Dad. She sets mine on the counter beside my plate and carries the other one into the living room. I hear her say, Here's your orange juice, honey. He laughs. Of course I'll take out the trash. I'd do anything for you. I dig into my breakfast and sip at my OJ. Mom returns to the kitchen with a smile spread from one ear to the other. Let me know if you'd like more helpings, Alexis. She cracks eggs into a bowl. Oh, this is plenty. Thank you. She nods while she whisks the eggs and busies herself around the kitchen. Mom glances over at me several times while I eat, but doesn't say a word. I wish I knew what she was thinking. Is she still suspicious, or did she sleep that off? Would you like to go Black Friday shopping with Lexi and me? Yeah, I say, caught off guard from the question. I'd like that. I haven't gone Black Friday shopping in years. I actually hate the long lines, the crowds, and the general absence of humanity that goes along with the whole experience. Great. Lexi and I have this tradition that we've been doing for years. We get breakfast at Perkins, and then we shop till we drop. On Friday, after we're rested enough, we'll spend the day decorating for Christmas while listening to holiday music, drinking hot cocoa, and eating far too many sweets. Her face brightens as she tells me about their traditions. Well, our traditions. That sounds really nice, I say, chewing on a piece of bacon. Thanks. Christmas is my favorite holiday. Mom pours the whisked eggs and a splash of milk into a pan. As soon as Thanksgiving is over, I start decorating for it. She pauses and glances over her shoulder at me. I do worry that Lexi's getting too old for some of our traditions, and one of these holidays she's not going to want to do them anymore. Oh, I don't think that's possible, I say. Mom gives me a strange look. I mean, because of the way she talks about it. She was gushing, so I kinda already knew about the Black Friday tradition before you told me. Mom half smiles and goes back to cooking. I don't know if she believes me or not. I'm talking too much. I've just got to keep my mouth shut until Sunday. That's how I'll get through this. I collect my dishes and take them to the sink, rinsing them off before loading them in the dishwasher. That's how I tell you two apart, she says, turning to look at me. What? Tell us apart? What does she mean? Does she know we're the same person? Is this her way of questioning it or confirming it? What do I say if she point blank asks me if I'm Lexi? I can't lie to her. I can't lie to my mom. I feel my face warm. I'm sure it's as red as a tomato right now. Last night, when I said you remind me of Lexi, she gestures to the dishwasher. Lexi would never load the dishwasher. I let out a weak laugh. Oh, you're right. Well, I'm gonna go shower. Thanks again for breakfast. I head upstairs as quickly as I can because I need to get away from her. She's too close to figuring it out, and that's if she hasn't already. There's extra toiletries in the bathroom cabinet, Mom yells from the kitchen. I close the door behind me and turn on the shower. Okay, maybe she doesn't know, because she wouldn't explain to me where things are. She would know I already knew, right? Unless she's playing along. I undress and step into the shower, letting the hot water wash over me. I don't know how much more I can take of this. This isn't my life anymore. I shouldn't be here. I knew this would be hard, but I thought I could detach myself from this reality, like I was watching a movie. But I can't. It's all too real. How did I end up here? And why am I back? I lower my head, letting the water cascade over my hair and around my face, blending with my tears. I cry for my past. I cry for Lexi. I cry for my mom. I cry for the girl I was, the girl I am, and the girl I might never become. All I can do is cry, because there's not a goddamn thing I can do about any of it. Life just is. A knock on the bathroom door startles me. I lift my head and push my hair out of my face. Hey, Alexis, it's Justin. I gotta get in the shower quick. The tears instantly stop. I shut the water off and dry and dress myself faster than I ever have in my life. Justin would walk in on me, thinking it would be some sort of a meet-cute encounter between us. I fling open the door to find him standing there, like he's waiting for me, not for the bathroom. His hair is pushed back, and his cheeks are flushed, which I hope is from the turkey trot and not from him blushing. Hey, he says coolly. Bathroom's all yours, I say, walking past him. Lexi's lying on her bed, and I go to close the door behind me, but Justin stops it. I got you something, he says, extending a turkey stuffed animal with a Santa Claus hat. Oh, God, he's trying to be cutesy. My stomach turns. I won it. Second place overall. He grins. Congrats. I close the door and toss the turkey at Lexi, who swats it away with her hand. She sits up in her bed, smirking. I've never seen Justin get a gift for any girl other than me or Mom. He must really like you. Please, you have to make him stop. I'm going to kill him. Fine, I'll see what I can do. It's not going to be easy, though, since your connection is so strong. Lexi laughs. Shut it. It's seriously messing with my head and my stomach. I feel like I'm going to throw up all the time. How does he not have a clue? And Justin's never had a clue, she says. I unravel the towel from my head and finger comb my wet hair. And Mom's getting suspicious. I think she knows. Lexi squints. Mom doesn't know anything. You're just being paranoid because you probably feel guilty that you haven't talked to her in a long time, so you're overanalyzing everything. That's all this is, she says, scooching out of bed. Now, I'm going to shower downstairs because Justin will probably be in the one up here for a while. Because of you. She laughs, and I shove her as she walks past me and leaves the room, closing the door behind her. Maybe Lexi's right. Maybe I am overanalyzing everything. There's no way Mom knows, because how could any rational person conclude that their daughter's friend is their daughter from the future? They wouldn't, so I just need to play it cool. Super cool. After getting dressed, I head downstairs, where Dad is still seated in his recliner chair and Mom's still in the kitchen, now basting a stuffed turkey. Cans of cranberry sauce and corn, a box of mashed potato mix, and a bag of fresh green beans are set out on the counter. Mom is already humming Christmas songs, I recognize, up on the housetop almost immediately. She looks over at me, and when our eyes meet, I realize I'm singing. Sorry, I say. Don't be. I love singing Christmas jingles. Mom beams. Me too, I smile. Actually, that's my favorite Christmas song. It's Lexi's favorite too, she says, closing the oven door. Damn it! Why couldn't I have said that Rudolph or Frosty the Snowman was my favorite? I just keep adding to the pile of coincidences. Maybe, on some level, I want her to know. Actually, I know I want her to know. Hey, Alexis, would you open all those cans for me? Mom gestures to the counter. Absolutely. I pull out a can opener from a nearby drawer and get to work, noticing that she's keeping an eye on me. Damn it! I've done it again. This isn't my house anymore. I'm not Lexi. I just have to make it another 3 days, then I can say my goodbyes and not have to worry about her finding out. If Mom learns the truth, there's no way I'll be able to keep it all from her, and who knows what effect that'll have on the future. Would you like me to slice the cranberries too? I ask. Yes, that'd be great. Mom starts putting together a green bean casserole. You know this is Lexi's first time home since she went off to college? No, I didn't know that. I lie. I never wanted to go home because I didn't want to miss out on parties or hanging out with friends at school. It's nice to have her and Justin home together. She pauses. Now that she's an adult and off on her own, I worry she won't want to come home anymore. I wouldn't worry about that, Alice. She was so excited to come home. Really? She snaps off the ends of a green bean. I nod. I'm really happy to hear that. She smiles as she fills the pot with water. Thanks, Lexi, Mom adds. I freeze mid-opening a can. Her back is to me at the stove as she brings the pot to the burner and sprinkles salt into the water. She can't see that I'm frozen with fear, with relief, with happiness, with sadness, with every emotion known to man. She called me Lexi. Does she know? My hands are shaking so badly that I can't hold the can opener. Sweat trickles down the back of my neck. I inhale deeply, hold for 4, and exhale. She knows. She has to know. 34. We part our hands and lift our heads. The feast before us is nothing short of epic. Mom and I spent all day preparing the meal. Justin and Lexi barely helped, claiming they were too tired from the turkey trot to cook, but they did agree to clean up afterward. They, along with Dad, spent the afternoon watching football and picking at charcuterie. Oddly, Justin changed into a nice pair of slacks, a white button-down, and a tie. I didn't even know he knew how to tie a tie. It's definitely not his usual Thanksgiving attire, and I fear it has something to do with my presence. I shudder at the thought. This looks incredible, Alice, Dad says as he carves into the turkey. Thank you, but don't just thank me. Alexis was a wonderful sous chef today. She smiles at me. I feel a bit relieved that I'm back to being called Alexis now, but also a little disappointed, too. Hats off to the chefs. Dad tips an imaginary hat. I love a woman who can cook, Justin says, dishing up his plate and sending a quick wink my way. Yup, called it. Great, another uncomfortable meal with creepy McCreep person. Gross, Lexi says. Finally, she's attempting to help me deal with our brother's advances rather than just giggling to herself. Justin turns up his nose at her. What's wrong with that? He asks, his voice cracking from a mix of embarrassment and surprise. There's nothing wrong with that, son. That's why I fell in love with your mom. Dad sets a turkey slice on her plate. That and every other single thing about her. He grins. Mom can't help but blush. Will you two knock it off? I'm trying to eat over here. Lexi laments. Dad leans over the table, giving Mom a peck on the cheek. Can you guys not do that over the food? Lexi rolls her eyes. Without our love, you wouldn't have been born, Dad quips. He finishes serving everyone turkey. Don't threaten me with a good time. Lexi bites into her dinner roll, chuckling. So you got second place, Justin? Mom asks, clearly trying to change the subject. Yup, and I beat my PR. Lexi got third, he teases. I wasn't even trying. She shoves a forkful of mashed potatoes into her mouth. It's not a competition, you two. Actually, Mom, that's exactly what it is. Why else would they give out awards? Justin tilts his head, squinting. What did you win? Dad asks, patting him on the back. A $50 Blockbuster gift card and a stuffed animal. Better use that gift card before they go out of business, I say, the words tumbling out of my mouth. Dad furrows his brow. What do you mean? Blockbuster is an American staple, and I don't ever see that changing. Heck, I'd bet money on it. He looks to Mom. We should invest in some stocks, right, Alice? She shakes her head. No business talk at the table. And if Blockbuster went out of business, where would we get our movies from? Justin teases. Netflix, I say without thinking. Ha! Nobody would choose to get movies by mail when they can go into a store and select one themselves. That's a whole experience, Dad says with a nod. Lexi kicks me in the shin and clears her throat. Ouch, I mumble. For debate, we're looking at sustainability for different business models based on calm theory and conflict resolution, and evaluating which is most sustainable based on those factors. Blockbuster is one of them, so that's why Alexis mentioned it, Lexi says, covering for me. How the hell did she come up with that? Dad and Justin tilt their heads and slightly nod, not knowing how to respond. Mom smiles, clearly proud that Lexi's learning things at college, although what she just said was completely made up. I'm not even sure it makes any sense. Hey, Mom, Justin says. Yeah? She looks to him, mid taking a bite of turkey. You know how you and Lexi go Black Friday shopping every year? I was thinking maybe I could join. Vomit creeps up my esophagus, but I swallow hard, forcing it back down. Please say no. Please say no. Of course, we'd be happy to have you. Damn it. Lexi glares at him. No! Girls only. Phew. Thank you, Lexi. That's sexist, Justin says, lifting his chin. No, it's not, you loser. You never wanted to go before, so why now? She narrows her eyes. It just sounds like a fun time. You don't even like shopping, she challenges. Sure I do, he shrugs. Mom, tell him he's not coming. Lexi, your brother can come if he wants to. Mom presses her lips firmly together. It's not fair. Justin only wants to come because he likes Alexis. Lexi nearly shouts. She folds her arms across her chest and makes a pouty face. I shrink in my chair and die a little inside. Why is this happening? Mom frowns. Dad smirks and nudges Justin. Is that true, son? No, he says, keeping his head down, too embarrassed to look up. Yes, it is, Lexi argues. He tried to kiss her last night, and he gave her that stupid stuffed animal he won at the turkey trot. He's obsessed with Alexis. Dad and Mom exchange a worried glance. Okay, it's a little true, but I'm not obsessed, Justin says. Lexi turns her nose up at him. Yes, you are. She rejected you, and you're still pining after her, you little creep. This would be the perfect time to send me back to the future. I've learned enough. I've heard enough. Lexi's as good as she'll ever be, and I'll just deal with my shitty life. Lexi, be nice, Mom says, giving her a stern look. She turns her attention to Justin. I think it's best that you stay home. Thank God. You know, son, Dad scratches his beard. Your mom turned me down before we started dating. You just have to keep trying. Dad, don't tell him that. It sounds rapey. Lexi groans. Don't say rapey at the table, Mom warns. Then tell Justin to stop acting rapey at the table. Okay, who wants pie? Mom claps her hands together and stands up. Without waiting for an answer, she walks into the kitchen. Dad leans into Justin. You know, I didn't mean go after a girl in a rapey way. Dad, stop. I know, he pleads, casting a furtive, if apologetic look at me. I'm just trying to help, son. I don't need help with girls. Yeah, you do, Lexi laughs. Justin throws his napkin down, scoots his chair back, and stands. He looks to me and says, Sorry I liked you. Mom returns, carrying a pumpkin pie, just as Justin is stomping off. Justin, where are you going? To bed, Mom, he yells from the stairs. But it's Thanksgiving. There's a tinge of sadness in her voice, and I feel guilty that it's there. Go talk to him, Jeff. Mom flicks her head. He just needs to cool off. Jeff, she groans. Dad huffs and begins to stand, but I'm on my feet before him. I'll go up and talk to him. She shakes her head. You don't have to do that, Alexis. It's fine. Really. Making my way to the stairs, I glance back, meeting Mom's gaze. She smiles and mouths, Thank you. I knock lightly on Justin's bedroom door and say, Justin, it's me, Alexis. Can I come in? A bit of silence precedes a very hesitant, Sure, from him. I enter his room and find him lying on his full-size bed, tossing a football up in the air and then catching it over and over again. The blue walls are covered in posters of athletes, like Michael Jordan and Brett Favre, and bikini-clad models. His track and field trophies fill nearly an entire bookcase. Hey, I say, taking a couple of steps into his room. Justin stops throwing his ball and sits up. Hey. Are you okay? He sets the football on his nightstand and says, Yeah. Are you sure? I move a little farther into the room. He exhales deeply and hangs his head. I'm sick of Lexi always busting my chops about girls, and my dad worrying about me because I haven't really dated. I'm just not good at talking to girls, or picking up on cues, I guess. He shrugs, and I'm sorry I didn't accept your initial rejection. I thought you were playing hard to get. Justin adds, not making eye contact with me. I take a seat on his bed, but not too close because I don't want to give him any wrong ideas. It's fine, and I'm sorry that I didn't make it clear enough, I say. Although this whole conversation is awkward, given I'm his sister, it's kind of eye-opening. I never realized how sensitive Justin was, and I didn't know the things I used to say to him upset him so much. I thought it was just banter. You know, if what Lexi says to you really bothers you, you should tell her. No, she'd just make fun of me and call me a wuss. He flicks his hand, brushing off the idea. Maybe. But maybe she wouldn't. Just try and tell your dad how you feel, too. They're your family, and although they may give you shit and tease you, at the end of the day, they care about you, and they love you, I say, looking him in the eye. You sound just like my mom. He's right. I do sound like Mom. She's the only one I can always talk to about everything, he adds. My heart sinks. I didn't realize he had no one else to confide in. You should really open up to others, Justin. It'll help, I say. He smiles and puts his hand on my knee. I immediately slide it off. Good talk. I pat the top of his head and stand up. Now, come back down and have some pie with us. Justin nods. Thanks, Alexis. Anytime, I say, leading him out of his room and back to join the family. My family. 35. Lexi. People, you have to wait until we're open. Shoving the doors won't help, a Walmart employee yells. Alexis, Mom, and I are huddled outside the store among the masses, waiting for the opportunity to get a crazy doorbuster deal like a boombox or maybe a nice TV VCR combo for my dorm room. A PS2 is going to be out of the question for Mom's budget, but it won't hurt to ask. You girls ready? Mom asks, a big smile of anticipation on her face before she looks down to check her watch. I guess so, I shrug. A woman elbows me, and I elbow her right back. God, I hate crowds. Oh, yeah, Alexis says as she gets into a runner's position, looking like she could burst forward at any second. That's the spirit. Mom smiles approvingly. Now, I have a very well thought out list, and some of these items are coveted and will be gone quickly, but I know where they are, and I've already mapped out the routes in the store. What I need from you two is to protect the cart at all costs from any grab-handers, and if I point at something and tell you to dive in, you go in. No mercy, no hesitation. Is that understood? Ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Alexis and I both answer in unison, the three of us laughing as we all salute each other. Mom puts a hand on Alexis's shoulder, giving it a small squeeze. I'm glad they've been able to bond these past couple of days, and I hope Alexis's time here in 2002 will help her mend her relationship with Mom in the future. We have little arguments here and there, same as any mother and daughter, but she's my favorite person in the whole world. She's my rock, my confidant, and my #1 cheerleader. I can't imagine there ever being a rift between us. Alexis smiles as Mom's hand leaves her shoulder. I wanted her out of my life so badly. But now, maybe her sticking around a bit longer would be for the best. Who says we need to rush getting her home? Look, look! Mom points at the front doors. They're getting ready to unlock them. You two clear a path the second we start moving, and I'll go snag a cart. The click of the lock might as well be a starting gun at a race. The throngs of people drive forward as one imposing wave, pushing the doors to their limits as people squeeze and press through. Come on! Alexis grabs my hand and pulls me in front of Mom. We angle our shoulders together, forming a wedge and carving a path for Mom to get a cart. That's my girls, Mom says as she breaks off from our wake. Seconds later, she rejoins us with the shopping cart in tow. All right, first order of business. Alexis, I want you to run over to the video game section, snag copies of Madden 03, Grand Theft Auto 3, and Grand Theft Auto Vice City. But first, grab a PlayStation 2. No way! I blurt out. For me? For the family. You aren't taking it to the dorms with you, but it's just as much yours as it is Justin's. Lame, I say, rolling my eyes. On second thought, Alexis, skip it. No, let's not be rash, Mother. I was only joking. I quickly laugh off her change of heart and turn to Alexis. You heard my mom. Go grab the goods, I say, pointing to the back corner of the store where the video game section is. Alexis looks to Mom, who gives her a nod of approval, and off she goes. What's my task? I grip the side of the cart as we head right. I hope you brought your muscles because you and I are picking up a new TV. She bumps her shoulder into mine. I raise my brow. Dang, Mom, you're going all out this year. 'Tis the season, she says with a grin, leading the way and navigating swiftly and smoothly around the other shoppers. Halfway to the home entertainment section, we hear a voice call out through the crowd, Last one! We turn to see Alexis running toward us as if in slow motion, thanks to the mass of people slowing her down. I got the last one, she calls out, triumphantly holding the PS2 high above her head, pumping it up and down. Mom breaks off from the cart and races to Alexis. Mom! I yell, not realizing what she's doing until I notice a man closing in on Alexis, his eyes fixed on that bright blue box. I follow after her in case she needs backup. Just as his hand reaches forward, fingertips grazing cardboard, he stops dead in his tracks. Mom has set a pick and is squared up with him, hands balled into fists on her hips. Oh my God, is she gonna punch him? And just what do you think you're doing, young man? Nope, that's much worse than a punch. She's hitting him with the disappointed routine. Cuts right to the core. The man stammers, searching around for someone to come to his aid. 'Cause it sure looks like you are about to snatch that PS2 from her. She gestures to Alexis. No, she hasn't bought it yet. He awkwardly rubs his neck, the skin turning red, whether from embarrassment or abrasion, I'm not sure. You should be ashamed of yourself. Mom stares him down before turning on her heel and rejoining us. Alexis holds the blue box and 3 video games tight against her chest. Nicely done. Mom nods. Thanks, Mom. Alice? All right, drop the haul. It's TV time. Alexis sets the items in the cart, and Mom charges forward with the 2 of us on either side of the cart, defending its contents like linemen. Can you girls go grab the 27-inch Philips television set? Mom points down the TV aisle, which is too packed to get the cart through. Mission accepted, I say with a salute. Alexis and I weave around people and shopping carts, keeping our eyes peeled. It's nice to see you 2 getting along so well. I glance at her with a smile. She gives me a confused look and says, Huh? You said you and Mom haven't talked in a while because of some fight? Oh, yeah, sorry. I blanked for a sec, too focused on shopping. This has been great, though. Really, it has. Alexis tightly smiles and then looks away. Good. I'm glad to hear that, 'cause I can't even imagine going more than a day without talking to Mom. I don't know how you did it. Me neither, she says, her voice cracking. And now you can go back and fix things with Mom, right? I grin ear to ear. Yeah, of course. Alexis nods several times. There it is, she says, pointing to the television we were searching for. 36. Alexis. Lexi, Mom, and I stretch out our arms and legs, yawning as we shake the last bit of sleep from our bodies. We're spread out across the living room in various positions on the couch, love seat, and recliner, dressed in matching red and white candy cane pajamas, courtesy of Mom. Shopping bags are scattered across the floor because we passed out as soon as we got home. It was truly a shop until you drop experience. I had way more fun than I thought I would. I even enjoyed my time with Lexi. She was actually nice to have around. We were partners in crime, ensuring Mom got everything on her shopping list and that no one intimidated us or tried to steal our goods. Maybe Lexi's not as bad as I thought she was. The 3 of us survey the messy living room, the evidence of our chaotic Black Friday shopping extravaganza, and instantly burst out laughing. All the big items are still in the vehicle, hidden from Justin and Dad. I had a wonderful time with you 2, Mom says. Us too, Mom, Lexi nods. Dad comes down the stairs dressed in plaid pajamas. Looks like you brought the whole store home with you, he teases. Mom saunters across the living room, careful not to step on anything. She playfully pats Dad on the shoulder, and he pulls her in for a hug. Good morning, she says. It's always a good one with you. Dad kisses her forehead. Don't forget the living room is off limits today. We have presents to wrap and a house to decorate, Mom says with a firm nod. You don't have to remind me. Justin and I have our own tradition to carry out. He smirks. I smile, remembering their tradition was going out to eat and then to the theater to see not one movie, but several. Then you best get to it because we've got a lot to do today, she says to Dad, and then turns to us. Girls, why don't you go and get all my wrapping supplies from the storage room, and I'll make coffee and start on breakfast. We nod and set off to the basement, while Mom and Dad head into the kitchen. Did you ever get tired of doing this every Thanksgiving? Lexi looks to me. No, I say, tightly smiling. And it's true. I never got a chance to get sick of it. By the time we've finished decorating and wrapping presents, it's after 6 o'clock. Lexi and I are splayed out on the couch, exhausted from our busy day. The house is so festively adorned, it looks like the Christmas section at a department store. The artificial tree is smothered with hundreds of lights and ornaments. Garland is wrapped around nearly everything, including the railing going upstairs. Tiny snowmen, Santas, and Nutcracker figurines embellish the fireplace mantel, side tables, and shelves hung on the walls. Mom carries in a tray with 3 mugs of hot chocolate, topped with mini marshmallows and whipped cream. She sets it on the coffee table and passes one to me and one to Lexi. The front door opens, and in walk Justin and Dad. Perfect timing. Wow, Dad says, scanning the room. The place looks incredible. He and Justin kick off their shoes and remove their jackets, hanging them up in the closet. The 3 of us smile, proudly looking at our handiwork. Mom, we saw Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, 8 Mile, Die Another Day, and I Spy, Justin says. Mom tilts her head and creases her brow. How in the world could you even keep them all straight? I didn't. I know there was one movie I didn't like, but I can't remember which one it was. Justin ponders, tapping his finger on his chin, playing The Thinker. Dad pats his belly. What's the plan for dinner? I ordered pizza, and it should be here soon, Mom says. You two, she points to Dad and Justin, get changed into your cozies. Lexi, get the movie queued up, and I'll set out plates and napkins for the pizza. Everyone nods and scatters, minus Mom, who looks to me. Alexis, have you seen Chevy Chase's Christmas Vacation? I swallow hard and nod. Yeah, I have. I really like it. Good. It's my favorite, she says with a smile, and we watch it every year as a family. I almost say I know, but I stop myself and just smile back as Mom heads into the kitchen. Realizing I haven't seen Chevy Chase's Christmas Vacation since 2002, my lip trembles and tears prickle behind my eyes. None of us wanted to watch it again after Mom passed. It was too painful. There's a ticking time bomb in her chest, and on April 7th, 2003, it'll go off suddenly without any warning, taking her from us. Something's wrong with Mom's heart, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. As much as I want to warn Lexi, I can't. It would change the course of our lives, and it would destroy her, more so than it already will. All I can do is cherish and soak up these extra moments I have with Mom. On Sunday, I'll have to let her go again. But this time, I'll know goodbye is forever. 37. Do you have everything? Lexi asks as I struggle to zip up my duffel bag. Yeah, I say. She pulls her long hair back into a low ponytail. Lexi looks the same as she did when we arrived on Wednesday, but somehow she's different. And so am I. I tug on the zipper again, finally getting the bag to close. It's stuffed, thanks to Mom's gifts, which include candy cane pajamas, a Starbucks holiday cup, a Ziploc bag of desserts we made together, and a silver necklace with a small snowflake pendant. Mom surprised Lexi and me with the necklaces this morning. She had stealthily bought them on our shopping trip without us noticing, and she said it would serve as a reminder of our time together and how special it was to her. There's a folded note in the jewelry box it came in, but I haven't worked up the courage to read it yet. It'll be the last thing I ever receive from my mother, and I want to wait to read the words she wrote so I can savor them. For all I know, they may say something as generic as, "To Alexis, from Alice," because to her, I'm just her daughter's friend. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm a stranger that she had an unexplainable connection with over a long holiday weekend, someone she'll never see again. I touched the snowflake pendant hanging from my neck, rubbing it between my two fingers. Lexi clasps hers on and smiles at me. "Look, we're matching," she says. "Yeah, I guess we are." "What did your note from Mom say?" I ask, my curiosity getting the better of me. "Typical Mom stuff. How much she loves me and that I'm special or something like that," she says nonchalantly. "Let's go," Justin calls from downstairs. "We're coming," Lexi yells. She grabs her bag and turns to me with a look of concern. "Are you going to be okay saying goodbye to Bella?" I nod, and Lexi squeezes my shoulder to try to ease my woes. I glance back at my old bedroom once more before leaving. How do people move on? One day, my mom was here, and the next, she was gone. How do I live all the other days without her? How do I persist with a hole in my heart? Maybe I don't have to go back. Maybe I can stay and spend the next 5 months with her, soaking up every moment she has left. Maybe that's why I'm here, to have more time with Mom. Trying to keep my composure, I inhale deeply and exhale slowly. Just breathe, I tell myself. Lexi glances back at me several times, making sure I'm okay. If only she knew what I'm carrying inside me. One day, she'll carry it too. I pause at the top of the steps, watching Justin say his goodbyes to Mom and Dad. He picks up his bags and leaves through the front door. Mom smiles up at Lexi as she comes down the stairs. "Call me when you get home. Your dad and I are heading down to Chicago tonight for a little mini anniversary getaway, so I want to make sure you made it back to campus safely before we leave," she says, hugging Lexi. "I will, Mom." The same goes for Justin, so remind him, you know how he is. "Yeah, really dumb." Mom frowns. "That's not what I meant." Lexi chuckles. I know. She hugs Dad and then calls for Bella. Bella bolts inside through the partially open front door right up to me as I'm descending the stairs. "Bye, Bella, baby," I whisper into her ear. "You be a good girl." I bend down and squeeze her tight. She licks the side of my face, and I smile. Lexi watches us, her eyes developing a sheen. She thinks she's witnessing the hardest part of the goodbye. At the bottom of the steps, I turn to Dad first and give him a hug. "Thanks for everything, Jeff." "Of course, anytime," he says. Justin pops his head in. "Dad, can you take a look at one of my tires?" "Of course," he nods, following him outside. "Here, let me take your bag to the car, Alexis," Lexi offers, extending her hand out. I nod and relinquish it to her, tightly smiling. She and Bella head outside, leaving me alone with Mom. "Thanks so much for having me, Alice." "It was my pleasure," she says, pulling me in for a hug. I breathe in the smell of Jovan musk and Pantene Pro V, a smell that has lingered at the tip of my nose for all these years, but is real in this moment. She holds me so tight it feels as though all of my pain and scars have faded away. I sniffle, and she does too, but I'm not sure why she does. Maybe she's getting a cold. I wish I could stay in this embrace for a lifetime, making up for all the hugs we never got to have. For all the times I needed her. For all the times I wanted to tell her something. For all the times I dialed home, knowing no one was there, just so I could hear her voice on the answering machine. For all the times I had to remind myself that she was really gone. And for this time that she's here in front of me, but doesn't even know who I am. How can a mother not recognize her daughter? She pulls away, but places her hands on my shoulders, staring back at me. I wonder what she sees. "The necklace looks beautiful on you." Mom smiles. "Thanks," I say. "Did you read my card?" Not yet. Her eyes flicker with disappointment, and she embraces me once more. Come back again soon. I can't hold it in any longer. A tear falls from my eye, and then another. What's wrong, Lexi? Mom gives me a concerned look. She did it again. She called me Lexi. I wipe at my eyes. I'm just missing my family, I say with a shrug. That's understandable. I cry too when I'm missing my family. Alexis, are you coming? Lexi calls from outside. I tightly smile as Mom holds the door open, gesturing for me to go ahead. Lexi and Justin are already in the vehicle. Dad stands in the driveway with Bella by his side. Mom joins him. He puts his arm around her, and she leans into him. I get in the back, and just as I'm about to close the door, Mom calls out, "Hey, Alexis." I look to her. "You should read the note," she says with a smile. I press my lips firmly together and nod. "Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad. Bye, Bella," Justin and Lexi say in sync. I pull the door closed, separating us for the last time. "Let's hit the road," Justin says. He puts the car in reverse and starts to back out of the driveway as our parents wave goodbye. I reach back and snag my duffel bag, dropping it on the seat next to me. I open it up and tear through it, searching for the jewelry box. My hands shake as I unfold the note and read my mother's words. Lexi, a mother always knows. Love, Mom. I press the note against my chest, holding onto it for dear life. Justin switches the gear to drive. I glance back at Mom, taking her in one last time. She waves and mouths the words, "I love you." "I love you too," I whisper back. Tears stream down my face as we pull away, and Mom and Dad fade out of sight. She knows. My mother knows. She knows me. She knows her daughter in all forms, at all ages, even the version of me she never got to meet. 38. "Are you sure you're okay?" Lexi asks as she unpacks her bag, pulling out her toiletries and freshly cleaned and folded clothes. I've been lying in her bed for over an hour, staring blankly at the ceiling, tennis shoes and jacket still on, trapped inside my own mind, wondering what it is I'm doing here. What the hell is the point of all this? Was I sent back to 2002 to have one last chance to see my mother, to give her the goodbye I never got to the first time around? And if that's the case, why am I still here? Is this some cruel joke the universe is playing on me? Am I being punished? Lexi waves her hand in front of my face, snapping her fingers rapidly. "Earth to Alexis." "What?" I say, blinking several times and shaking my head, trying to knock myself loose from this cycle of worry. "Is something wrong?" She sounds genuinely concerned for me. "No," I lie, because I can't tell her the truth of how I really feel, or what I'm thinking, and what's actually wrong. Her eyes linger on me. "I know that must have been hard for you." "You have no idea," I mutter, as I sit up and lean against the white cinder block wall. She sits down next to me, resting her head on my shoulder. "It's going to be okay." "How do you know that?" I jerk away and stare back at her. "Because it always is," she says, with a calmness like she believes the words coming out of her mouth. "No, it's not, Lexi. It's actually never okay. Look at us. We've accomplished nothing. We've spent our lives feeling sorry for ourselves, and maybe we do have a right to feel that way, but we never do anything about it. We keep saying it's all going to be okay, but it never is." I pull my knees into my chest, curling into the smallest shape, as though I can just disappear from my feelings. Lexi puts her hand on my shoulder, but I shrug it off. I just want to be by myself. Only one version of me. "It doesn't have to be this way. That's why you're here, right?" "I don't even know if I believe that anymore," I say with a heavy sigh. "Of course you do. You were given this opportunity so we can change things for the better. We can change it all." I'm growing angry and annoyed with her steadfast optimism. "There are some things you can't change, Lexi." "We can try." She pushes my shoulder playfully, trying to pull me out of my funk. "I don't want to. I'm tired, and I'm over this." I let my head fall forward. "Listen, I know this weekend wasn't easy, but we need to— Enough, Lexi! I yell, snapping my head up. Just leave me alone! Her eyes widen at my outburst, and her brows shove together. Why are you acting like this? Like what? Like you? Lexi shakes her head and climbs out of the bed. She puts her hands on her hips and looks down at me, scowling. You're a child, Alexis. You may be older than me, but you never grew up. Oh, yeah? And whose fault is that? I tighten my eyes. Yours, she says. Screw you, Lexi. She turns from me and goes back to unpacking her bag, this time with much more force. Lexi slams her dresser drawers and aggressively hangs her shirts up, clanging the hooks on the metal bar in her closet. The door flings open, startling us both. Nikki walks in wearing bedazzled jeans that glisten as she moves, and a super long skinny scarf that hangs down to the tops of her Ugg boots. Hey, girls, she says cheerfully as she drops her bags on her bed. How was Thanksgiving? Great. And yours? Lexi says. I don't respond. Nikki slides her cell phone from her pocket and presses some buttons, saying, It was fine. We didn't really do much besides eat. She lifts her head and glances at us. Oh, and Alpha Sigma Sigma is having a back from break toga party tonight. You two in? Lexi places her empty duffel bag back in her closet. I think I'll skip it tonight. Nikki pulls her chin in as a look of surprise washes over her. What? Are you sick or something? No, I'm not sick, but I've got class in the morning and some homework to catch up on. Where's Lexi and what have you done with her? Nikki laughs. Lexi waves her off, a touch disappointed that she isn't taking her seriously. I'll go, I say. Oh, damn. Will the real sexy Lexi please stand up? Please stand up. Nikki points at me as she sing-songs her response to the real Slim Shady. Lexi shoots me a dirty look, which I return with a smirk. I can't let Lexi be the only one that has all the fun. Right, Lexi? I cock my head. Don't you think we have more important things to focus on? She whispers. I look at her, stone-faced, and say, Nope. I just don't care anymore. I'm done with all of this. I'm done trying to figure out why I'm here. I'm done trying to get Lexi to be better. I'm done trying to get back to my time. From now on, I'm going to do whatever the hell I want, whenever I want. I'll just drink and party my way to 2016. Lexi's mouth forms a hard line. Fine. Have it your way. She turns to Nikki and says, On second thought, I'll go too. Lexi's trying to prove a point, but what she doesn't realize is that there's no point to prove, because there's no point to life. Regardless of what you do or don't do, we all end up 6 feet under. 39. Claire, Lexi, Katie, Nikki, and I make our way up a set of porch steps that lead to a large 2-story house. The place looks oddly familiar, with its peeling Greek letters and cracking old siding, but I can't be sure. I'm quite tipsy, as it is, thanks to the several shots of vodka I took back at the dorms. Lexi quietly judged me while nursing a Smirnoff Ice, but I didn't care. Who is she to judge? She's trying to be a goody two-shoes now, but she's not fooling anyone, especially not me. I know this obstinate routine better than anyone. Hell, I invented it. Loud music coming from inside the house shakes the windows. Hoots and hollers can be heard over the bass. Can we leave by 11? Katie asks. How about midnight? Nikki says, her teeth chattering. Yeah, midnight, Claire echoes. Katie sighs and says, Fine. Lexi rubs the side of her arms to try to stay warm. The 4 of us are wearing only a bra and underwear beneath our skimpy togas, while Katie chose to wear jeans and a t-shirt underneath, clearly more practical since it's a little below freezing outside. Thanks to the alcohol, I don't feel much of the cold air. I don't feel much of anything. Lexi heaves open the front door and we scurry in. The living room is crowded with drunk college kids. The furniture is all bargain basement and falling apart. Ripped upholstery, broken arms, and sagging springs are the norm. In the far corner, a mass of people holding red Solo cups stand around the keg shooting the shit, while one guy pumps it and another fills the cups. 3 muscular guys wearing togas and sporting frosted tips are seated on the couch, chatting and drinking. The music isn't nearly as loud as it sounded outside. Gimme the Light by Sean Paul plays from a boombox. Off in the dining room, there's a group watching a raucous game of beer pong go down. "Alexis!" someone calls out. I turn to see who it is. The guys seated on the couch point at me and start singing what I recognize will later become Shots by LMFAO. One of them sports a tribal tattoo, another has frosted tips, and the third guy is a Ryan Gosling look-alike. I know them. This is the house I woke up in. Lexi squints, trying to make sense of how I could possibly know these guys. "Hey, boys," I say with a smile. Ryan Gosling's look-alike gets up from the couch and walks to me. What's his name? Mark. He's the president of this frat. "Glad you came back," he says, tilting his head. "Me too." "Mark!" someone yells from the dining room. "You're up next in beer pong." Duty calls. He smiles. Before he walks away, he leans down and whispers, "Come find me later." I nod, acknowledging the poor decision I'll most likely make. Who cares? It's not like things can get any worse than they already are, so I may as well have some fun. "Let's get it poppin'," Mark yells as he pushes his way to the beer pong table. The song Hot in Here by Nelly starts up. Nikki slams a beer and shimmies onto the impromptu dance floor in the center of the living room with Claire in tow. Katie parks it on the couch, casually sipping from a red Solo cup. "What the hell was that?" Lexi nudges me. "What was what?" I shrug and move through the throngs of people, making my way to the keg. She follows, refusing to leave me alone. "How do you know those guys?" "From around," I say nonchalantly. I really don't want to get into this with Lexi tonight. I just want to enjoy myself, so the less she knows, the better. But knowing her, she'll never drop it. I hold out my cup, and a lanky guy fills it with beer. Chugging the whole thing, I extend it to him again. He double raises his brows and refills it. "That's bullshit. Tell me how you know them," Lexi says, shoving me. She's relentless. I grab her arm and pull her into a side room that's much quieter and, more importantly, empty. "I don't really know them," I say with a heavy sigh. "But when I time traveled to 2002, this is where I woke up. Well, in a bedroom upstairs." Lexi's eyes widen and she grips my shoulders, shaking me and spilling my drink in the process. "That's gotta be it. There's something here that will help you get back." "No, Lexi, there's nothing here. Just alcohol, frat guys, and whatever's left of my dignity." My vision starts to blur as my eyelids feel extra heavy. Everything is just a tad hazy, and I kind of like how the world looks right now. I take another drink. "There's gotta be something, a reason why you'd wake up here." She rubs her forehead as though she's deep in thought. "Give it a rest, Lexi," I say, turning from her and rejoining the party back out in the living room. I grab an open bottle of vodka from the coffee table and swig from it. It goes down the hatch like water. "Slow down, girl," Katie says from the couch. I remove the bottle from my lips and smile. "Oh, my turn," Nikki says, appearing at my side. I hand it over, and she takes a quick pull, making a disgusted face after. Claire joins us and does the same. "This is disgusting." She scrunches up her face and coughs. "It's alcohol. It's supposed to taste as bad as the decisions we make while drinking it." I take the bottle from Claire and swig from it again. "Woo!" I yell, throwing my hands up in the air. The music gets louder, the bass buzzing the entire room as we all start to dance. Claire, Nikki, and I pass the bottle around, taking swigs intermittently. Their pulls are so quick, I don't even think they're drinking any. This is the best I've felt in a long time. I'm numb to it all without a worry in the world. I don't care why I'm here, or that I am even here. I don't care about Andrew, or Lexi, or anyone. Nothing matters. I sway back and forth, letting the music move me and the alcohol guide me. My skin is flushed and hot to the touch. I twirl, shake, shimmy, and swig. I can't tell if I'm still spinning or if the room is. Either way, I don't care. I hope it never stops spinning because it's all a beautiful blur. Alexis, what the hell are you doing? Lexi grabs my arm, stopping me mid-spin, halting the liquid in my ears and causing the dizziness my body was getting accustomed to settle in hard and fast. The bottle of vodka slips from my hand and shatters against the hardwood floor. Having fun, bitch, I say, but it comes out all slurry. You're making a fool of yourself. Look at you. She gestures to me with her hand. Claire and Nikki take a step back, their eyes wide. I glance down. My toga is on the floor, and I'm only wearing my bra and underwear. If it weren't for the alcohol, I'd probably be embarrassed. But I'm not. I throw my hands up and yell, "Lingerie party!" That's what I'm talking about, Mark shouts as he joins me in the living room. He rips off his toga, revealing a chiseled chest and a pair of Calvin Klein underwear. Most everyone goes along with it, removing their togas. Nikki and Claire do the same. Lexi huffs and storms up the stairs. Mark's 6-foot-plus stature towers over me. He lifts my chin with his hand, forcing our eyes to meet. I see two of him, though, thanks to my blurry vision. I smile drunkenly as he leans in, planting his lips on mine. I kiss him back. It's sloppy and wet. My hands are all over him, running along the ridges in his abs and his bulging biceps. His hands travel down my lower back, following the curve of my butt. He squeezes and pulls me up into a sitting position, my legs wrapping around his waist. Mark steals a quick breath and whispers into my ear, "Do you want to go upstairs?" I can't speak, so I just nod instead. He grins, and his mouth returns to mine, kissing me as he carries me up the stairs. In his bedroom, he flicks on the lights and tosses me onto the yellow-tinted bed sheets. "I wanted this since I first laid eyes on you," he says, crawling on top of me. "What stopped you before?" I ask. "You did. You said you had a boyfriend, some guy named Andrew. Looks like you don't have one anymore." Mark leaves a trail of saliva down my neck. His lips find their way back to mine. His kisses are sloppy, like a puppy burying its face in a bowl of food. They're nothing like Andrew's. Andrew's are smooth, controlled, and passionate. The bedroom door slams against the wall, startling us. He glances back, and I crane around his head to find Lexi, fuming with her hands on her hips and her eyes full of shame and anger. "Alexis, let's go," she yells. "Who's that?" Mark asks. "Me," I say. At the same time, Lexi says, "Her sister." He shifts off of me and stands, looking confused and bewildered. I glare at Lexi and yell, "Get out!" She marches toward me and grabs one of my legs, yanking it. I kick and scream and flail. "You're not ruining both of our lives," she snaps. Ruining both of our lives? She's the one who ruined mine. What the hell is she talking about? She yanks again as hard as she can, pulling me right off the bed. My body hits the floor with a thud. I wobbly get to my feet and charge at Lexi, tackling her into the hall. We thrash, tugging on each other's hair and swinging our arms wildly. Someone shouts, "Girl fight!" Dozens of partygoers squeeze onto the landing and the stairs. All eyes are on us as we scream and throw our fists. "Knock it off, you two," Katie says firmly. Suddenly, Lexi and I are ripped apart. Nikki holds Lexi back, while Katie and Claire wrangle with me. "I hate you," I spit. She shakes her head. "I'm so ashamed that you're the person I become." Katie, Nikki, and Claire exchange looks of confusion. The party has returned to its outrageous decibel level, but the five of us stand at the top of the stairs, staring at one another in total silence. "Fuck you, Lexi." "Screw it," she says, breaking free from Nikki's grip and charging down the stairs. "I'm going to get that goddamn tattoo you hate so much," she yells over her shoulder. "The hell you are!" I take off after her. "You guys, stop," Katie shouts. Lexi runs out the front door. I grab my sheet from the living room floor and wrap it around me before chasing her. My feet aren't doing what I think my brain is telling them to. There's clearly a disconnect because I trip and fall down the porch steps, scraping up my knees. They bleed, but I don't feel anything. I get back up and stumble forward. Lexi has half of a block on me, but I feel like I'm gaining on her. It could be my hazy vision playing tricks on me, like I'm looking at her through the reflection of a side mirror on a car. Objects in mirror may appear closer than they actually are. I blink repeatedly and open my eyes as wide as possible. It doesn't help. Everything is still distorted. Get back here, I call out. No, you want to blame me for ruining your life? Well, I'm going to ruin it even harder. I try to jog faster. What's faster than a jog? What's that damn word again? Oh, yes. Run. I try to run, but my body isn't complying. Lexi, stop! I yell, but it comes out gaspy and breathy and slurry. Are those even words? No. You know what? I think I'll get a tattoo that says, Alexis, get your stupid life together, right across my forehead, she calls out. But I'll get it done backward so you can read it in the fucking mirror. She would do something that absurd just to get back at me. A surge of anger flows through my body. Or maybe the tattoo will say, I, Alexis, am the problem. Lexi glances back over her shoulder, smirking while she steps off the curb. The next thing I hear is the squeal of rubber shedding its outer layers as it scrapes against concrete, going from 25 miles per hour down to 0 in a matter of seconds. Lexi's body slams against the hood of the vehicle, spinning up into the windshield and shattering it into a spider web of fissures. She rolls off the car onto the pavement and lies motionless. What have I done? 40. Katie paces the hospital waiting room, weaving in between stiff, wooden-armed chairs. Magazines from months and years prior litter the tables, old news and celebrity gossip to distract you while you worry. I'm seated on the floor, my back against the wall. The rough carpeting left my ass numb long ago, but I don't mind. Nikki half sits in a chair, her leg bouncing nervously as she debates between sitting and standing. Claire walks in, carrying an armload of drinks and snacks from the vending machines. She passes them out to us and then takes a seat next to Nikki. We don't know what Lexi's condition is, other than the fact that she's alive and is now in emergency surgery for her leg. The hospital tried to get a hold of our parents, but they're not home, and I don't know what hotel they're staying at in Chicago. What were you two even fighting about? Katie shoots me an accusatory look. I could tell she was thinking over the entire night, trying to figure out how everything went so wrong. I don't know, just dumb sister stuff. I bring the water to my lips and chug half of it, the plastic crinkling as the suction shrinks the volume inside. She squints at me, so I know she's not buying it. I close my eyes. The lights in this room are obnoxiously bright, and I don't have the energy to talk. I feel a tap on my shoulder and open my eyes. Alexis, wake up, Claire says. A doctor in scrubs approaches us. I've seen the face of a doctor bearing bad news before. A mix of guilt and anger for not being able to save your loved one, and then sadness for having to be there to convey the message. Claire reaches for my hand and helps me up. Good evening. Are you all with Lexi Spencer? The doctor asks. We nod. I'm Dr. Welch. Lexi's out of surgery now, and everything went well. She suffered a fairly severe concussion, 2 fractured ribs, and a broken leg, or tibia, to be exact. She's heavily sedated, and you won't be able to see her until tomorrow, so I'd advise you all to go home and get some rest, he says, pursing his lips. But she's going to be okay, Katie confirms. Dr. Welch nods. When will she be able to go home? Nikki asks. About a week. We need the leg to be strong enough for her to move around on it, and I want to continue to monitor her for any issues related to the head trauma. He hugs his clipboard against his chest, signifying there's nothing more for him to share. He eyes our togas with a look of suspicion and gestures to my legs. You should see a nurse before you go, he says. My knees look like chewed up big red bubble gum. I nod. The doctor says goodnight and disappears down the hall, through the swinging doors. We glance at one another, a look of relief on each of our faces. Maybe not mine, though. Mine is guilty because I know I caused this. How did I make things worse when I was supposed to make them better? 41. Hey, wake up. Someone shakes my shoulder, jarring me awake. Nikki, dressed in jeans and a sweater, crouches down in front of me. I glance around, trying to grasp where I am. The carpet is thin and scratchy. There are chairs spread out, with several people seated in them. Oh, yes. I'm in the hospital waiting room. I chose to stay here rather than going back with the girls. Sitting up, I rub my eyes. What time is it? After 9. Nikki sets a tote bag beside me. I brought you a change of clothes, toiletries, and some other stuff. Thanks, I say, realizing I'm still dressed in a fucking bedsheet. I can't imagine the thoughts running through people's heads as they came in, worried about the health of their loved ones, only to see a girl sleeping on the floor in a toga. Sliding my tongue against the front of my grainy teeth makes me grateful for the toothbrush and toothpaste I see sticking out of the bag. Are you just getting here? No, I've been here since 8. I didn't see you over in this corner when I walked in. Otherwise, I would have woken you up then, she says, helping me to my feet. Did you talk to Lexi? Nikki nods. How is she? She's banged up, but she's tough. You wouldn't know she just got hit by a car from talking to her. I should go see her, I say, tucking my chin in. I can tell from the quick change of Nikki's face that she feels bad about what she has to say. I don't think that's a good idea. Why? I ask, confused, searching her eyes for an answer before her words can come. Nikki glances down at the floor. She doesn't want to see you. What? I take a step back. She can't just not see me. I tried to tell her that, but she's adamant. She even told her nurse to put you on a list of people not allowed in. Nikki meets my gaze, sadness gripping every feature of her face. My shoulders drop, and I let out a heavy sigh. What am I supposed to do now? I mean, I had wavered on leaving, but it looks like Lexi already made that decision for me. I don't blame her for feeling that way. But I can't go without saying goodbye. We can't just leave things like this. 2 versions of the same person just parting ways out into the world for forever. I'm seeing things a bit clearer than I was last night, and my cynicism seems to have evaporated with the alcohol. What are you going to do? Nikki asks. I glance around the waiting room. Some of the soon-to-be patients and family members regard me, obviously stunned by my appearance in a place so somber. Most pay no mind to me at all, reading the meager literature afforded to them to distract from reality. I consider my options for a moment. I can't let Lexi leave it like this. I know she's mad at me for what happened, but it's not just my fault. She was the one fighting with me, too. I think. I'm trying to recall all the moments from last night. Some are clear as day. Others are blank spots in my brain, a blur of booze and dancing and yelling. She's the one who came into Mark's bedroom and yanked me off the bed. I do remember that. She started it, but I'm going to be the one to finish it. I'm going to stay here until she lets me see her, I say. Nikki furrows her brow. Really? I firmly nod. Okay. Well, I'll let Katie and Claire know. We're trying to take turns so Lexi has company most of the time. We've got a tutor coming as well, I think tomorrow, if she's up for it. But I'll see you later. Nikki smiles and pats me on the shoulder. Good luck, Alexis. Knowing Lexi, you're going to be waiting out here a long time. She's probably right. Hell, I know she's right. But I don't care how long it takes. I'm not giving up on us. 42. Lexi. The constant beep of my vitals monitor is the only noise in the room. That, and the ever-so-slight hum from the fluorescent lighting, which bathes the room in a blue-white hue that is neither pleasant nor calming. Every time I wake up, still groggy and in a daze, I forget where I am and what happened to me. When I try to shift my body, my chest burns, and one of my legs refuses to move. Then I see the quick flash of headlights on the vehicle that plowed into me, and I remember what happened and why I'm here lying in a hospital bed. The night plays in reverse from there. Me chasing Alexis, her kneeling on the ground as the concrete puts her skin back on her knees, us floating up the stairs and into a hallway, and then something in my brain ends the rewind and pushes play, and I hear, I hate you, Lexi. The words echo over and over in my head. I close my eyes, and all I see is my own face, aged, screaming, venom spitting from my mouth as it lands on my chest and begins to burn. I want to cry, but it hurts my ribs so bad that I can't bear it, which only makes me want to cry more. I peel the blankets off of me and look at the large bandage on my leg. "Fuck you, Alexis," I whisper. The amount of times we've gone back and forth over the last month about who is at fault for what, who ruined the other person's life, who it is that truly needs to change and fix themselves, is over. I'm done with Alexis. She pushed me too far and nearly got me killed in the process. It's clear who needs to change, and she can do it on her own time, far away from me. I let her fool me into thinking she cared, that she was really out doing good, mending my friendships beyond surface level, making my family feel more loving and whole than ever before, and pushing me to live up to my full potential. But it was all bullshit. She just wanted me to do all the heavy lifting in order to fix her own baggage. And when things didn't work out the way she wanted, all bets were off. "Lexi?" A nurse pokes her head into my room. "Yes, you have a visitor." "Who?" The only thought I have is that it better not be Alexis. My nurse knows the rest of my friends by this point and would have let one of them just walk in. "It's a tutor from the school. Apparently your friend Katie arranged it. He's brought your assignments from class and is here to go through the lecture materials you missed to ensure you don't fall too far behind. So, if you're feeling up to it, of course. Physically, I don't even have to move from the bed, so that's not an issue. Mentally, do I want to really think about math or science or history right now? My brain is still such a jumble from everything that's happened. Then again, I could use the company and, hell, maybe he'll feel sorry for me and just do my homework. Sure, send him in." The nurse smiles and nods, disappearing into the hall before I hear a faint, "You can go in." My eyes pan from the floor, slowly working their way up as my tutor enters the room. He's at least 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders, rich chocolate eyes, a perfectly coiffed full head of dark hair, and a smile to die for. My God, it could challenge the lights in the ceiling for wattage. Suddenly, all of my anger toward Alexis, all of the pain in my body, seems to melt away at the sight of this man. "Hi, Lexi, is it?" He crosses the room. A backpack is strapped over the shoulders of his navy polo shirt with a yellow moose on it. I, uh, hi. The words fumble out of my mouth as I try to think straight. He is, in a word, gorgeous. His face twists up as a look of concern shows through. "Oh, the nurse did say you had a concussion, so if you aren't ready yet, I can let the tutoring center know, and they'll assign the next available tutor when you are—" "No," I blurt out. I'm not sure where all this energy came from or why I needed to shout it, but something inside me told me not to let him leave. "Next available tutor?" I ask. He furrows his brow. "What?" "You said the next available tutor. Not you?" "Oh, yeah, we're assigned to students as requests come in and by area of specialization. So who you get next time will just be random luck. Could be me, could not be me." This was already my luck. I'm not going to chance it again. "Sorry, I think we got off to the wrong start. I'm Lexi." I extend my hand to him. "I'm AJ. Nice to meet you." When he touches my hand, a spark is sent through my body, and my vitals monitor begins to beep faster. He turns to look at the source of the increased frequency and then back at me. "Sorry, did I squeeze too hard? I hope I didn't hurt you." "Ha, no, I'm fine. You didn't squeeze too hard. Not hard at all, actually. Not that it was soft or like you're weak or anything. It was, uh, just right." I laugh nervously, realizing how poorly this is going. Damn machine. "Okay." He chuckles at my state of being flustered. "And my brain works fine, by the way." "I'm sure it does." He smiles and sets his backpack on the floor. "Do you mind if I pull a chair and table over?" "Not at all." AJ lifts the chair in the corner as though it were a piece of paper, his biceps flexing under the weight. "Nice," I whisper under my breath. "What was that?" he asks as he sets the chair down. "I said, this is nice of you to come do this." "Oh, Well, it's sort of my job, but I do like helping people, so that's always a bonus. AJ slides an end table over to the bed and then rummages through his backpack, pulling out books and folders. So, Math 104. How do we feel about it? We hate it. He laughs. At least it's not trigonometry. What's so bad about a little old college algebra? Too many letters. In high school, X and Y. Fine. But now they have Z and W and exponents on fractions with square roots and balancing. It all sucks. Same reason chemistry sucks. I mustered all of the things I could remember from the few classes I attended so as not to sound like a complete moron. Suddenly, doing good in my classes feels important. I'm glad you're being honest. Knowing what you struggle with helps us tackle the problems more head on. Are you up for holding a piece of paper? Yes, my arms work just fine. Great. He passes me a sheet full of equations, and my brain immediately comes back to reality. I might as well be looking at a page of Mandarin for how well I've stayed up on algebra. I let out a sigh of defeat. Hey, don't fret before we even get started. That's what I'm here for. He gives my left hand 2 quick pats and says, "You're gonna do great." For some reason, when he says it, I believe him, fully and completely. If at any time this is pushing you too much and you need to rest, you just let me know. We don't have to do the full allotment of time, but you have me for 2 hours if you want me. Butterflies fly laps around my stomach at the words, "You have me." I do, I say. I mean, I can make it 2 hours. 43. Alexis. It's been 2 days, and my patience is wearing thin. I've filled my time walking the halls of the hospital in endless circles, reading books the girls dropped off for me, and watching television in the waiting room, which is always tuned to some bad daytime soap opera. I can't take it anymore. I've had enough, and I'm going to see Lexi whether she likes it or not. I walk down the hall and lurk behind a corner, watching for her nurse to leave her room. I know she's due for her lunch break, so I just need to bide my time and strike when the opportunity presents itself. Less than 5 minutes later, the nurse exits Lexi's room, heading toward the elevators. Now's my chance. Alexis, a voice calls out from behind me, stopping me in my tracks. I turn to find a woman with blonde hair dyed black at the ends. Veronica? I say. Yeah, I haven't seen you since you ran out of the bar that one day. How you doing? Her warmth and inviting nature are on full display. I've been better. I look down at her hand, noticing a bandage wrapped around it. What happened? Veronica holds up her injury. Hazard of the job. A glass shattered while I was cleaning it. It hurts like hell, but the doctor pulling out shards of glass with a tweezer was the worst part. Damn, I'm really sorry. I hope it heals fast. What are you doing here? She asks, looking me over for any signs of injury. My sister was hit by a car. Veronica's eyes go wide. She's fine, I quickly add. Well, she'll be fine once her ribs and leg heal, and her concussion symptoms subside. Oh, God, that's terrible. I'm so sorry. Thanks, I say, awkwardly. I've got to run. I'm due back to work, Veronica says with a nod. It was good bumping into you. She pats me on the shoulder with her bandaged hand and winces in pain. Still gotta get used to that. Take care, I say, as she starts to walk away. Hey, Veronica, I call out. She turns back to me. Yeah? What was it you said before about helping people? You can't help someone who won't help themselves. She smiles and keeps walking. I glance up at the large clock on the wall and realize I don't have much time to sneak into Lexi's room before her nurse returns from break. At the door, I don't bother knocking, and instead, I slowly push it open, peeking my head in and trying to make as little noise as possible. Lexi is sitting up in her bed with a couple of books on her lap. She looks much better than I thought she would. Her hair is combed, and I think she has makeup on, too. Wait, why is she wearing makeup? My eyes scan the room. The answer to that question is sitting right next to Lexi. Even though he's seated, I know he's over 6 feet tall. And even though he's wearing a hoodie and baggy jeans, I know his body is toned and muscular. We haven't been introduced, but I already know who he is. He's AJ, my future. My everything. Andrew James. I'm in disbelief seeing him. This is right where we started, right where my life truly began. It was this day that changed everything for the better. It was this day that he seamlessly entered my life, like he had always been there. But wait, this isn't right. It wasn't this day. Andrew and I met in the spring while I was out on a run. He was running too, and we collided into each other. We didn't meet in a hospital after I got hit by a car. How is this happening? Hi, I say sheepishly, finally making my presence known. I'm thankful Andrew's here because I know she won't scream at me or throw a fit or tell me I have to leave in front of him. She'll play it cool and act like everything's fine, all the while he won't even know he's acting as a buffer. Lexi lifts her head. A scowl replaces her blank expression, but she quickly wipes it away before Andrew notices it. AJ, this is my older sister, Alexis, she says, forcing herself to be polite. Hey there. He gets up from his chair and extends his hand out. Nice to meet you. I'm AJ, Lexi's tutor. I shake his hand, and I never want to let it go. His warmth radiates through me, sending butterflies dancing in my stomach. I want to tell him how sorry I am, how much I've missed him, how much I love him. But he doesn't know me, and he's just met Lexi. Their love story has just begun. I gaze at him, knowing everything that he and I will become. We're a house burned down before we could ever call it a home, and that's my fault. I was the one setting all the fires, and he was the one constantly putting them out. Until the day the fire got too hot, too powerful, too overwhelming. And although he tried to extinguish it again, there I was, feeding it. It was always me. I was too busy building walls to notice he was already right by my side from the very first day we met. Lexi is glowing. Despite having been hit by a car a few days ago and her anger toward me, something more powerful is going on inside of her. She doesn't know it yet, but that glow is from Andrew. And no matter how sad she gets, no matter what life throws at her, no matter how much is taken away from her, that glow is going to be there for as long as he is. Andrew offers me a seat, but I decline, waving him off. He sits and dives right back into their schoolwork. They exchange those first glances, first smiles, all those little firsts that come along with first love, first real love. Andrew's eyes light up, and his cheeks flush. Her mouth curves into a smile. His mouth mirrors hers. They're falling for each other with each second that passes. It's amazing and terrible to watch. To know I end up destroying it in the end. I can't believe how long he stayed with me, how patient he was. And I can't believe I let him slip away. The question still remains, though. How is he here? This isn't how we met. My brain is scrambling, trying to put all the pieces together. Wait a minute. If Lexi broke her leg, there's no way she'd be able to go running in the spring, so she wouldn't be able to meet Andrew that way. My being here changed that, and yet he still enters our life. Which can only mean one thing. He and I meeting is fate. It's our destiny. We're meant to be together. I have to pull myself away from those thoughts before I break down and cry. Focus on Lexi. Focus on getting her to talk to me again. If I get her talking now, then when Andrew eventually leaves, she'll keep talking. And maybe she won't throw me out or call for security. What are you two working on? I ask. Math, Lexi says, keeping her eyes on her textbook. Yeah, some advanced algebra homework that she's behind on. Hey! He snaps his fingers, looking up at me. Maybe you two can work on this together after I leave. Help her run through a couple of problems. Andrew smiles at Lexi. I don't think I'll be much help, I say with a laugh. Math was never my strong suit. He pushes up his sleeve and checks the time on his watch. Oh, shoot. I'm going to be late for class. I've got to run. But same time tomorrow, Lexi? Absolutely. She beams, batting her eyes uncontrollably. Lexi holds out her hand to shake his like it's a deal, but instinctively he leans in for a half hug. I can see it on his face. He's not sure why he did that. He just met her after all, but it felt right. That hug should have been awkward and out of place, maybe even inappropriate. But it wasn't. Lexi's face tells the whole story. She felt like those are the arms she's supposed to be wrapped in for the rest of her life. Andrew collects his things and packs up his bag. It was nice meeting you, Alexis. Likewise, I say with a nod. See you tomorrow, Lexi. He smiles and waves as he heads for the door. I sigh and cautiously take a seat, worried that Lexi's going to scream at me. It's still tepid from Andrew, his residual heat warming my body from the inside out. The feelings that his presence evokes are being met by an actual molecular force. It makes me almost drop to the floor with vertigo as a tidal wave of emotions crash the balance of liquid in my ears. Lexi's face turns sour as soon as the door closes, scorn and anger all over it. How'd you get past my nurse? We need to talk, I say, ignoring her question. We don't need to do anything. Look what you did to me. She gestures to her damaged body. I can't see the extent of her injuries. A blanket covers her broken leg, and the hospital gown covers her fractured ribs. But I know they're there. This wasn't all my fault. She rolls her eyes. Typical Alexis. What's that supposed to mean? I lean back, folding my arms in front of my chest, a shield to repel whatever retort comes my way. It means you never take responsibility for your own actions. Nothing is ever your fault. There's always some magical reason why you aren't to blame. She huffs and picks up the book from the nightstand. It's 1984 by George Orwell, and I know Andrew gave it to her. It's the first gift he ever gave us. Well, technically, second after replacing my Discman that he broke out on my run. But wait, that won't happen now. So it is her first gift from him. She flips the page of her book, smirking as she ignores me. Your tutor seems nice, I say, knowing that'll get her talking again. I know how she feels about him. He's all she's thinking about, and the only thing she wants to talk about. She smiles. Yeah, about that. I know you want to end up with Andrew and whatnot, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. Lexi resituates herself in bed. What? Why? I ask, almost in a panic. Does she know that AJ is Andrew? Did I ever tell her he used to go by AJ before he graduated college? Is she going to resist him on purpose, just to prove a point? Will she screw this up for me so she can enact some twisted sort of revenge? Because AJ is perfect, and I couldn't imagine some other guy being any more perfect than him. So, I'm sorry to say it, but Andrew's out. I smile inside. I mean, it's your life too, Lexi. I can't tell you what decisions to make, especially once I'm gone, I say, fake wistfully. And AJ's coming back tomorrow to tutor you? I already know he is, but I have to keep the conversation going. Yep, every day this week. Her cheeks turn red, and she grins, already daydreaming about their next session. You seem to really like him. He's sweet. I mean, I only just met him, but sometimes you just know, you know? She shrugs. Yeah, I do. Is Justin coming to see you? No. We chatted on the phone for a while last night, which was odd, but also kind of nice. Not nice, like you and him nice, she says with a small chuckle. But I don't think I've ever had a real conversation with him. I told him not to worry about making the drive, since Mom and Dad will be here tomorrow. That's good, I say, because I don't know what else to say. She could kick me out of the room at any second. We sit in silence, and she goes back to reading Andrew's book. My body is tense, expecting her to unload on me, but she doesn't. She just quietly reads. Lexi reaches for a button beside her bed and pushes it without taking her eyes off her book. The door opens, and her nurse walks in with a smile, ready to tend to Lexi's needs. She glances at me for a moment, and a peculiar look grows across her face, realizing that I slipped in while she was away. The nurse remains professional and doesn't say a word about it. What can I get for you, Lexi? 2 lunches, please. The nurse glances over her shoulder as though she's making sure the coast is clear, and says in a low voice, I'm only supposed to get you 1, but I'll try and snag a second one for your guest. She smiles warmly. Thanks, Patty. You're the best, Lexi says. The nurse dips out of the room, leaving us alone again. You still mad at me? I ask cautiously, hoping that this is the start of us reconciling after the lunch-flavored olive branch she just extended me. Not mad, just disappointed. Lexi goes back to reading, not expanding any further. I just sit and watch her, unsure of how to respond. After what feels like 20 minutes of silence, the nurse re-enters the room with 2 trays full of lunch foods, including the quintessential hospital Jell-O. She places them on the table and says, "Before you eat, I want to check how your leg is coming along." Lexi nods and stows her book away. "Do I still get to keep the leg?" The nurse flicks her hand and laughs. "At least your sense of humor doesn't seem to be damaged at all." I move out of the way, accidentally bumping into the table and spilling a glass of orange juice onto the floor and my jeans. "Shoot," I say, pressing a handful of napkins against my pants. Lexi points to her overnight bag sitting off to the side of her bed. "There's an extra pair of softy shorts there," she says. "Thanks." "Go ahead and change behind the curtain. I'll clean the rest of this up," the nurse says, gesturing to the spilled OJ. I slip behind the room curtain with shorts in hand and quickly change. Before coming back out, something catches my eye. Something that wasn't there before. A scar 2 feet in length runs up the front of my lower leg. I gasp, and my hands shoot to my mouth. I was wrong. I was wrong about everything. You can't help someone who won't help themselves. Tears stream down my face as realization sets in. I'm the someone. 44. I come out from behind the curtain just as the nurse is removing Lexi's bandage to replace it with a fresh one. I must be doing an awful job of hiding the disgust and shock I feel, because Lexi instantly looks embarrassed when she sees my face. The wound is nearly 2 feet in length, running up the front of her lower leg. Her flesh is pulled closed with thread and staples, and her skin is purple and black. "It's not that bad," Lexi says, turning up her nose at me. "You can leave the room if you're uncomfortable." The nurse gives me a sympathetic glance. Lexi doesn't realize the full gravity of what I'm seeing, what I now know. She doesn't notice the new scar that has appeared on my leg, identical to the wound on hers. "It's healing nicely," Patty says, pulling the blanket over her leg again. "I'll be back to check in on you in a little while. Just buzz me if you need anything." She leaves the room, carrying a handful of orange juice-soaked napkins. Tears stream down my face as I stare at Lexi. How could I have been so wrong about everything? "What's wrong with you?" "Me," I say, looking at her, like really looking at her. I point to the scar on my leg. Lexi's gaze bounces from my leg to my eyes. She scowls. "You knew this was going to happen, and you didn't warn me?" I shake my head and gesture to my scar. "No, this just appeared. This was never supposed to happen to you, because it never happened to me. I caused this." She relaxes her face, but she's clearly still confused. "What do you mean by that?" "It means I'm the one ruining our life." I run my finger around the new, well, old, thick scar, trying to put all the pieces together. It's there in my head, and I think I understand, but I have to make Lexi understand too. I take a seat on her bed, looking into her eyes, my eyes. "It was never about you, Lexi. It was about me. You were right all along." She's quiet for a moment, searching my face. "Wait. You're saying if you would have listened to me from the beginning and worked on yourself, we wouldn't have had to do all that weird shit, like swimming in that diarrhea hot spring?" Lexi raises a brow. I let out a small laugh. "Exactly," I say. "I'm the one who needs to change." She places her hand on mine and smiles. "I agree." I smile back. "But I will say, I do feel changed." I don't know if she means it or she's just saying it to make me feel better, but I appreciate it nonetheless. I can no longer blame her for anything. She's not the problem. I am, and I've spent my whole life not taking responsibility for my actions. Although there were bad things that happened to me, things I had no control over, like losing my mom, they were my obligation to handle. We can't stop the bad things from happening to us, but we can learn how to pick up the pieces, put them back together in a new shape, and carry on. I'm so sorry, Lexi, I say, starting to cry. I'm sorry I put you through all of this. You're exactly who you were supposed to be. I'm not. A tear slides down Lexi's cheek. You know that favor I never cashed in? The one I almost died in the gym for? I laugh through my tears. She nods. I know what I want. Lexi tilts her head, tears streaming down her face, matching the ones streaming down mine. I want you to live your life the way you want to live it. Promise me you'll do that. I promise, she says, wiggling toward me. Lexi pulls me in for a warm embrace. I hug her so hard that the pain I've held on to for far too long starts to fade away. We cry for the past, the present, and the future. I close my eyes, realizing why this all took me so long to figure out. The hardest things to admit are the things we have to admit to ourselves. I know now that I'm the problem, but I also know I'm the solution. I can change. I can make things better. I can be better. I hug Lexi a little tighter, but as I hold her, I let go of the pain. I let go of the past. I let go of everything that's ever held me back, including myself. I love you, Lexi, I whisper. Her shoulders shake as she cries with me. I love you too, Alexis. 45. I pull away from our embrace and open my eyes, but the same ones aren't staring back at me. They're brown, like milk chocolate. So, is that a yes? Andrew asks, tilting his head as he waits my reply. What? I glance around, taking in my surroundings. The countertop, the fridge, the tile floor, the massive windows lit up by the city. I'm back in my apartment in Chicago. Andrew's dressed in a nice suit, smiling down at me. His arms are draped around my shoulders, and I'm nuzzled into him where I fit perfectly, like he and I are two pieces of the same puzzle. He takes a step back. The Tiffany blue box sits open in his hand, revealing a cushion-cut diamond ring. Is that a yes? He asks, searching my eyes. What? Yes! Of course it is! Yes, yes, yes! I cry tears of joy for this moment, the one I thought was gone forever. He slides the ring onto my finger and lifts my chin, kissing me like no one else ever has. He runs his hand through my hair and tells me he loves me in between breaths and frantic kisses. I lay my head on his chest, and I breathe. I breathe all of him in. He's everything I've ever lost, safely returned home. I love you too, I coo into his body, peering up at him. Our heartbeats mirror one another as though they're connected, and I know they are, through time and space. His eyes are filled with joy and love and everything good in this world, sparkling brighter than the city lights in the distance. Andrew brushes a piece of hair from my face and tucks it behind my ear. I'm not sure what exactly happened. I'm not sure if it was all a dream or if it was real. Did I actually travel back in time, or did I freeze in a moment, transported through my own memories, searching for the things I needed to make a better future for us? It doesn't matter either way, I suppose, because it was real to me. I have dinner reservations for 7, by the way, he says, kissing my forehead. I smile up at him. I'll go get changed. As I make my way to the bedroom, I almost run into the wall several times because I can't stop looking at my ring. I can't believe it actually happened. I'm engaged to Andrew. Standing in front of the vanity mirror, I look the same as the day I got fired from my job, which was today, actually. But from within, there might as well be a different woman standing before me. I swipe mascara on my lashes, powder my face, and apply a tinted lip gloss. Normally, I would take an hour to do a full face of makeup, especially going out to a nice restaurant, but for some reason, in this moment, it just doesn't seem to matter. My phone vibrates in the back pocket of my jeans, startling me so much that I nearly leap forward into the mirror. I have a phone again. I pull it out and glance at the notification. A text from Justin reads, Michelle and I will be in town next weekend. Are you and Andrew down for dinner? Who's Michelle? I don't know a Michelle. I immediately open Facebook, but before I search it, I notice the time on my phone. It's only 4:30 p.m. I pop out into the living room where Andrew's seated on the couch with a book open in his lap. You said dinner's at 7? He lifts his head. No, I said it's for 7. Dinner's at 6. For 7 people? Yeah. You don't think I'd invite your best friends to celebrate our engagement? He grins. Katie and John, Nikki and Tyler, and Claire. They're all coming. Oh, yeah. Okay. Of course. I try to play it cool and contain my shock and excitement. I softly smile before slinking back into the bedroom. Oh, by the way, I say, popping my head out again. Justin texted me. He wants to know if we're free for dinner next weekend. Tell him, of course. I'm really looking forward to their wedding in Mexico. It'll be nice to get away from the office for a week. Plus, we can see how stressful a destination wedding might be for our own nuptials. Andrew jokes. In all the excitement, I completely forgot about a huge, glaring problem. What about Alexis? The me in 2002. My friends all met her. So did Andrew. Won't they wonder about my older sister? She can't have just dropped off the face of the earth. Hey, Andrew? I have to test out my theory before I get myself into a sticky situation at dinner. Yeah, babe? He looks up from his book with a grin. Did you ever meet my older sister? I move my lips side to side, hoping this question doesn't make him think I've lost my mind. His face goes blank, and then he cracks his smile. You're teasing, aren't you? Unless you're already counting Michelle as your older sister? He arches a brow. I force a laugh to mask the exchange. No, I was just kidding. That champagne we had earlier must have gone straight to your head. Now hurry up and go get ready. We can't be late to our own engagement dinner. He beams and waves me off, returning his attention back to his book. Andrew doesn't remember me from 2002, so the girl I was is just one that Lexi and I share, our own special bond. Oh my God, everything's different. She must have changed the future for us. Or maybe I did. Or we did. Yes, that's it. I changed. She changed. We changed together for the better. It's all the way it was supposed to be. But then a new thought creeps in like a storm cloud. Mom. The ache in my heart is instant, and I know she's not here in this future either. She's gone. But the pain feels different now. It's not the anger and resentment I felt before for having had someone ripped away from me without warning. It's been replaced by acceptance, a new normal that I've come to acknowledge. It still hurts like hell, but it's a different type of hurt. Like, I've grieved it, not suppressed it. It destroyed me at one point, but I picked up the pieces and I put them back together in a new shape. I flick the light on in the bathroom and I notice a glint of silver near the neckline of my shirt. I touch the fabric and feel along the edge, the ridges of a chain sliding along my fingertips. I pull it out from beneath my shirt, revealing a small silver snowflake pendant. I smile so wide my lips crack as I clutch the snowflake in my hand, tears pouring out of me. I love you, Mom, I whisper to the ceiling. What else has changed? I open the Facebook app on my phone and type in Nikki's name, attempting to do some last-minute reconnaissance on my dinner guests before I make a fool of myself. I scroll through her pictures, the years rolling back, one row of photos at a time. She has a daughter. She's an elementary school teacher, married to a man named Tyler, who's a school principal. My eyes swim with tears as I look through her photos. I'm in so many of them. The maid of honor at her wedding, all of us on vacation, her daughter's christening. As I view each one, the memories of actually being at those places pops into my head, like a magic file has been uploaded to my brain. I type in Katie's name and read her bio before diving into her photos. She's an ER doctor. No kids. Married to a banker named John who works at the same place as Andrew. They're best friends. We must have set them up. I'm in a lot of her pictures, too. A bridesmaid in her wedding, double dinner dates, and lots of vacations. The memories flood my brain, and even my heart, too. I blink several times, trying to keep the tears at bay so they don't ruin my mascara. I find Claire's profile, and she's still as beautiful as ever, maybe even more so. I grin ear to ear when I see her occupation, therapist and author. The banner at the top of her page is an advertisement for her latest book, Get a Plan, Not a Man. Oh, Claire. Forget my makeup. I let the tears fall fast and hard, living in my emotions instead of suppressing them. But what about me? I go to my Facebook profile. My bio says I'm a copywriter for an advertising firm in Chicago. I know Lexi would have loved that for us. The memories of my career populate in my mind instantly. I take that coveted healthy photo and upload it to the app with the caption, "You have to learn to love yourself before you can truly love anyone else. I love you, Andrew James." A notification appears at the top of my phone screen, a text from my dad. I click it, and a block of text along with a photo of him and a woman I don't recognize loads. The two of them are sitting side by side at a restaurant. My dad's arm is around her shoulder, while her head is leaning on his. They look so happy. "Congratulations, honey. Susan and I are so happy for you, and I can't wait to walk my little girl down the aisle. I know your mother is up in heaven, looking down on you with a big smile on her face. We'll give you a call tomorrow when our cruise ship docks in Italy. Love you. P.S. I really hope you love the ring. Susan helped Andrew pick it out." Susan, I say out loud, just to see if it feels familiar. It does. And I know right away that she's my stepmom. All the memories I've had with her play out before me, and my heart swells. My dad healed too. We all did. He put his life back together in a new shape, and he chose to live instead of being frozen in the past. He learned to love again. No one would be happier about that than Mom. I type out a text and hit send. "Thanks, Dad. I can't wait to. And I'm just so happy Mom got to meet Andrew. I'll talk to you tomorrow and tell Susan the ring is perfect." I realize me going back to 2002 changed that, too. Mom and Andrew met at the hospital. She adored him, and I remember gushing about him to her because I was so smitten. That memory is everything to me, and it's one I keep stored in my heart. "Almost ready?" Andrew calls from the living room. "Yeah," I say, as I select a navy blue A-line dress and a pair of nude heels from my closet. I strip down to my bra and underwear. The 2-foot-long scar on my leg is still there, just more faded than the last time I saw it. I still have the breast implants. After all, Lexi wanted those too. But my nose, it's unchanged. The same one I've had since birth. Before I slip into my dress, I turn and glance over my shoulder, looking at my reflection in the mirror. My lower back is free of any ink. I pull and rub at the skin, trying to make sure it's really gone. There's nothing there. No scars from laser removal, just a perfectly smooth and untouched piece of skin. I can't help but smile. Taking one more look at my clean lower back, I let the dress slide down my body. I pluck a bottle of perfume from my dresser, spritzing a couple of sprays on my neck, chest, and wrist, and set it back down beside a picture frame I don't recognize. It houses a photo I've recently seen. I pick it up, bringing it closer to my line of sight. It's the picture of me, Katie, Nikki, and Claire huddled together at a party. The one that used to be in the box marked College Memories, tucked away in the second bedroom closet. I trace the faces in the photo with my finger and stop when I get to Lexi. "Thank you for being the girl I was," I whisper as I set the frame back on the dresser. Andrew wraps his arms around my waist and rests his chin on my shoulder. He kisses my neck, and I giggle as his beard tickles my skin. "What you doing?" he asks. I turn to face him and stare up into his eyes. "Just reminiscing," I say with a smile. This recording of The Girl I Was presented